I'm Maureen McGillicuddy.
And I'm Edith Vale.
And we host Another Cuppa.
Will we natter away with some of Australia's biggest names?
Pop the kettle on with Granny Bingo.
Woke garbage.
Exactly.
Search Another Cuppa podcast on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the sirens sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rising all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
That camera action, baby. Count down to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal! He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
A return to prime time for the Demons. They're under the Friday night lights up against the Cats, and an opportunity for Melbourne against an undermanned opponent to knock them out of top six contention. That is what is at stake tonight. The D's flawless here at the MCG. They haven't lost in 9 starts, and they get the Cats at the right time for the first time in almost 5 years without either Holmes or Cameron in their 23 tonight. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. It is Friday night footy. Corbin Middlemass with you from the home of football at the MCG, of course. What a setting it is, as always, and the whole gang is here, I'm pleased to say, for your Friday night. All the fallout from Thursday night footy, and there's plenty of that to get to. We'll go inside both the D's and the Cats camp as we get closer to the bounce. And as we like to say, first at the footy and last to leave. So we're too early for teams. We'll bring you those when they drop in the next 5 minutes or so from now. And it's a dual-site double header. So yes, there's a game here tonight, and there's also a pretty big game across the Nullarbor as well, as the two local teams, Fremantle and West Coast, go at it in Western Derby number 63. We're up to 63 already, so the Dockers with the warm favourites tag tonight up against the West Coast Eagles. Kelly Underwood's back with us on a Friday night. Feels like forever, Cal, and yet here we are all in one place in the same box. Great to see you.
It's great to be back with the team on a Friday night, late July, winter's night in Melbourne at the MCG. It is the best place to be, and this is what we love about footy. We make our predictions at the start of the year, and here we are, round 20. Who would have tipped that the Demons would be sitting 6th with 12 wins, going for 10 straight at the MCG under their rookie coach, Stephen King. And the Cats were sitting ninth. So it's been an incredible season, and I love what's going to happen in the coaches' box tonight. For the first, taken round 20 for these two, the two oldest teams in the competition, to come up against each other, and it will be the master and apprentice, as we like to say, in Chris Scott and Stephen King, who was... I love the way he's handled himself, particularly in the media this year. We've had a couple of rookie coaches come in and he's given a bit of personality. He likes to talk about relationships. It's not just all stats. And he has been 11 out of 10 for me, not just what he's been able to do tactically, but the way he's presented himself and his family and who he is and what he stands for. And I was just having a look at it today. You forget that he was a premiership teammate alongside Cameron Ling sitting behind me in the commentary box back in 2007, and then, of course, went to St Kilda and lost that thrilling granny against the Cats in 2009. So maybe Lingy can tell us a little bit more about him. But he has been one of the great success stories of this season.
And if you listen to ABC Sport, you're really first in on a lot of the news that's kicking around the place. Kelly Underwood is an award-winning broadcaster, but... people forget, journalist in her original life in the sports media, and you have your ear low to the ground, Kel, and if I've got the quote direct, it was that you would put your house on Ken Hinkley to be the inaugural coach of the Tasmania Devils. And, hey, sometimes if you don't toot your own horn, there's no music. So here we are on ABC Sport tooting our own horn tonight. You called this a long way out.
Yes. I did see it coming a long way off. I think... as they say, sources close to the tiny island down there. It all made sense. I mean, and I've had the pleasure of working alongside him as part of the Fox Footy broadcast this year in a lot of games in Adelaide, and it's quite funny because from a personal perspective, I come from a family of mad crows. So they have not been able to stand Ken Hinkley for years. And then you get to know him as a man, and he's nothing. I mean, I'll be brutally honest. He's been so impressive. He's the first to be there in the commentary box. He's engaged. He wants to learn how the television works and all of this, and he's soaking it up, and he's honest. I love his commentary. He's completely honest, and he's been a breath of fresh air from the media perspective. So I'm a little sorry that I won't be able to continue to work alongside him. Obviously, Lingy had a lot to do with him at Geelong as well, but it's the right appointment. I went back and watched that country grand final three-quarter time speech this week.
Bell Park versus St Mary's?
Yeah, and they wanted a country boy. Right, and they wanted someone who he'd been to the Gold Coast, he'd seen what they'd done wrong at the start, and then he is so passionate and he galvanises, and I think that's a state. He's come from Port Adelaide. You think Port Adelaide, they can never win in Adelaide. They can never win. If the Crows are winning, the Crows are everywhere. They're all over the paper, all over the TV. If the Crows are losing, they're all over the paper, they're all over the TV. And he just got hate for taking them to however many prelims he did. So he was backs against the wall, trying to galvanise constantly. And so he will sail down to Tasmania and do an absolutely brilliant job, I have no doubt.
13 years, 3 losing seasons. It's amazing what he did in his time at Port Adelaide. The legendary Cat, the 3-time premiership player, premiership captain, Cameron Ling.
Hello, Corbs, Cal, Mick, Hodgie, everyone out there. Hopefully you're having a good night. I'm pumped for Kenny. I'm very, very excited. And the right man for the job. And you did call it, Cal. I know you don't like to pump yourself up, we'll pump you up plenty.
Sort of not old school journo, but back 10, 15 years ago, we didn't have social media where we could jump on and say, hey, I broke this first. It's sort of the new age generation that I'm not really familiar with.
Lingy gave you a good rap on Sunday.
Thanks.
I did. I absolutely did. And I will continue on your theme, Cal, and give Stephen King a massive rap as well. It felt like 5 or 6 rounds into the season, wow, that's fantastic. Good on him. He's got them playing exciting footy. This is a fun little gimmick, and they'll eventually, the competition will catch up with them. They'll come crashing down. No, they continue to play really good footy, continue to play really exciting footy. And you're right, Cal, he's coached so well, but he's also presented really well. And he's very realistic. He knows this year is a great opportunity to play finals and to perhaps get deep into finals. But he also knows he's coaching for the future as well. And he needs to bring other pieces in. And very, very smart man. You want a little backstory? I
Please.
can't tell you too many because he is a very, very fun man as well and was one of the better ones on footy trips.
Okay.
And one of the better ones on Mad Mondays.
Great.
Something about Big Ruckman, Cal.
Yes.
They tend to get the fun started. Let's put it that way. Very jovial. A lot of good times with that man. Now he's got his serious coach's face on. I'm going to have to bury a lot of those stories deep down.
But he's
inside.
allowing them to have fun. I mean, footy is meant to be fun, right?
No.
And I know it's first year, you get a free swing and the pressure will come next year. Everyone talks about the second year blues, but he has not put a foot wrong.
And don't worry, none of those stories are bad stories.
Yeah.
It's just very, very good company.
Yeah.
The coaching icon himself, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history, Mick Malthouse. Hello, Mick.
Bobby, how's things? Cal and Lingy and Tim and all our wonderful listeners from all over the place, and I'm sure that David's still listening in Spain.
Yes.
Who was listening last week in Spain, so neighbours.
Yeah, good.
You've come straight from the courthouse?
Well, I tell you what, it does feel like it. It does drain you, I must say. It was about 4 days. I think 4 days or 4 weeks ago, Cal, I don't know.
You handled the press pack well on the way out, I saw. Just said, hey, let it come to a close and I'll speak to you.
There you go. I've learnt that.
Yeah.
Had a few of those in your time.
Do you miss them, the old
the doorstop?
Oh, yeah, they're terrific. Really,
I reckon I'd
that's really
chase
they made my life.
You
today.
get the brisk walk up. I reckon I chased you a few times.
I used to live with Mitch Cleary, so he taught me a little bit of the dark arts of journalism. He said Mick was the best coach because he walked everywhere. So he used to walk from his place in East Melbourne all the way to Prince's Park.
Put up with him.
So it was the easiest person doorstop ever. You could pick him up and walk him all the way.
Just chase him down.
When Malcolm Blight got sacked on a Monday morning from St Kilda, we got sent to his house. He lived in a cul-de-sac down Bayside Way.
No out.
Monday morning, they started playing cricket in the cul-de-sac, and then his wife Patsy would throw the ball back from the back fence. Sat there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at about 6 o'clock, he put out he said, I'll make a statement at half-time on Friday night footy. We spent the whole week, watching I don't think any of the female journalists there were playing cricket, but the blokes were there getting paid to play cricket in his cul-de-sac, and Patsy was throwing the balls back to us.
You know what he was doing, don't you? He was putting a hole in the back fence so he can get out.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Good week, though, apart from that?
I'm really disappointed last night. All the things that I thought about Adelaide come true. Soft.
Ooh.
And all the things I thought about Collingwood are true, that they just don't die. So, you had a soft side against a side that won't die, and it's an inevitable result. I'm looking forward to tonight for a number of reasons. I've made the statement, I thought Geelong, and I still, thereabouts, think Geelong are the best Melbourne or Victorian-based side in the 6 or 8, whatever you want to make it. I think there's challenges from Hawthorn, but now perhaps Collingwood. And after tonight, I'll work out whether it's Melbourne. I know they've got a couple of injuries, but so have Geelong. But the thing is about that, and I can't wait for our next speaker, who we're going to interview, because one of the classics of this side that's going to be in the hoops, they can lose players and they replace players who just play the same role, get the same job done, and that's why their seconds are on top. I think they're on top as well.
Yeah.
And that's Geelong.
We'll talk more about Thursday night footy coming up as well, and all the fallout. There's been a bunch of statements you should expect today after the booing of Isaac Quaynor last night, so we'll bring you some of those as we work our way through. We'll hear from Nathan Jones too inside the D's camp, but Andrew Mackey any moment now inside the Cats camp. There is a late out as well, as we'll get to that in just a moment.
Melbourne or Geelong, Corpse? Couldn't be the Cats, could it?
We'll go down with Hodgie in just a moment and get the latest on the late change. Just on Stephen King, we may as well stay there now that we're here for the moment. We've got some audio we'll bring you from Thursday night footy. But Stephen King, there is a little bit of the copycat about his coaching, isn't there, this year, where you look at the model that Geelong have gone with, those high half forwards that get up and back, the wingers in particular. Harvey Langford's almost like the Ollie Dempsey clone in the role that he's playing for the team at the moment. So can you see that in what Melbourne are doing, that there's signs of what's made the Cats great?
Yeah, you can see that, and of course often that is the case. You learn what works when you're doing your apprenticeship under really good coaches. You also are seeing the fact that they want to score and attack, and they understand that the game, yes, you need layers of defence, you need a really solid back six, but play to your strengths. They've got attacking players in their team. They've got weapons who can use the footy, can get across the ground. And that's one of Chris Scott's hallmarks, right throughout his coaching. And Mick, you would have been the same. You just subtly shift the way, your game plan, if to use the term, to the players that are in your team. Where do their strengths lie? What can we have a high speed open game because we've got plenty of great runners in our team? Do we need it to be a bit more contested? Do we need to shut the game down and almost make it a slower paced game? Because we don't have those players, we need something else. So tailoring what you're doing to the cattle that you've got, the weapons that you've got within your team. Stephen King's been smart enough to do that for pretty much from day one, Mick.
Stephen King's got this side right now. I'm going to ask you this question, Lingy. What team has Chris Scott got now? What number is it? Is it number 2 or 3?
No,
because that's the subtle changes that get made. So it's almost tipping into 3, would it be? Do you think, or it's still at the end of 2?
No, I think it'd be 3.
Yeah. So that's the subtle changes that get made because, as you just said, the next players that come through, and this is why Geelong. You look at Dempsey and you go, where did they get him, and why did they get him? Because they chose wisely, and he's that middle one that's sort of tacked on the end of the second one and is starting to make the third side come through. And good coaches and good clubs, they can have 2 or 3 sides in an era, in a coaching phase of, in this case, Chris Scott, and be competitive from day one and still be competitive because you change the sides, you don't change the quality. It's really, and getting back to King, of course he is. If he's seen something work and he thinks it works, it's the other way. When you see coaches change because the club is unsuccessful, they're a little bit of guessing work there. They're going, well, we got belted by, let's say, Hawthorn, so we're going to follow Hawthorn more than my old club because we just simply can't make it. So that's why he's sticking to a few things that work for Geelong.
I think we're running late with Andrew Mackey. We'll get there in just a moment. The footy boss of the Cats. There is a late change. Sam De Koning's out, so ill. He's not going to play, and Ollie Henry takes his place.
Gee, that's a big out, given the fact there's a guy named Max Gawn playing for the opposition, and Sam De Koning's been playing a lot in the ruck. That impacts them dramatically and falls on Mitch Edwards' shoulders very heavily.
Is Martin out injured, or is he? I know he's in here at the moment.
No, he was managed last week, so off the short week and hasn't come back in.
That's interesting because he's a real goalkeeper. Well, anyway, they've got goalkeepers.
But they're managed is...
Could be anything.
I mean, Colin Jasny was managed out last week. Ollie Henry was managed out this week, so...
Yep.
Yeah.
But it's one way or the other, hasn't come back. So he's now missing a second straight game, Jack Henry. The other big news today is obviously Patrick Dangerfield. So he signed a 1-year extension, which is great news. So he's going to play on in 2027. Means the 400 is in play late next year. So Patrick Dangerfield will go on into a 20th season. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse upstairs. And I'm pleased to say the 5th member of our team, Tim Hodges, is down on the boundary's edge. Hodgie.
Corbin, Andrew Mackey, the Geelong footy boss, has been good enough to come over and join us, and you can be the exclusive news reporter. You've got some breaking news, and it's not good, unfortunately, for your squad tonight.
Yeah, Sam De Koning unfortunately walked up to the ground crook, so we've taken him out. It's just hard to know how he would be. So when there's a bit of that going around, it's we've got a fresh player in Ollie Henry there, so it's made sense that we bring him in, and really looking forward to it.
Did you have any heads up today that he was unwell, or was it really just when he got out of the car and came into the G?
That's pretty much how it went. Yeah, it was a late one. Unfortunately, with these things, you don't know. He was okay throughout the day, and then more recently, just unwell. So you're forced with a decision, and we went one that bring a fresh player in.
I'll let the guys upstairs talk to you about the game. The events of your day, you've put pen to paper with Patrick Dangerfield, your captain. Was it an easy decision to sign him on for one more year next year?
Yeah, it was, Hodgie. Once you understand the appetite for a player and what they think the mindset still is, and once we establish that, and Pat clearly is all in on still being the best version, being better. The role he plays within the team, once that appetite's still there, it was always a quick decision. So we're really excited for that. It's a time of year where you do have to work out a bit more of this. The list management decisions become real. So yeah, we're excited for Pat. We still feel like there's a lot of good footy ahead of him.
Has he swayed at any stage? I heard him speak earlier in the year where he said he was treating this year like it was his last. But the last probably few months he's actually changed the tune and talking about wanting to play on next year.
Well, it's never the worst mindset to have in to be in anyway as a player, whether you're 18 or 36. So I'm not surprised that's been the mindset. It probably means you get the best out of yourself every day. So I've always thought that he's going to keep going. Loves the game, loves every day coming into work, if that's what you call it. And he's a big driver of what we're trying to be and continues to be. So it's a good result.
Terrific to have Andrew Mackie so close to game time. I'll send you upstairs Mick Malthouse and your old mate Cameron Ling.
Mac, thanks so much for joining us. Unfortunately, from the Cats' perspective, the last couple of weeks have brought injuries to very key players, in particular Jeremy Cameron and Max Holmes. You obviously get Jay Polkinghorne to fill in very admirably last week. Tanner Bruin comes back in this week, but they are so important, those two. Does it change much of the way you're going to try and play tonight?
Yeah, Lingy, they are important. We can't sit here and say, no, we'll be fine. Without them, let's be honest, we'd love to have them. But the opportunity that it gives for other guys, I mean, we made 7 changes last week. It's not something we do a lot. And we found a real uplift for a few guys that have been playing in the VFL, Grind, Brad Close, Warple, who will have a big role to play again around the stoppage. We will change things up. We often have a game style that is based around some of our players, and so when that changes, we need to move with it. Having said that, a lot of the basic sort of cornerstone of our game is no different to any other team, and that starts at the contest. So we're going to have to be good around there. We understand what threats, Max Gawn and Cozzy Pickett are, and we know what Melbourne are trying to do. It's been clear all year what they're trying to be. I feel like we're in really good shape, and the opportunity that it brings for others. And we've spoken publicly. It's not one person replacing Max Holmes or Jeremy Cameron. It's a lot of people buying into what we're trying to be. So looking forward to tonight. Talking
about replacing things, you mentioned Sam De Koning being that late out. You're up against one of the all-time great ruckmen in Max Gawn, and obviously Mitch Edwards will get first crack at him. Is it as simple as Mark Blitzarves as the other one? Just the man you just always tap on the shoulder and say, hey, we need you to fill in this one? Yeah, you're spot on, Lee. He's been so handy over the years, and he'll be handy again tonight. And, Blitz coming in fresh. We looked after him last week. Hopefully on this ground, Blitz fresh. Hopefully it's not a great thing for Max Gawn.
Andrew, I know there was two questions. One was I was going to ask you in regard to Polkinghorne, what did you see in him and how you must be very happy with the way he's gone. The other one must be very, very disappointing in Stengel. So can you give us a little bit of a rundown how that's going to transpire? What's it mean to the football club? What's it mean to him? And I guess what the net result is.
Yeah, I can't. I'd love to talk more, and I can't talk too much about the Tyson one, other than we just want the best thing for him as a person. And
where's that going though? I mean, I know you can't talk about his health and that sort of stuff, but I think there's a fair idea what sort of health things he's got. So where does that set the club?
We're to work through that. Yeah. We're not in a position to talk publicly about it, and when the time is, we will. But understand the questioning. We've used footy as a vehicle for a number of years with lots of individuals. How do you get the best out of them and make their life as good as can be? And so the commitment to Tyson and welfare, well-being will never go away. It's always be there. Just at times it doesn't always necessarily mean that they can do their thing in a working environment of an elite sporting team like we are. So, there's a bit to work through there, but we're continuing to work with him.
So I'll move away from the medical side of things. But as far as a player on your list goes, what is best for Geelong out of this? Outside of, I get it about the player, I get it about his health, but what's the best thing now for Geelong? I mean, at the end of the day, it's got to be a two-way thing, because it can't always be in the just simply for that one player who takes up so much of your efforts and so forth. What about the club? Where's that sit?
Yeah, we make decisions. Ultimately, what's important is the individual. So you've spoken about that bit. but clearly we've got a role to play that representing our footy club.
Yep.
And you know that is of high priority.
Andrew, is he still in Geelong?
I'm not going to talk to specifics about an individual. I don't feel comfortable doing that with anyone.
All right.
Andrew Mackey with us, the footy boss with the Cats ahead of Friday night footy. Just one late change. Sam DeConey's out with illness. Ollie Henry comes in.
Okay. Andrew, sorry, I'll go back to number one in Polkinghorne.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about what you saw? And look, he was just so he just looked like he fitted straight in. I know your seconds are on top, so you've got a real good opportunity to pick players out to reasonable form, given the fact that you're winning games. But he just looked like he's a player that's been playing for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, spot on, Mick. Look, he's contested in his craft within, you call it the phone box. So genuine one-on-one when the ball's about to a metre away from you and your opponent. He's just really good at it. No, like last week, you would have seen that he outmarked Cullen Wilkie pretty early on.
Yeah.
So it's pretty impressive. Yeah, he just reads he knows the ball drop, where it's going, understands the body, where it needs to be. So that's in the contested situation. Where the improvement will come for Jay is building out the aerobic sort of side of things and how he can cover the ground and what it means for running patterns on a bigger ground like tonight. So really comfortable with where his body works at, and then the next bit's just going to be, and yeah, Nigel Lappin does a great job for us. Harry Corrigan's doing a great job in the VFL. So the program, the VFL team, as you say, are doing a great job. We've really needed a few of those guys over the recent weeks, and hoping they come in form.
The interest in your assistant coaches, obviously for other clubs that are looking for senior coaches themselves, has that impacted your program in any way?
No, it hasn't. It hasn't. The clubs we've found have been really respectful, and that's all you ask for. We want our people to be. We want to help them get to where they want to, or what they want to achieve in their individual career. So we've got a role to play in that. Really transparent from them to us and us to them, and obviously Chris plays a big role in how he can support those guys, and more broadly our program, and full support from the club. And I'm glad a few of them are getting talked about. Obviously Nathan, I thought he handled himself brilliantly the other night when he spoke to Ken getting the Tasmania appointment. Did a great job, and he's for us, we're really happy because it looks like he'll be around next year for us. So we're happy. James Kelly, there's been some talk about him get a Carlton job, so hopefully he's able to put his best foot forward there. And James Raleigh, probably the timing not quite right for that job. So there's always plenty to discuss. It's that time of year whether it's players or whether it's staff, and I don't think it's a bad thing if people are trying to recruit out of your footy program.
Two very quick ones to finish, Andrew. You've been so generous with your time. Does Mullen go to Cozzy?
He'll see him at some stage. Lingy will be licking his lips up there.
Oh, yeah. Lock that one in.
Yeah. And last one, Jeremy Cameron and Max Holmes, you're without both of them tonight. Who's the tougher one to cover on the whiteboard?
Oh, gee. Corbin, you've been sitting on that all night. I can't decide.
Who's your favourite kid, Mac? That's sort of
exactly
question.
right. Exactly right. It's not easy. No, they're both hard. Well, I'll let you guys decide.
We will. We'll debate that up here. Go well tonight, Andrew.
Thanks,
appreciate your time.
Good on you. Cheers. Appreciate it.
Andrew Mackey, the head of footy at the Cats. Same question then. Who will they miss more, Holmes or Cameron?
I think the way they play across a big ground like this, it's probably Holmes, but that seems ridiculous because you've got the reigning Coleman medalist and an absolute superstar of the competition. But if they can't break the lines on the big G, and it falls to purely Bailey Smith and Ollie Dempsey, then it just gets a little harder for them.
What do you reckon, Mick?
Well, it's hard to go past what Lingy says because he watches them far. Well, Cameron to me is just an out-and-out champion. Probably with Smith and the length of the number of good players that are in the seconds that can play through the middle. Look, you only win a game of soccer when you've got a good striker.
Yeah.
And when you've got a Cameron, okay, they won the game when he was injured, but and they were winning games when he was not kicking any. But let me tell you, he didn't run around the half-forward line with no one on him. He was having the best player. So, to me, I think your big strikers are always the hardest to combat.
Can Melbourne try and block out Smith, and suddenly you're facing a Geelong with, limited Smith?
Yes.
You try and shut him down and no Holmes?
That's what they should do.
Right.
Will they
just
do it
as important
with that coaching?
Yeah, well, I think when you go, okay, we don't have Holmes, so if we could get rid of Smith, then it's a massive impact, massive hole. It's just as the other one, and that Corb's asked about, if Oshie Mullen does the job on Cozzy like he did to Naz last week, that takes a huge piece out of Melbourne's chessboard. So, whoever wins each of those battles, probably goes a long way to winning the one tonight.
Nad's fewest disposals last week since round 1, so put a padlock on him last week.
Interesting, Corby. If you know they're coming, if you know things are coming, you'd be silly if you haven't got plans in place, but what you can't do is hide the player away because you've lost him anyway.
Yeah.
So you've got to expose him, and then you've got to expose the player on him.
Hot pies, stage fright, Crows again on the big stage last night, the booing of Isaac Quain, all of that coming up. Plus we'll go inside the Demons camp with Nathan Jones, so that's still to come. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Sam DeConing out with illness. Ollie Henry takes his place in the Geelong team. The build-up continues next. It's news time.
Good evening, Nicholas Hines with ABC News. Federal Trade Minister Don Farrell says the Prime Minister is yet to speak with US President Donald Trump about the United States' new 12.5% tariff on Australian imports to the US. The Trump administration's new tariffs on 60 countries are now in effect, with the US saying it's over concerns about forced labour and slavery. Senator Farrell says Australia won't be imposing retaliatory tariffs and that the government is now focused on convincing the US it has made the wrong decision.
I'm sure that in the discussions that the Prime Minister has in the future with the President, this will be one of the issues that are discussed by them. We do raise these sorts of issues at the most senior level. The Prime Minister has done that overnight with the United Kingdom.
Labor's National Conference has endorsed a push to allow telehealth consultations for voluntary assisted dying. Here's National Affairs correspondent Jane Norman.
Most debates at the National Conference in Adelaide have been settled behind closed doors, but today there was a rare disagreement on the floor over a push to change federal laws allowing the use of end-of-life care via telehealth. The motion ultimately passed, but only on the condition that MPs are given a conscience vote if and when the issue is debated in Parliament. A much-anticipated argument on gambling was resolved in a last-minute deal, which strengthened Labor's position in its national policy platform. The three-day conference wraps up tomorrow, with debate on Middle East policy set to dominate. Jane Norman, ABC News, Adelaide.
The 53-year-old Cheltenham woman faced court today, charged with the murder of a man in Gippsland in 2024. Danielle Pope reports.
Tracy Lee Russell faced Melbourne Magistrates Court this afternoon, charged with murder after a police investigation into the fatal shooting of a man in Yarram in Gippsland in January 2024. Police investigated after the death of a man found badly injured on Yarram Morwell Road on Tuesday the 16th of January, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Police say the parties were known to each other. Ms Russell has been remanded to appear in court on the 16th of October and made no application for bail. Her lawyers told the court it was Ms Russell's first time in custody and requested that she see the psychiatric nurse.
Victim survivors of abuse from members of the Christian Brothers organisation will be able to receive compensation after the organisation announced a payout proposal today. Laura Mayers reports.
Last month, the Christian Brothers organisation applied for a pause on civil claims against it, arguing it was running out of money to pay victims of child sexual abuse. The moratorium was granted and lawyers and advocates were calling for closer scrutinisation of the Christian Brothers' assets and for closely connected Edmund Rice Education Australia to front up the payments. Now the trustees of the Christian Brothers say they have made a proposal to their creditors and to the Supreme Court to ensure Edmund Rice Education Australia will assume responsibility and liability for all current and future legal proceedings.
The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has upgraded its advice for Kuwait and Bahrain to do not travel. DFAT says the situation in the Middle East remains unpredictable, with attacks intensifying. Bahrain has activated its warning sirens hours after the US military wrapped up its 13th night of strikes against Iran, as Patricia Tiano reports.
The Gulf states have come under frequent fire over the past week as the US and Iran exchange escalating strikes over control of the strategic Strait of Hormuz. Iranian media has reported multiple explosions across the country and at least 4 deaths and 9 injuries. U.S. Central Command says this latest barrage aims to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten civilian mariners and commercial vessels transiting regional waters. It comes as Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says U.S. President Donald Trump's threat to use frozen Iranian assets to pay for damage to ships and cargoes would set a dangerous international precedent.
Australian swimmer Lani Pallister is considered a favourite for the women's 400-metre freestyle on the first full day of the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. The final will be held in the early hours of tomorrow morning. Australia's youngest athlete, 14-year-old Mia Hogan, will swim in the S13 100 metres freestyle, and day one will wrap up with the 4x100 metres freestyle relays. And to the weather across Victoria. Some isolated showers, mainly about the south this evening, becoming scattered near the southwest and Bass Coast, with a few light snow flurries possible in the Alps. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with scattered showers over southern and mountain districts, with a few isolated light showers developing over the northern plains and a few showers falling as snow above 1,400 metres again. In Melbourne, a possible shower about this evening and showers tomorrow with a top of 15. Possible shower on Sunday as well. Right now, it's 12 degrees.
ABC News. What's loaded with fun for the whole family? ABC iView. Bring it! From the investigators and caper crew to Andy Lee's Do Not Watch This Show.
You can keep watching.
Find it all on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
A well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can!
It's from 45 on the run. And they've made it 6 in a row. What a goal. Nick Dacos takes the advantage, eyes the goals, and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie. Want it down. Socket off the ground by Will Ashcroft. He's a freak. That is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
The 12 and 6Ds flawless at the MCG in 2026. They're trying to keep that winning run going tonight up against the Cats, who look like a different version of themselves. There is no Max Holmes, there is no Jeremy Cameron, and as we arrive at the ground, we learn that there is no Sam De Koning. So a late out for the Cats. Ollie Henry takes his place. Hardly a like-for-like, a very different look for Geelong tonight. It is Friday night footy on ABC Sport. There's no late change in the Melbourne camp. It is clear for the time being, but there was a few specks of rain about a short time ago. The temperature is hovering around 13 degrees, which is the daily high, so it's only dropping from here in the middle of winter in Melbourne. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, the legendary Cat Cameron Ling, the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse, and Tim Hodges on the boundary, your crew for Friday night footy. So no late change for the D's, and Henry in, that's Ollie, for Sam De Koning, who's out with illness. The late change for the Cats. It is the second game of round 20. Of course, it all started last night in Adelaide in what was a crazy fixture where Collingwood ended up prevailing by 34 points in a game they trailed by 27 in the second quarter. They kicked 10 goals to 4 in the second half, the Magpies. And they've now won 8 of their last 9 at Adelaide Oval, and it was a serious win for the Magpies, who now make it 6 on the trot. Felt like it said a lot about Collingwood, and perhaps it said even more about the Crows last night, Lingy.
Oh, I think you've summed that up perfectly. It was an outstanding win by Collingwood, and they've been building their form. It's been really good, really solid. We've started to talk about them a bit more. But that's a different sort of scalp to go over there and knock off a team who's been in really good form themselves. It felt like they were building towards, could they sneak into the top 2? Were they going to pip the Swans out or keep the Lions or one of those teams out, and they were going to grab top 2? So a great win by Collingwood, but that's a bad loss by the Adelaide Crows. To not even to just, if they'd just been beaten over the course of a whole game and you go, okay, this went wrong, that went wrong, but to have the lead they had and to have the game what felt like in control, to then turn up the toes and get beaten by that Collingwood team, really ordinary stuff.
Mick, it was a fascinating battle in the coach's box. Matthew Nicks get out-coached last night by Craig McRae.
It's too easy to say that. It's too easy to say when those things... you can. I didn't see the whole game, but I watched enough in the first half to think, one, Adelaide should be about 3 or 4 more in front. Collingwood kicked those late 3 goals, but even the number of clean footballs got in there, it tells me, Tex might have kicked 3 goals, but he's not the answer for finals. against the better sides because it doesn't get spread enough. It comes out too quick. The second one is I think they're very shallow in the middle, so he can't change that up in the coach's box. That's what you've got. It's when Dawson's right on top and up go and a couple of others go through there. They look really good, but when you come up against good football sides, they don't necessarily come up that well. I thought their ruck was exposed and their back line. I know they can add on someone back there, but some of the ease of which those goals were kicked at the end. So is that his fault? I don't blame Matthew Nicks. They are, after all, 11 and so they're 12 and 7 now. So do we pat him on the back for the 12 wins? I just think that side is soft. It has been soft for 2 or 3 seasons because they've got soft players in it.
If Fogarty 3 weeks is a big call, comes first round of finals, who are you picking? 3 big key tools? Fogarty in, checks out?
It depends who they want to have as a second ruck. If they're going to go in with one of the key forwards as the second ruck, then you can get away with that on depending who you play. If it's slightly greasy and it's a bit... look, I don't know. I can't remember their record here, but to win a premiership, you have to come here. Under the circumstances at the moment on the ladder, they will probably get a... well, they will. Look, 5th and 6th is going to get an advantage this year, make no mistake about it. So if they finish 5th or 6th, they're going to have a home final against the sides played the week before, and they're going to have a rest.
Won their last 3 here.
Yeah, they beat Collingwood here in round 1, and then they beat Richmond here.
I think round 1's a bit of a...
Round 9.
Yeah, be careful about round 1.
Yeah, fair
many
call.
things happen, but... no,
soft. That's a hard word.
They are very, very... I won't repeat it.
Yep.
They are very, very soft under pressure.
Are they a little stage fright? So
same thing.
This is
same word.
What was it?
They can't run away from. They can't make up for last September until
they didn't
September.
win a quarter in 8 quarters of finals football at Adelaide Oval. They didn't win a quarter.
No, 2 heaviest defeats of the season. Then this year you could say, what's their biggest home and away game? What's the showdown? They lost.
Yep.
And then last night, Thursday night footy, whole nation sitting down to watch. 27 points up, and they get rolled over again.
Yep. I think, look, I'm sure, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, Lingy, but when you, I'm not going to name the players. You scatter around, you cannot hide that many soft players. That's how many soft players they got. This is not a matter of just hiding 1 or 2 and saying, oh, look, you know what, we get the finals, we're going to leave them out, or we're going to leave them out and get players in there. Those players against weak sides will kick you the goals and win you the football. When they come up against...
So you think it's a personnel thing?
Yes, I do.
Can you change that?
Yep. Put them in the bloody seconds or sell them.
But you can't make those soft players.
Oh,
you can't.
Look, you can put some players around with them or maybe play them in different roles.
Yeah.
Maybe play them in different roles where they... But even then, you still got to... Look, everyone goes, throw them in the halfback flank, they get good run. They're still going to win one-on-one football. That ball's going to come in at some stage and you're going to be exposed up there. You've got 20 yards around you. The ball's coming at you. Oh, you're just going to lay down and just cop it. There's too many of those players.
So there's not a premiership team in there?
Premierships are won by tough sides.
And just to back that up, they're playing against a team. This is what I love from Collingwood's perspective. When you ask about coaching, and I want to give plenty of bouquets to Craig McRae.
It was amazing.
Allen, Anderson, Long, West, Harrison, Puncher. Not superstars, not one of them. Quite young, quite inexperienced.
On top of that, Lingy, sorry to interrupt, but no Darcy Moore, no Jamie Elliott, no Steen in the ruck, who was amazing in his first couple of games, and no Bobby Hill.
100% right, but they've brought in players who understand their role, clearly are up for the contest, very much that group of players. And then, okay, when they were just spluttering a bit, Collingwood, what did we all keep talking about? Their ability to score. The forward line, not sure, why. Brody Myercheck, they can't score. Their last 5 weeks, 106 points, 104, 89, 90, 108.
Again.
That's great coaching to say, I'm going to bring those players in. Yeah, kind of love those other players playing at their very best, but they're not available to me. I'll bring these players in, they understand their role, they're going to be hard and tough for me. We're going to fix a couple of little things, and we're going to regularly score over 100 points or near to over a good 5 or 6 week period. That is brilliant coaching.
Third highest scoring team in the competition over that time, and only Fremantle is more likely to score from a defensive half turnover than Collingwood. So who'd have thought that Collingwood can move the ball in that kind of fashion over the last month?
Well, I got up and checked the goal scorers again. I didn't see anyone kicking 4 goals. It was a going 3, but the player that kicked the goal, Pendlebury, kicks the goal. Sidebottom kicks a goal. Then Sidebottom's finished and penalty's finished. They kick goals. Howe goes down there, takes a mark in a pack that no one goes near him, kicks a goal. And then you have a look around. There's ones here, one there, one there, one there. Hard to stop ones. It's easier to stop threes than it is ones, because all of a sudden you've got 8 or 9 or 10 players that are kicking one, and someone kicks, like, let me say, kicked 2 or 3. There's your mount your scorer up.
They met in last year's qualifying final. Of course, the game did not feature Isaac Rankin, who was out suspended at the time for his homophobic slur in the late regular season meeting. Obviously, in that game, Isaac Quaynor, who was the victim of the homophobic slur, was booed by the Adelaide Oval crowd. The same thing happened last night. It was evident in the opening moments when he got his first disposal of the night. Both coaches were asked about it post-game last night, and here's a little of Craig McRae and Matthew Nix on that.
I've got my little daughter in the room. She's 10. She comes to the footy tonight, and little Charlie, I teach her we don't boo. That's all I can control. People pay their money to do what they like when they come to a game. I teach my children that we don't boo. We show respect to all people. It's a fascinating narrative around why they would boo him. My understanding, he was a victim of a homophobic slur, and he's getting booed for that. It's a fascinating world we live in. But I'll just keep educating things we can control. And in my house, no booing. Lots of respect. I actually grabbed Isaac Rankin at the end of the game and went up to him and said, mate, we've got great respect for a young man. You know, people are allowed to make mistakes. They are. We're all human. I've got great respect for him, and, you know, he's a sensational player, and I don't know him as a person, but the way he stood up and overcome what was, you know, took it on the shoulders, or whatever, however you want to put it. And something said about that. That's life, isn't it? Make a mistake, fix it, or get on with it and improve yourself. And, you know, we were wrapped in Isaac's game tonight, 150 games. Geez, he must have the ball a lot earlier because he got booed a lot. And then his intercept marking was outstanding, and we'll get our arms around him and show how much we love him.
Obviously, you're disappointed with the loss. He also disappointed, I guess, at some members of the crowd, you know, didn't, I guess, heed the advice, I guess, you had before the game, you know, in terms of showing respect and not booing Isaac Quaynor.
Yeah, I probably... you look at that, I mentioned it during the week about why we play footy, why people come to the footy. It's about entertainment, it's about enjoyment, passion. The game's a passionate game, and sometimes we lose our way in that a little. And with the backdrop and I guess the background of leading into this game, it's not ideal the way it played out tonight.
Not ideal the way it played out tonight. Tim Silvers, the CEO, released this statement earlier today. Our club loves the passion and emotion our members and supporters bring to Adelaide Oval and the atmosphere they help create. We also strongly believe there is a line between passionate support and behaviour that falls short of our values and those of the game. We want our people to be vocal, engaged and passionate, but to do so respectfully. The overwhelming majority of our members and supporters represented the club exceptionally well. However, the behaviour of some crossed the line last night. Put simply, it was inappropriate and not good enough. Respect for all players, coaches, officials and fellow supporters is paramount, and it is a standard that we must all uphold. The statement from the Crows chief executive earlier today.
One person spoke today on camera in this whole ugly, disappointing saga, and that was the victim, Isaac Quaynor, and no one from the AFL or no one from the Adelaide Crows. They released the statement, obviously. I've got to say, it was a pretty disappointing response from Matthew Nix last night. When you compare it to what Craig McRae just said, that is just excellent leadership, the way he spoke. And we know that Isaac Quaynor did absolutely nothing wrong. It's disappointing to see and hear the reaction of some fans. And I don't know how many times, Corbin, we need to say there's no place for hate or discrimination in our game, but that's all you can continue to say. I just think it was disappointing that the Crows didn't come out clearly and strongly as much as Collingwood did in this situation. And I love the way he spoke about Isaac Rankin, because he's right. I mean, everyone, they're young boys, they make mistakes. He went away, he did it tough, he's learned his lesson and he's come back a stronger and better person. Club culture sets the tone and the standards that we should all embrace, and no one loses by basic decency and respect. And some Crows fans didn't show it last night. It would have sucked for him last night. Like, Isaac Rankin's probably thinking, why are we doing this again? Yep. Like, we've done it, I've served my suspension. Exactly. So get behind your superstar. Yep. Yeah. I mean, Adelaide, it must be said that Adelaide should be the darlings of the competition that every club rallies around. Think of the unimaginable grief that this club's had over the last 10 or 15 years. And yet every opportunity that it feels like everyone wants to rally around them, the minute they started booing Quaynor last night, there would have been a huge portion of people watching and going, oh, I want Collingwood to win now. And
it's in just in that kind of and the way that they handle those things, and even the AFL. I know, this is a really tricky one for the AFL because it's the pack mentality. It's how do we control the crowd.
Yeah, but they made mistakes with Goods, didn't they?
They did, and they haven't. Well, clearly, we haven't seen any learnings from that in terms of how do we control a crowd on that front. Greg Popovich, the champion coach in the NBA, the famous vision of him getting on the mic when Kawhi Leonard, who's a championship winner with the Spurs, comes back, he's getting booed, jumps on the mic, says, hey, we don't do that here. That's not what we do here at the Spurs games, and tried to get the crowd to stop cheering the player who's now obviously wearing a different singlet. But even the AFL has, they show great energy when it comes to the players. So in the VFL, a player says a homophobic slur to another player, they get 4 to 6 weeks sit time on the sideline. What happened last night was way more damaging and way more, cutting and unwelcoming to the gay community to sit down and hear that than it is someone making a homophobic slur in a community game or whatever it turns out to be. So that's what the AFL is facing at the moment, the detachment that this 10% of the population essentially feels with the game, and there's a long history of it and everything else. What are they going to do about it? They've got multiple levers they can pull. They can turn around to Adelaide. You know what would really hurt the Crows and their fans? To say, hey, you're not hosting Collingwood for 5 years, and all of a sudden they only have to play away games, and the Magpies host them in the G, and we'll send Collingwood to Adelaide, but they'll play Port, and we'll send them to Perth and send them everywhere else. But Adelaide's going to sit it out for 5 years until that they can get a way to curb this particular issue.
Am I right in saying in other sports, Corbin, that when a crowd has acted inappropriately, and I'm probably thinking maybe in the World Game, in soccer, when there's been either fighting, rioting, flares, whatever it might be,
lockout.
Clubs have actually been punished, whether through lockout or maybe financial sanctions, because it was just disgraceful behaviour. And what makes you think you're going to turn up to the football and you want to show your support for your team by basically abusing the victim of something is baffling. But if you were then adding this layer of, and if I do that, if I continue to do that, the football club that I supposedly love is going to get a massive sanction that would impact them as an entire football club. Surely you think, you should be thinking twice anyway, but surely you think again and go, oh, you know what, I'm just going to shut my mouth.
I guarantee you the leaders would be more motivated to try and stamp it out when the game's going on. How powerful would that be if someone grabbed the mic and said, hey guys, we don't do that here.
Well, Warney did it in a cricket game.
He did? We've heard a lot about, Isaac Rankin and the work that he's done in this space. Adam Kelly said, look, he's gone above and beyond. Imagine he jumps on the mic last night and says, hey, guys, you want to boo someone, boo me. I hope, you don't boo him. I want to leave this in the past. Can we move on and get on with it? But let's just concentrate on supporting our team. It'd be a hugely powerful moment.
And they could host Collingwood in a final in September.
The same thing will happen.
Every probability. What years was Adam Goods? What was his final year? It was 10 years ago, was it?
It'd be
10 years ago.
Be close to that. Yeah.
So that's when
longer. It's longer than 10. I reckon.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was every time at every club. That needed to be done.
Yeah, 2010.
Yeah.
2010.
No, my apologies. 2015.
15. One late change here. Sam DeConing's out. Ollie Henry takes his place in the team. We've been inside the Cats camp already. Let's see what's happening with the D's. Down to Tim Hodges.
Corbin joined down here on the boundary by the Demons midfield and stoppage coach Nathan Jones, a champion of this club. This is your sort of stage, a Friday night against the Cats. You would have dominated out here, Nathan.
Look, it's nice. It's nights like these that you wish you were still playing. That's for sure. Excited for the boys and the club, and it's always good to be on the main event, I guess, on the Friday night under the lights.
It is a great stage and a great occasion for your club. I sort of love the fact that you've really talked it up, everyone within the club this week. How do you think the expectation will go on the guys downstairs?
Look, I think externally, obviously, we want the crowd to show up, and there's some stakes there with where both teams sit on the ladder. Internally, though, it's more just the opportunity for us. So it's probably just embracing what the night is and the fact that we are, the main event, if you like, and trying to play our best footy and put on a bit of a show. There isn't a whole lot of expectation outside that. We're pretty strong on sticking to our process and knowing what our best looks like and wanting to just try and put that on show tonight.
I heard the skipper, Max Gawn, talk this week, say this is sort of your first proper night game. You did have Anzac Eve, but this is the biggest stage you've had this year. Do you think it's actually great prep for what's to come for this footy club in 4 weeks' time when September rolls around?
Look, we haven't even spoken about that, to be fair. I just think, like, for us, it's just about, taking every opportunity on its merit, I guess, and, for where this group's at. Some boys have experienced a stage like this and others haven't, so it's like, taking those experiences and those moments and just developing, one, our own brand, but, two, just being able to live in the moment, experience it and deal with whatever the expectations or pressures are. Like I said, internally, we just try and keep as neutral as we can, not build any game up or down, and just make sure that the players are in a great headspace and mindset to execute their best. And if they do that, we'll put on a good show and be right in the mix of, chasing down a win.
But 9 games here at the G, 9 and zip. It's a phenomenal record for the footy club, isn't it, this year?
Oh, we love playing here. It's our home ground. We have made that 3:15 slot on a Sunday. A bit of fun and been lucky enough to perform really well. The boys love the energy here from our fans and our members that come and watch us. And like I said, the chance now to play on a Friday night under lights at the venue that we love playing at. It's just another one of those great opportunities for our group to keep growing.
Just the team that you're putting out there tonight. 5 changes. I think that surprised a lot of people last night at selection. I know 3 are forced, but it's a lot.
Look, we've sort of horses for courses, if you like. As you said, there was a few injuries there that we were forced to make some of those changes. We've got guys that are coming back through the VFL that have been performing, putting together strong performances. When you look at a team like Geelong, I think they've got some. They're very adaptable. They've got versatility across the ground, which we were cautious of making sure that we could cover all bases, forward of the ball and behind the ball, as well as maybe somewhat stretch their depth through the midfield. So that was a focus for us. And ultimately, the boys that have been called up tonight, they've earned their recall with form in the VFL.
Just the 3 injured boys, Windsor, Turner and CJ, they're all probably playing their best footy in the last month. It's really disappointing that all 3 have gone out injured.
Yeah, absolutely, but that's part of the game, right? Like, you can't sort of wallow and look back. I think, fortunately, Windsor doesn't look like it'll last too long. It's for me, it's probably more just a bit of a load management thing. CJ, to be fair, wasn't too far away. Had there been a little bit more time, maybe he would have been a chance to get up. But again, we don't expect that to be long term by any stretch. Disco's the one, but as we saw, it's a collision injury and it's an unfortunate one, but we'll get him back.
Geelong's Achilles heel has always been the ruck ever since you were playing. Is that a real opportunity for Max to completely dominate that space tonight?
I think so. Max is one part of a sum of all the parts of our midfield group. So, as a group, we've got to get that job done together. It's an opportunity for us. There's no doubt about it, and it's one that we've scouted and prepared for. But at the same time, if you were to flip the lens and look at Geelong, I think as I touched on before, their versatility with the guys that they could potentially ruck in there and how they set the ground up mainly through that position as well is something that we're conscious of. So we'll be looking to try and dominate with the strength that we have in there, but we're also wary of what Geelong can produce.
And with no Max Holmes, there's a hell of a lot of pressure and expectation on Bailey Smith tonight. How important is that for you guys to make sure that he's not one of their best?
Look, between him and Holmes, obviously from a metres game perspective and the influence they have around, from a clearance numbers point of view, they're number 1 and 2 players. So to lose one of them, as you said, there'll be expectation on Bailey, but I'm sure, again, they'll be backing in the depth of their group underneath that. We'll have a focus on just being aware of what influence Bailey's having on the game, and if we need to cool some of that, we will, and we have a plan for that. But ultimately, I think as I touched on before, if our group, led by Max, but the sum of all its parts as a midfield group perform at their best, we're confident we can gain ascendancy in that part of the game.
And the coach up against his old mob, has he been a bit edgier this week more than usual?
To be fair, not amongst the playing group. Maybe a little bit behind closed doors with the coaches, but look, I think he's just relishing the opportunity. Obviously fresh off the last couple of years being there and now here. I think he'd love to get one up, but in the end, that's a little personal motivator for him. I think collectively as a team, I touched on this before, right? Trying to keep our environment as neutral as possible. Kingy is the one that leads that, so he has been pretty relaxed and pretty focused on the job at hand this week without, alluding to that too much.
We can't wait for the game. Thanks so much for joining us so close to the opening bounce.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you.
There you go, Corbin. From the Demon camp, Nathan Jones, the Demon legend.
Thanks, Hodgie. Nice to hear from Nathan, as you said, so close to the bounce of the ball. The Cats have just made their way out onto the ground behind Nathan, as you were chatting there. There is a late change for Geelong, so just repeating, Sam de Koning is out. He misses with illness, and in comes Ollie Henry to the lineup. Your thoughts throughout the night, 0437 774 774, the SMS number. The other news of the day, Patrick Dangerfield has inked a one-year deal, so he will be playing on in 2027. So it means that the 400 mark is within reach for him, 24 games away from now. The full preview with Mick and Lingy next.
Beneath the heat and dust lies gemstones, secrets and murder.
This is homicide.
Nothing stays buried forever. The suspenseful new crime drama, Treasure and Dirt. Streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
It's a proper blockbuster late in the season. The Cats a little wounded, a little banged up. No Holmes, no Cameron for the first time in 5 years as they come to the MCG to try and inflict the D's first loss on their home patch in the 2026 campaign. A perfect 9-0 Melbourne on this deck in 2026. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, your call team for Friday Night Footy. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Cameron Ling, the legendary Cat, and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse in the analyst seat. Just repeating, there is 2 games tonight, so a dual-site doubleheader for Friday Night Footy in round 20 here at the MCG for a game of significant consequence with not just the top 6 but the top 10. This wildcard format, Mick, it's amazing what it's been able to produce. And then the Dockers, who are playing for the minor premiership to move further on top at home tonight up against the West Coast Eagles. So a home Fremantle Derby, the 63rd edition. You can find that streamed through ABC Listen, and we'll take you there for the concluding stages. Set it up for us, Mick and Lingy. What are we in for here tonight? The perfect D's at the MCG up against a different version of these Cats.
I love you stirring up, Mick, Corbs, about the wild card. I was accused doing Bridget's show of an afternoon on ABC that a listener sent in and said, I've only embraced the wild card possibility and wild card round ever since Geelong fell into the realm of ending up on the wild card.
It's strange. Isn't it a strange situation? There's only 2 clubs that love it.
So the outcome is obviously worthy of debate, and that's where a lot of your objection comes from, Mick, because should 10 teams out of 18, more than half the field makes the postseason after...
There's a bit more than that too, Cool.
24 rounds of footy. But, I mean, what it does do for weeks like this, for example, is that instead of having only 3 games that have consequence for the makeup of the top 8, we now have 6 games that have ramifications on the top 10. So it makes round 20 a little more live than perhaps it would have been otherwise.
Yeah, that's right. And that's the benefit of it. And it makes tonight's game huge, Mick. Last night's game was massive, with Collingwood winning especially.
Yes, that's right.
Because they jumped then up into very much wildcard realm, but also possibly even top 6. Whoever loses this one...
Well, if I just add on that they're looking, when you look at the draw, the size they play, Lingy, they can actually get to the top 4.
Yeah.
So that's where the pies are at the moment.
Absolutely. We know Geelong are banged up a bit with injuries to key players. You don't often focus too much on injuries, but when it's Jeremy Cameron and it's Max Holmes, you have to think about it.
And De Koning not playing.
And De Koning with his illness, you're right. I look at the possibility of the Geelong midfield now, the way it's going to line up tonight. You would imagine there's a desire to keep it in pretty tight and pretty in close, given they've got Warple, who's come back into the team last week. They've got Tom Atkins. Oisin Mullen's more than likely going to get the job on Cozzy and would prefer it in tight, in a bit of mess, as opposed to getting it out in the open. So I would see Geelong wanting to play the game that way. Whereas Melbourne, as we've seen throughout this season under Stephen King, Mick, they love getting it into the space. They use the high half forwards. They use their wingers. They use Cozzy to keep that ball pretty dynamic and quick moving.
Yeah, spot on. It's amazing when you have 2 sides and on the ladder at the moment we've got, forget about where they are on the ladder, just look at their wins and losses. It's 12 to 10. Melbourne this time last year was 6. So there's 6 improved. Geelong are roughly the same. I did an article on this yesterday. So there's the big climber, and Melbourne are the big climber. And the question I always ask, why? And it's exactly what you just said, the movement of the ball, but also the faith in blokes like Pickett, who no longer is a cameo in the middle that gets used when they're, they're a bit shaky and they need a quick goal. He goes in there frequently and goes to the forward line, and I think that's the way they've got to work. It's in and out. I think if I'm to add on to what's happened with Melbourne, and just correct me if I'm wrong here, I reckon Jack Steele's been a great get for leadership more than anything else. He'll get his 20-odd possessions, but it's leadership, which they do.
Hardness as well.
Hardness, and you take out Petrarca and Oliver and Jack Viney, and Jack Viney's out injured. So there's 3 of their normal blokes that are in the middle. So how do you replace it? Well, you go in afresh. It's a bit like what you were saying about Geelong, and Andrew Mackie was saying, well, if these players are out, these players get a chance, and all of a sudden you find Polkinghorne, you find this bloke. But the constants are, without a doubt, Max Gawn.
Yep.
No doubt. Lever and Kenny play the same role against Geelong. I don't suspect so. But Pickett, will he be able to do what he wants to do through the middle? They're younger players. I think Chandler's a player that's added to him. Van Ruin is a better player than what he was last year. And the other player, I almost bite my tongue saying this, but I reckon Fritsch is a better player than last year because he's had to become a better player.
Absolutely. And I'm going to throw another name at you. Tom Sparrow, I reckon, has taken the jump.
Yeah, and can I just throw this one in, Bling? You've probably seen him more than what I have, but there's a young bloke who's on the bench Jefferson.
Yeah.
Excellent. I love the way he goes about it because he looks the old-fashioned, where's the ball, bang, he just goes up and clunks it, and he's reliable in front of goal. Yeah. And I think what he's done is taken a little bit of pressure off Fritsch. I've always said that he all of a sudden falls out as number 3 in the tools, and certainly Van Ruin now, he's learnt that the mirror is for after the game. Don't worry about what it looks like before. And all of a sudden, that 50-metre line is not a fence. I can actually run past it and come up on the wing and take some marks and therefore take the pressure off my back line and then turn and wheel and go to Fritsch or go to Jefferson or these sort of players. So there's barriers being broken down. And if I can flip it over again onto Geelong, I still... Maybe I'm just living in what they've been in the past, but they don't ever... It's a bit like Benjamin Button. They don't get old. They just keep coming at you. And that's why I think tonight's going to be... I'll be interested to see who picks up Dempsey. I think he's got players worthy of going, I've got to run with this bloke, because you know why? He'll end up in the goal square taking the biggest pluck of all time and kicking a goal that they need.
Yeah, and you think Ed Langdon is the running machine of the Melbourne team.
He's tailor-made for him, really.
He could probably do it, which probably then flips Harvey Langford to do it on the other wing.
Yes.
Because if it's Harvey Langford v Dempsey on the same wing, it's like the good old days when the wingers would shake hands and say, I'll see you after the game. Let's see who kicks 5 and who kicks 4.
As a broadcaster, I'd love to see it if they both find themselves on the same wing. The Cats are incredible, their profile. So when you look at their numbers, offence, defence, ball movement, defending ball movement, only Fremantle has a better profile against fellow top 9 teams. So Geelong's games against the best have actually been really good and their numbers stack up. But obviously they don't have the wins to show for it. And that's where you tell me all the time, Mick, it's a game of mathematics. And tonight, if Melbourne win, there's 3 games between them. If Geelong wins, there's 1 game between them. And Geelong have a superior percentage. So it's amazing. They either stay together or they're in different neighbourhoods in the race to the finals.
You're not calling this an 8-point game, are you, Corbs?
It's very close to. It's very close to.
I like going through, just seeing where sides marry up. Now, I'm going to hide this, Lingy. Tackles inside the forward line. What are we looking at? Who's the best and who's out of these two teams?
I reckon they'd both be pretty high.
10.9. Have a look at that. He's on the money. They're exactly 10.9 each.
There you go.
And that is fantastic. All the rest of the stats, bar one, I think it's the uncontested ball differential, is Geelong -3, Melbourne -27. So Melbourne a bit more contested footy, but all the others, even accuracy, it's a game of. I know they're different, but they're not different.
Hey, guess who the coach is in the room?
Yeah, exactly.
No one else goes to forward 50 tackles, and the first stat they look at, Mick Moldhouse straight to it. Let's head down to the to ground level. Tim Hodges is down there again on for Friday night footy. The captains have just met at the coin toss. Hodgie, welcome to you again.
Thanks, Corbin. Thanks, team. Nice to be with you. Two great mates tossed the coin, Patrick Dangerfield and Max Gawn. Dangerfield won the toss. The Cats will kick to the city end. That's the right of screen if you're at home. Watching on the telly, listening to us, just repeating that one big late change. Sam de Koning is out with illness, as Andrew Mackey told us. Pretty much as he walked over to us, that news was breaking. I was watching his phone blowing up with text messages and all sorts while he was talking to us. So it's huge for a team that's already missing Cameron and Holmes. It's a cold night down here, currently 12 degrees. It's got a feel-like temperature of 9. There's no rain on the forecast, but we have had scattered showers the past 90 minutes. So the field is wet and it will have an impact early. Just on the crowd, the Demons were hoping to hit 48,000 tonight. They've talked the game up enormously in the media all week. They are miles short of that figure. It's a really poor Friday night crowd. I think it's one of those nights where you'd prefer to be sitting at home on the couch in front of the heater, watching the telly, listening to us, than being out here in the freezing cold.
We're here, though, as always, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The D's return to prime time against the Cats. Here with Kelly Underwood.
It's young Edwards up against Gawn, gets it down to Steele. And a bouncing ball to the 50. Trapping it nicely was Fritsch. Wheels around onto his left, pokes it inside 50. Van Rooyen's on the end of it. And the first set shot of the night, a 45-degree angler at the punt road end. He'll need to kick it from right on the arc, but he's in good goal-kicking form.
He certainly is, Cal. Beautiful use inside forward 50. You got your wish corbs, Harvey Langford, Ollie Dempsey on that far wing, the Shane Warne stand side of the MCG. They are going to go head-to-head. Good to watch.
Dangerfield lined up against Cozzy Pickett. They shook hands. Not sure we'll see too much of them next to each other.
They got.
Yes. Van Rooyen shanks it off the right, sprays it. Hasn't quite got the distance.
He's made that, has he?
It just faded it touched the point post. Did it?
Yeah, when Ollie Dempsey's hands into the point post, into Harvey Langford's hands.
Yes. You've got such good eyes sitting behind me there, Lingy. Twirling ball back into play, right in front of the D's goal.
I'm a bit younger, Kel.
Oh, come on. Not even by 12 months, I think. Into the centre. It's a 50-50 ball to be picked up. Howes overruns it. It's picked up there by Langford. And he gets it to Laurie, all by foot. And now this is Cross. Paddy Cross puts it out in front of half forward. A double grabber taken by Sharp. What a season he's been able to put together. The former Brisbane line. He's too far out to score. He sends it down towards Gawn's there. In fact, it's Petty, rather. Can't keep it in play. Van Rooyen does. Crunching tackle on Fritsch.
That is a great hit.
Fritsch had to stand there and wear it, and it was Clark who came in and crunched him.
Oh, I'm glad the game hasn't lost that. They're the ones. Fritsch, fantastic by Fritsch. Hands up and whacked him right in the ribs.
Forward 50 stoppage for the D's. Gawn grabs it out of the ruck, tried to link up with Cozzy. Got it to Van Rooyen. Hand pass back inboard to Steele. Hand pass to Cozzy. Cozzy kicks the first of the night. And the Ronaldo celebration to follow as the D's fans and the members yell shoo on the way through. Cozzy kicks the opener 2 minutes in. One straight six. Geelong yet to score. This is Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Geelong have touched it once and the D's already have the first major.
Yeah, they've been brilliant early. That movement, Mick, from Cozzy at the stoppage. He almost got it the first time off a little Max Gawn grab, and then he was flying through. And then they were smart enough to eventually get the ball out into the corridor. I think it was a Van Rooyen with the handball. It was. Quick hands from Steele. And Cozzy finished it off. Good luck, Oisin Mullen, if he's going to be moving through stoppages like that.
Yeah, that's where you've got to have another blocker in there. And it's no sin to have two blockers, honestly, in a stoppage, particularly in the back 50.
Mullen has now gone to Cozzy Pickett at this centre stoppage, and it's Gawn that gets it down to Sparrow, out in front of Steele. Steele sees an open goal square, and it could bounce through. Petty touched it, tried to get his boot to it,
I reckon
and
it's
he
a
couldn't.
point, Cal.
It's a point.
It's a goal.
It's a point. By the naked eye, it looked like that his toe, Petty's toe, his boot, hit the Sharon after it crossed the goal line, but the goal umpire's a lot closer than us up in level 3 at the MCG in the Great Southern, in the members stand.
I'm with you, Kel.
Declared it's a goal.
I'm calling it a goal.
Really?
I'm with Kel. I reckon it was almost.
Your naked eye is no good. I had the binoculars on it.
We'll get this. I reckon, honestly, we'll get this one back.
Well, it will be reviewed, as we know. They review all goals.
I think the danger there, though, forget the goal. It's the ease with which Melbourne have cleared the first two balls out of the centre.
Smashing them out of the centre.
He didn't look confident, did he? Threw his head back.
So he got his hands to it in the goal square. The ball's trickling over, throws his boot.
Oh, you know what?
Instep collects it.
Oh, they've called it a goal.
They've called it a goal. It's 2 straight 12 the D's. Geelong no score. And what would we know up here?
Atkins gets a kick going forward for the Cats. It's just their second touch of the night, but it's intercepted. Sparrow back the other way, back into congestion. Howe's got it out to Bowie. High up and under in the middle of the ground, Van Rooyen. Gee, the D's are hot. 18 disposals to 3. 2 goals to zip. Van Rooyen, ugly kick inside 50 for Melbourne. O'Sullivan picks it off. Got it to Edwards. Handball away to Atkins. Sweeps a hand pass to Clark. Middle of the ground. Swings a kick for Geelong out to the wing. Dempsey's got a break on Langford. Takes the mark. Now the inside 50 kick for Geelong. Dangerfield free centre half forward. Collects on the bounce. Pushes through the tackle. Got it to close. Over to Polkinghorne. Goal. Geelong in business. And that is a hot first 5 minutes here at the G. 2 straight to 1 straight, and Jake Polkinghorne picks up where he left off last week on debut. 6-point lead for Melbourne. Friday night footy on ABC Sport with Mick and Lingy.
That's a big hit by Dangerfield too. He took. I think he's a bit sore.
He is sore.
But he took that hit on, and that created the goal. Polkinghorne's a very interesting player. He's not only just at the ball in the air. He's at the ball. He's just finding space. He's a very, very well. Right now, I'd call him a really good player.
The wing again. We mentioned the Dempsey Langford one, and the runner's just going out to Langford. So he attacked so hard when they were going forward, Melbourne. It allowed Dempsey to then get very much goal side, and that's how they got out eventually. Geelong.
If you're going to defend, you defend. If you're going to, you can't play Russian roulette. Without a doubt.
Well, that's a beautiful leap from Edwards. Can he get it to the advantage of a teammate? Mullen fumbles it under the pressure of Cozzy. Swooping in was Atkins. Gives it to Stewart. He skies it in the centre of the ground. They all fly. Great mark by Bowie. Over Dangerfield it was as well.
Yeah, pushed him right under the ball legally, but...
Play on, doesn't go the required distance. The kick went to Howes. He gives it back to Bowie. This time he flares it wide. Beautiful kick. Hits up Cook. Paddy Cross, rather, it is. So Cross has got it right in front of the Great Southern Stand on the outer wing. Wants to play around, run around the man on the mark, which is Dempsey. Does that towards Petty. Got nudged under it. Waiting at the back was Van Rooyen. Somehow gets boot to ball. But there and crumbing it was Guthrie. And he kicks it to Blitzarves. Cats her away through Bruin.
Receives a handball and off he trots. Has a bounce. Sends a kick out to Polkinghorne. Has to deal with Lever and reels in the mark.
Yeah, he's got more speed than Lever. Once he got that yard in front, and if the kick was a good kick, he was going to mark that.
Took 8 marks on debut last week. 3rd best ever by a Cat. Kicks inside the forward 50. Whistle on the play. Free kick Geelong. Shannon Neal's going to get it. And Max was dropping back in the hole, and yet the man behind him gave away the free.
He didn't need to do it, did he, Corbs?
It's Lucas Cook, so he was caught just grabbing onto Shannon Neal, and now the shot at goal for the Geelong forward.
And he had his skipper coming across, as Max Gawn has done so many times in his career.
It's a free kick every day of the week.
Absolutely it is, and did not need to give it away because Gawn had it covered.
So it's a gift for Shannon Neal, right half forward, skips in 25 out. He knocks that through. Tie game. D's the first 2, Cats the next 2. And after 8 minutes, we're all level. This is Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Yeah, well, it's level everywhere. Stats-wise, there's a little variance, but that was all in the first probably 2.5 minutes where Melbourne just got so much to football. But since then, everything, there's clean winners. It's not a trench game. It's when the ball's out, the ball's out. That mark by Polkinghorne for start off, that kick needed to be perfect. It was. The kick going in was well, a test of the back line of Melbourne without who's not down there. Turner's not down there.
Yeah, he's a big loss.
He is a big loss, but then that's one player. So you've just got to make up. The job's got to be done by someone else. But right now, it's at anyone's game because both sides are using the ball very well and running well.
Blitzarves was moved into the ruck up against Gawn. Gawn palms it straight down to Sparrow. He had a fumble but got it to Cozzy. And now Pickett to Fitzgerald. He goes inside 50, up towards Petty. Got a shove in the back. Umpire says no whistle. Quick chain of hands from the Cats defenders, and the kick out wide by Guthrie goes towards Blitzarves. He can't pick it up. It's a 50-50 ball. Petty's in there. Gets himself clear. Handball's over the top. Now the handball to Chandler. He gives it off to Sparrow, who's caught. Got the hands clear to Fitzgerald. He's not even looking for goal as he closes to 40. Gives it to Van Rooyen, the centre-in kick. All by himself is Tolstrup. Directly in front, 40 metres out. Unselfish stuff from Van Rooyen. It was well played. And Tolstrup's going to line up for goal to put them in front after they kick the first two. Cats kick the last two. And it's 2 each at 12.
I get this kick, Wiggy, but I can't get the player who's running towards goal and wants to not have a shot on goal. Who was that?
Fitzgerald.
Oh, I don't know what the hell he was thinking of.
Well, he's never kicked a goal.
Well, he's not likely to, Cal. If he doesn't look at them. He doesn't want to kick it at them.
Playing just his 6th game mid-season recruit as Tolstrup goes for goal. And he splits the middle. Just his 3rd goal this season, Colston Tolstrup. He's a personality plus from Esperance in WA, and he likes the celebration as well. And they nudge clear again, the D's. 3 straight 18, Geelong 2 straight 12 after nearly 5 minutes of play.
Well, really good sign, Mick, from Melbourne, where Geelong brought some heat and the tackling pressure was there. They were closing on them. And a couple of times they were able to stand strong in the tackle, still get the handball away, effective disposal, and eventually they got it to a free play with the time and space and the smarts in Van Rooyen to just hit up Tolstrup. Great kick across the face of goal and sets up the set shot. You're right about Fitzgerald, unfortunately. Just probably a little bit nervous, I reckon, in game number 6 in front of goal, feeling the heat a bit.
Gawn palms it down. Atkins tackled straight away by Sparrow. Talk about big improvers. What a campaign he's put together, Tom Sparrow. Free agent at season's end, and plenty of interest too as Gawn palms it down. Bruin, though, for the Cats. Sharks had got it out to Humphreys. Knocks it away to Manor. And Manor retreats with his kick all the way back to Clark at centre-half back. And he swings it out to the members' wing. Finds Guthrie. Stabs a kick down the line. Mullen marks uncontested. Pickett in the vicinity as he will be all night. Swings a long kick inside the forward arc and the forward 50 arc and slides out of bounds. Boundary throw in, half forward for the Cats.
It's a new sort of challenge again for Oisin Mullen. Cosy Pickett's only had the 2 disposals, but I dare say he's looking very dangerous. He's kicked a goal, but he's looking very dangerous even when he hasn't quite got the ball.
Back into play, it's Gawn and Neal. And Demons here. Last line of defence. Lever's awkward little kick up to Cook, who marks uncontested in the back pocket. Gives it off to the run out there of Langford, and then he's able to give it to Rivers. Rivers is going to swing at the member side out towards Cozzy in a one-on-one with O'Connor.
Oh, look
where he does his damage at ground level.
Wow.
He flew in the air. He's like a cat. He pounces and he picks it up. He dishes it to Laurie Wide and then to Sharp. Sharp's got it right in front of the Cats bench. Wheels around, centering kick. He's got plenty of players to hit up. Sparrow, this is all too easy. Loose men everywhere inside 50 and marking it uncontested at pretty much the same spot as Tolstrup's last set shot kick is Chandler.
Gee, that ball use is dynamic, Mick.
But it only started because of that genius.
Yeah.
How good is Pickett?
That recovery.
The touch, it's almost like that ball was part of his hand. Oh,
amazing.
Good.
So Chandler, with his 16 goals this season, he is having a career best year. From directly in front, the accuracy is the issue, not the distance. And it's the first blemish of the night. So Melbourne 3-1-19, Geelong 2 straight 12. The D's by 7 points after 12 minutes.
It's a very different job again for Oisin Mullen, isn't it? The difference between Naz and Cosy Pickett as Humphreys goes on a run, long kick up to the wing, and Lever pulls off the intercept mark.
Well, Pickett's just, he's a freak player because of his touch. You can keep players away from it, but if he gets that low to the ground and one touch, he doesn't give you a second chance at it.
Lever short to Chandler, still in the launch pad at half forward, puts it inside 50 through the hands of the intended target in Langford. The handball out from the Cats turned over. Fitzgerald had it, lost it, kick smothered. O'Sullivan to Atkins. His handball missed the target and out it goes. They'll be throwing forward for the D's.
I thought Langford got a shove in the back, fair and square, right in the middle.
Shocker. Actually, right in front of the umpire. The umpire put the whistle to his mouth and just didn't blow it. When they are a free kick, those ones like that.
D's by 7 points, 14 minutes in. De Koning laid out. Ollie Henry takes his place. The only late change from the stoppage. Cozzy again. He's got it on a string. Short kick to Ed Langdon, who marks in the corridor 40 metres out. And Cozzy Pickett is a problem for Chris Scott and the Cats.
He is, and I was watching it at the stoppage there. They're blocking for him, but then Oisin Mullen is so worried and he's now so reactive to him that he's probably 2 steps behind every move that Cozzy's making.
There is a lot of bumping and blocking going on. Mullen behind the here comes Cozzy. He's off now for a breather, and listen to the applause. This is unprecedented at the 14-minute mark of the opening term.
You can't trust Langford for kicking, honestly. He's a shocker.
He misses out to the right, Ed Langdon, behind. So 8-point lead for Melbourne, 3-2 to 2 straight. You're right, Nick, they didn't look confident at all, did he?
Well, he's just not a good kick. For a player who, for that role he plays, no, you've got to be better than that.
Ruin with a couple of possessions to bring it back into play. Over to Clark. Clark's long kick down the line. Ollie Henry, the late inclusion. No Sam De Koning out there. Couldn't take the mark. Well played by Langford. He got it only as far as Warple, though, for the Cats, who sends it right to the 50, where Lever's in a better position than young Polkinghorne in his second game. His kicks just gets it to Bowie. Rather.
That Warple kick was just blazing away into a forward line. The Melbourne ball use is far superior to Geelong so far early on in this quarter.
Kick down the line for the D's. Latrell Pickett, the target, sandwiched in the contest. And Jack Henry punches it out in front of the benches and in front of Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin, just keeping an eye on Patrick Dangerfield. He's about to come back on the ground now. He's got a right calf heavily strapped. He's had a lot of work on that in the last couple of minutes. I think it was knocked. Maybe he got a corky in that big collision that led to Polkinghorne's goal. So he's clearly uncomfortable, the skipper for the Cats at the moment.
Thanks, Hodgie. Cats win it back on the wing. Blitz ups to Warple to Bruin. Back to Warple all by hand. Warple runs, carries, and then decides just to kick it deep inside the forward 50. Ollie Henry had his name written all over it. Leaps up and rips it down. 45-degree angle, 20 out. Oh, no, there's a free kick here. In the marking contest, a player was held out of it illegally, and the ump says, nope, that's a free kick. It's going to go to Lever.
I just like to see that. They just stood straight off Ollie Henry.
Lever floats a real wobbler just outside of the D50. Steals, tackled to the ground, gets his hands away. Chandler, Tolstrup, a fumble by Fitzgerald, a regather to Sparrow, who's caught by Stewart. Wraps him up, going nowhere, holding the ball. So can Tom Stewart set something up here for the Cats? He's just got it just ahead of the centre circle. Straight down the corridor he goes. Neil got his hands to it, couldn't wrap those big mitts around it. Chandler pounces, Steele's involved. Now Sparrow throws it on his left boot. It's an awkward bouncing ball. Sharp on the wing. Got it in front of the members. Has a bounce. Wants to cut back through the corridor. Has a second bounce. Cats can't catch him. Now he goes to Fritsch at the top of the goal square, who marks. He's snuck in behind a couple of Cats defenders who are all at sea, and Fritsch is marked at the top of the goal square and will slot through the D's 4th goal of the night and get the lead out to 14 points.
How's the confidence that clearly Stephen King has given to his players so sharp there to just say, I'm about to be tackled, but no, I'm that confident I'm going to break it. I'm still going to have a bounce, and away I go. Beautiful kick too.
It's as easy as you get for Fritsch. Put it in the book. The lead's 14 points. And the D's 4-2-26. Geelong 2 straight 12. Halfway through the opening term.
That was only his audacity to bounce the ball with someone within tackling range, and then not only that, get tackled and hold the ball through the tackle. That's an amazing result.
One of the most improved players under Stephen King's development this year. He's averaging a goal a game. A little bit more. He's kicked 20 goals this season. Yeah,
terrific player. A couple of numbers are getting worrying if you're a Cats person, Mick. -9 contested possession and 19-7 Melbourne's way in uncontested marks. The Melbourne ball use right now is just superb, and he's cutting apart the Cats. They're playing beautifully.
Back in the middle, ruck, Shearer down. Edwards a more telling touch probably in the end. Got it going forward, but Sparrow first possession. Handball coughs it up. Atkins steals it. Kicks inside 50. Lever in the box seat. No mark. Spills to Tolstrup. And the D's work it out. Handball to Cook. Handball away to Howes. Kicks to halfback. Finds Sparrow. This dynamic ball movement again. Away to Fitzgerald. He kicks wide though. Finds Langford. Langford dabs the kick over the top, but turns it over. Broken up by O'Connor. Cats back the other way. Over halfway. Handball to Dempsey. Kicks to half forward. Finds Manor. Manor gives a handball on to Close. Away to Bailey Smith to finish on the run. He's missed everything.
Oh, you know they're a little off and out of sorts when that happens.
Yeah, to defend him a little, he'd run, I reckon, about 100 metres flat out to get that ball. Bit of exhaustion in that kick. But you're right, he usually finishes well. That was his first touch.
First possession.
Yeah.
First possession, and we've got 7 actual minutes, nearly 8 minutes to go.
Yeah. D's by 14 points, by the way, ticking into time on in the opening term.
Fitzgerald rockets it out of the defensive 50. Max Gorn waiting at the back of the pack, had to bend over and was collected by a couple of Cats.
Gee, that was, again, if Melbourne got through there, they had a wave of runners. That was gone.
Young Edwards up against Max, who spikes at 20 metres towards his goal. Laurie's there, collects, handballs to Steele. Steele's kick on the bounce. It's slapped down by Fritsch. Idea was there. Execution wasn't. Tom Stewart's able to get it. Oh, no, Jai Clark. He's dropped an absolute sitter in the defensive 50. Stewart's there to come out and help him and save the day. And then Dempsey with a fumble. So they're just off the boil a little bit here, the Cats.
But it's Melbourne's pressure, Cal.
Yep, and Dempsey's... try and pick up that awkward half volleys resulted in a stoppage inside 50 here for the D's. They lead it by 14 points.
Van Rooyen leaps up, knocked down though in the direction of Atkins, tumbles a kick out of defence. Oh, clean bowls a couple. On the wing, Lever intercepts eventually. Handball out wide for the Demons. Finds Steele. Steele kicks in the Fritsch direction of full forward, trying to reel in the mark. Can't quite get it. Spills to Stewart. Handball to O'Sullivan, who's out of play. Boundary throw in forward pocket for the D's. Demons by 14.
Jack Steele's had 10 disposals.
Yeah, been terrific.
20 minutes of footy.
Yeah, so he's been left. He's the one that falls out because they're after other players and they've just neglected him.
Deep inside 50 here for the D's. Gorn got it down to Latrell Pickett and he ran into a brick wall. It was Jack Henry. Going nowhere, Latrell.
Well, that's the way you've got to hit a pack. Yeah, and sometimes you get through. It takes a good defensive play to hold up there.
Another stoppage 20 metres out from the D's goal. We might have another one here because Jack's still standing up in a two-man tackle. It was Jack Henry and Wiltshire who had him. Here we go again. A third stoppage. Gorn tried to flick it behind him. It was a hurried kick out of there defensively. And then Lever goes at it with 2 fists in the air. Chandler can't gather it. Warple hemmed in against the boundary line. It's like a torpedo down the line. And a big spoil over by Cook in his second AFL game, right in front of Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Kel, the Cats are 1 down at the moment. Zach Guthrie, copped one in the mouth. A tooth has gone through the gum. Oh. They've sent him down to the rooms. It looks like for stitches. The club says it's not a HIA. It's more just to look inside the mouth. So he's down in the rooms at the moment, Zach Guthrie.
Thanks, Hodgie. Stoppage win for the Cats as Warple hands it to Manor. Kicks wide, finds Smith. And marks and plays on, and Smith with a long kick down to half forward. Neil the target, hands to it, no mark, and then just threw it out the back.
Yep.
An easy one for the officials and a throw, free kick for the D's.
That's happening across the road.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's coming back.
Back flick pass. The D's all in navy with the red chevron and the red socks. The Cats in the white shorts and the blue and white hoops. The long kick to the wing. Spills down towards Atkins. Tries to wrestle free from the tackle. Did well to get out of it. Got it to Edwards. Handball away to Close. Handball to Manor. Hits the volley. Inside the forward 50, but Tolstrup's there to intercept. Handball away to Lever. And again, the D's calmly settle it down. Kicks wide to halfback. Bowie marks. And Bowie's away.
And this is where they've been slicing them to pieces. He gives it to Laurie, who handballs to Langdon, who gives it off to Langford. He goes by foot down the line to Fritsch, marking uncontested. Loose players everywhere. Wheels around Fritsch. He's a couple of kicks out from goal. He goes up towards Jefferson. Strong hands. Wonderful mark. He honours the lead. And Jefferson, probably 10 metres in that right forward pocket, will have his first set shot of the night.
Well, that's what I mean about Fritsch. He also knows that the 50-metre line is not a fence. He's been very impressive today. coming right up the ground. And what it does, it creates opportunity behind you. Because the more you back, the more crowded it gets. So by coming up, it just creates these holes for players like this to jump into.
To open up a handy lead as we close in on quarter time, Jefferson coming off his PB, 4 goals last week. This one's off line. Vaughan's marked it on the line. The goal umpire says it was over the line, in fact. So, first up miss for Matthew Jefferson. 4 goals, 1 last week he booted. And the D's lead it by 15.
Smith taking the kickouts now, takes some ground and then goes long up to the wing. Ball slides out the back to the advantage of Bruin. Bruin caught, cross tackles him out of play. Says, spin it in.
Yeah, the safety of the boundary line is, I'm not sure that it's correct.
It's not supposed to save you like that, is it?
No, not like that. When you step over in the tackle, I think that's a free kick.
Reminds me, it's a bit like Saved by the Bell in boxing, where the round ends and the guy's on the canvas.
Yeah, it certainly is.
The boundary throw in. Nana got a handball away to Atkins. Hand pass out in front of Wiltshire. He's about 70 metres out. Hooks the kick down to the 50. Unkind bounce for the Cats. It'll sit for Howes. Hand pass to Tolstrom. Handball away to Steele. Here go the Demons again off the back flank. Goes back to Lever. Lever tumbles a kick out to halfback through the legs of Sharp. He's got to go back and retrieve it, and he's got Humphreys to deal with. Gee, that's almost a throw too as he rips it forward.
Paid it.
The umpire's insufficient intent. It's a free kick going Geelong's way anyhow, and Humphreys is going to get it left half forward.
No, we just saw the replay. It's
a proper throw.
A full-on throw.
Yeah.
So that inside 50 count is 14-10. This will be the 11th inside 50 for the Cats. But they trail on the scoreboard, and that's a waste of a kick from Humphreys.
Yeah, they're very different inside 50s as well, aren't they, Cal?
Yeah, he went long, and it was Cook marking last line of defence.
It feels like Melbourne is going to score from every one of theirs, whereas Geelong, it's a little bit, we're going to kick it up high, we're going to hope someone takes a grab.
Cook up towards Jefferson. Good spoil from behind by Jack Henry at ground level at Steele. He's been everywhere. And then the handball puts his teammate under the pump, Dangerfield, with a tackle. On Tolstrip, is it? Yes, on the bottom of that pack. So it'll be a ball up. 50 out from the Cats' goal. They trail it by 15 points. Early jump here to the D's. Gawn was held in the ruck against blitz halves. It'll be a free kick to Max Gawn. Sam de Koning the late out. Ollie Henry the late in.
And D's by 15. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, and that's a big rainbow drop punt from Max into the middle of the ground. Hand on it from Humphrey, spills to O'Sullivan, breaks the tackle, hurried kick forward of halfway, close, and Bowie in a tangle. It's not going to be paid for close. And chance for the D's to get a few numbers back. Middle of the G, kicks inside the forward 50 for Geelong, and Neil just easily breaks free of Cook and takes the mark right half forward. He'll kick from about 30 out. And Lucas Cook knows he's got a battle on his hands tonight. The 22-year-old in his second game.
So that's not a good matchup.
No, so Geelong loved that matchup. He's nearly had a couple of them, Neil, but he needed help there. Lever was in position. Lever could have flown. And
come over the top, exactly.
You've got to understand your teammates playing his second game. Smash the ball over the boundary line.
So Neil skips in, a chance for him to double up in the opening term. He does just that. Kicks truly and trims the deficit.
I don't know why they don't use McDonald. I mean, I just don't get. It's okay to throw kids in deep end, but you've got to also work out the deep end is how deep.
Yeah.
And this is this is one too far.
4-3-27 Melbourne. Geelong moved to 3 straight 18. 2 minutes to go in the opening term. D's by 9.
And he's giving away 6 centimetres in about.
Well, that's one of the reasons.
10 kilos.
Yeah. And that's the second reason. You're not allowed to talk weight, are we?
No.
No, but let's go. He's a lot stronger.
Yes.
Let's put it that way. But so that's where Shannon Neal's got to identify, clear it,
and Geelong.
You get me the ball. I've got this matchup. Yeah. But you're right. I think Melbourne need to then roll it over a little bit.
Well, put an experienced player there.
Neal's kicked 2 goals of their 3, and now he's in the ruck up against Gawn. Gawn straight in front of Sparrow, but he's got Bailey Smith to get rid of. No one wants to pick it up.
Strength by Sparrow.
Yeah, and he got the little toe poke away, but it went the Cats' way. Wiltshire's able to get it. Gives it to Bruin. He stabs the pass down to Dangerfield. Fumbled it. Bit of pressure from Howes from behind, and Dangerfield right near the boundary line. Thought he'd collected it. It almost bounced off those big muscles in that big chest and over the boundary line for a throw-in 55 around for the Cats.
That kick by Bruin is as good as you get.
All he had to do is put his hand on it.
Max grabs it out of the ruck. That's Gawn. got it away towards Steele. His hand pass and turnover. Blitz halves for Geelong. Handball back to Smith. Kicks inside 50. Ollie Henry flies for the footy. No mark. And a pack of 3 or 4. Ball hits the deck. Bowie scoops it up for Melbourne. Handball back to Langdon. Handball away to Howes. Surge kick up to the wing. Connor O'Sullivan leaping over the back. No mark. Falls down to Petty. Handball to Latrell. 3 bounces. 4 bounces down to the 50. Has a 5th. Latrell for the finish. Misses.
Oh, he had someone absolutely running around goal. Bad play.
It was a proper breakaway. Shut the gate. Goal that beckoned for him. And Latrell Pickett misses on the run. Melbourne by 10. 29 gone. Opening term.
The bloke he ignored has barbecued a few of his teammates.
Well, he has, but that he could have run a bit further, and 2, kicked the ball just over the top to a player running in the open goal. That's very selfish.
Now the Cats looking to go end to end, working around the Great Southern Stand. Ollie Henry was involved. The Bruin kick was low. Dangerfield's been paid the mark.
He's not judging the ball well, Dangerfield.
Wheels around, those big legs, those big thighs, go all the way for a goal.
Oh, there's a free kick though, Cal.
Oh, Dangerfield, it was a low kick. And
what's the free kick for?
Against Shannon Neal on Jake Lever, I think, Mick. Well, that's certainly what was paid. Didn't see much
I
there.
left on the edge of the square. That is not a free kick. It was a poking horn.
No, it's
Neal.
Neal.
It's Neal. A little shove in the back of Jake Lever. It's a little ticky touchwood.
So Dee's trying to clear the defensive arc. It's still in there for the moment. Bowie got a hand pass away to Howes, then to Cook. He dishes it off to Langdon. A surge kick up the wing, and Jack Henry is there to pick it off right on the bell. So that'll do us through one. A highly entertaining start. Melbourne 4-4-28. They lead Geelong 3 straight 18. It is a 10-point buffer for Melbourne. They have led all night so far, having kicked the first 2 goals in the opening 2 minutes. Geelong responded with the next 2 to tie the game before the Demons then have powered away to kick the last 2 goals, or 2 of the last 3. Kick the next 2 from that point. 4-4 to 3 straight. And Shannon Neal's just knocked through his second. So 2 for Neal, 1 for Jay Polkinghorn, and for the D's who are on top, 1 each for Tolstrup, Fritsch, Cozzy Pickett and Harrison Petty. Cozzy kicked the first of the night, for those of you keeping up with such things. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, just wanted to ask Lingy about Mitch Edwards, what sort of tank he has. He had 2 long stretches on the bench in the opening term. It took a while to get up off the pine, to be honest, when that siren sang at the end of the first quarter. I just wonder, they've already sent Neal and Blitzavs through the ruck against Gawn. How long can Edwards go against Gawn before he completely blows up? It already looks like he's starting to.
Yeah, it's a great question. He does have a good tank. Yes, he's a wonderful athlete, but it is even a different question again to say, can you have a good tank plus wrestle with arguably the greatest ruckman ever for an entire game? That wears you down, and then your aerobic capacity struggles and you can't get across the ground. He is in for a good sleep tonight, no matter what, Mitch Edwards. He will be exhausted at the end of this one.
Something else for us, Hodgie?
And you can see Zach Guthrie, he's still bothered. He's heading down to the rooms for the second time in 10 minutes. He copped a knock. It got him right on the jaw during that first turn. I think some teeth went through the gums, and they sent him down. And the club said that it definitely wasn't a HIA, it was for stitches. But he's clearly still bothered by it and has gone down to the rooms for a second time. So that's a watch for the Cats, where they're missing so many superstars already. They don't need Zach Guthrie down in the rooms or out of this game.
Off the SMS, because I can't whine about a jumper clash, Tolstrup just went to tap the badge, but there's no Melbourne Football Club badge on the jumper. When did that disappear? From Robin Greensborough. So he's basically celebrated by pulling the jumper, but no badge. So I think maybe Colton found that out in real time. Hate to say it, Mick, but Langdon's kicking is much improved. Go the D's.
Yeah, that was evident tonight.
From Georgie at the G.
Well, he missed by about, I'll give him 8 metres. Okay. He missed by.
Mick's still a holdout. G'day, guys. Phil, normally I would say, go the Demons against the Cats, but the D's are irritating me with a ladder. So go the Cats. So that would make sense, if depending on where your rooting interests lie. D's by 10 points. Back with the thoughts of Lingy and Mick in just a moment. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Okay, let's do it. The ABC Listen app now has a space just for kids and families. The only place for new episodes of Bluey Listen Along. Radio, podcasts and routines. I love it. Everything families need anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
50 stoppage for the D's. Gawn grabs it out of the ruck, tried to link up with Cozzy, got it to Van Rooyen, hand pass back inboard to Steele, hand pass to Cozzy. Cozzy kicks the first of the night. And the Ronaldo celebration to follow as the D's fans and the members yell shoo on the way through. Dempsey's got a break on Langford, takes the mark, now the inside 50 kick for Geelong. Dangerfield free centre half forward, collects on the bounce, pushes through the tackle, got it to close, over to Polkinghorne, goal. Geelong in business.
Sharp on the wing, got it in front of the members, has a bounce, wants to cut back through the corridor, has a second bounce, Cats can't catch him. Now he goes to Fridge at the top of the goal square, who marks? He's snuck in behind a couple of Cats defenders. It's as easy as you get for Fridge. Put it in the book.
Close, and Bowie in a tangle. It's not going to be paid for Close. Middle of the G. Kicks inside the forward 50 for Geelong. And Neil just easily breaks free of Cook and takes the mark right half forward. He'll kick from about 30 out. So Neil skips in. A chance for him to double up in the opening term. He does just that.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
The Dockers, by the way, they play the West Coast Eagles tonight. If you want to find a full call of that game, which is just underway, you can find it through the ABC Listen app. So just look out for the AFL and AFL Extra buttons. You can toggle between the two calls, either Derby 63 or us here at the MCG. We're a quarter in. Melbourne by 10 points. Cameron Lang, Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport.
Well, Mick, it felt like in that first quarter that the Demons were going to have a lead of well in excess of 10 points. They were playing some brilliant football and their ball use was just outstanding, and Geelong didn't really have an answer for it. They were able to win the contest pretty well. Jack Steele was probably the main one who was leading the way there, and I think at one stage it was plus 13. Ended up only plus 5, so later on in the quarter Geelong got it back a little bit. But on the back, when they did win the contest and they started changing the angles and pinging it around with their ball use, geez, they looked good.
Fantastically. The only downside, if I had to say, look, I think the Melbourne forward line is far more functional than what it has been the last 3 or 4 years. It's open, it gives players are prepared to come outside it, and there's a lot more space. And there's a lot more space because of speed. But at the end of the day, Melbourne have still had 30 more possessions, but no net gain inside front 50. But
as in total number of...
Total inside 50. Yeah. I think it's 15 each. Yep. But on the same token, Melbourne have scored 8 times out of 50.
Yeah.
And Geelong
only
scores 3.
Yeah.
So there's a relevance there. But what will happen, I understand that... Look, when you consider it, and I know that they're free kicks. I know they're free kicks, and the free kicks are free kick. But reality is there's been 2 paid to Melbourne when both goals, well, one was marked in the goal square and Paddy Dangerfield put one over the top. So I don't think the game is a great deal different in what I think Melbourne have to assert themselves on the scoreboard more than just by numbers on the ground.
Here we go into the second term. The ball up. Neither ruck got it. Bailey Smith picked it up, handballed it to Atkins, to Close. Close drives it inside 50, up towards Polkinghorne. Couldn't take the mark. Atkins hits it hard, the pack. His handball tried to go over the top to Neil, but Cook was there and he's caught.
Wow.
The umpire says it'll be a ball up.
Was it around the neck or it was holding the ball?
Well, a nervous moment for Lucas Cook in his second game. Tossed in the air. Gawn is there. Edwards tried to trap it. It bumbles around. Close. Oh, he's trapped it beautifully. One-handed, and then he's kicked it into the goalpost.
It's stiff. That was brilliant. Brilliant
Trap
play.
was brilliant. Pirouette, spins out of trouble, threw it on the boot, and it dribbled into the goalpost. First score of the second term. It's the D's by 9 points. And it's Bowie that brings it back into play. Kick up towards the wing.
Oh, Pickett's out here.
Sharp's there. Petty, unkind bounce. Couldn't trap it. In the end, he had to tackle O'Connor and tackle him to the turf. He did.
Yeah, and with O'Connor there, even if he was going to get caught holding the ball, you'd accept that because Latrell Pickett was gone if that ball squeezed out.
Blitzarves, first touch on it, spills over to Latrell Pickett. Got a hand pass going forward. Mullen collects and rolled over in the crocodile roll by Sparrow immediately. Umpire tosses it up. Gawn grabs it out of the ruck. Tried to feed a handball forward. Sparrow collects the loose footy, turns, kicks off his left down to half forward. Pack competes, including Petty. Offhand, spills to Laurie. Dees keep it. Handball to Tolstrup, back to Laurie. Laurie puts it out in front of Langford. Strong contested one-on-one mark, competing with Dempsey. And Harvey Langford, he's a long kick of the footy. Doesn't mind his prospects from out there. He's going to pass it now. And dropping inside 50, Lucas Cook, the second gamer, takes the mark.
Just snuck down nicely. Saw a little bit of an open forward 50 there, and the Cats were slow to adjust.
He made his debut, Corbin, here against the Bombers a couple of weeks ago and had the broken cheekbone, I think it was. So it's his second game. The only other time he's been to the MCG, he was the Crows mascot on Grand Final Day 2017, and he ran out with the Crows as a kid.
How about that as a backdrop? 6 quarters into his AFL journey, he's kicked one with a lot that's floated through from behind.
I tried to set that up beautifully, from a kid's mascot running out on Grand Final Day to kicking goals at the G.
You couldn't have done your part anymore.
Let us down.
Beautiful setup. 10-point lead for the D's, 2.5 minutes into the second.
So Cats with possession now. It's Bruin that hoiks it high. Big pack, big players. Dangerfield off hands, kicks it into space. Just tries to gain the territory. Langford's tackled by Polkinghorne, or rather Howes it was, my apologies, tackled.
It was good by Polkinghorne, so we were worried because he grabbed an arm, as you do, you don't want him to dispose of the ball, but then just before he hit the ground, just let go of it, just as he's about to go over the boundary line. You've seen the players adjust to that now, I think, better than ever.
Boundary throw in right in front of the interchange gates, and Smith teams up with Dangerfield. Smith the handball to Patrick. Patrick the kick down the line. Cook's there, dispossessed. Howes, happy to see it over with a handball going towards Bowie. Was that deliberate?
No, it was last touch.
Was it last touch?
Yeah, because it was a handball.
Right, okay. So Brad Close has got the free. He's 60-odd out. He's right up against the boundary. He's just going to put it into the hot spot. He's going to ask them to run and jump. Neil was the only one that did.
Yeah, they love that matchup.
Goodness me.
Yeah, Max Gawn was certainly edged out of it, but nonetheless, the man on him has to be under his shoulder. And right now, Cook's got...
Gawn is livid.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Anyone who got a 50-metre penalty against them for dissent all those years ago...
I know.
They'd be looking at that thinking, what on earth?
Threw his arms up and verbally abused. Sorry, Mitt. Here we go. Neil's lining up for his third in the matchup with Cook. Only 20 metres out, he pokes that through, and he's got 3. And it's back to a 4-point ball game. Cats claw their way back into it after an early opening by the D's. It's 4-5-29 to 4-1-25. Not even 5 gone in the second term.
Now, it was Grindmeyer's first on Gawn, and then Mitch Edwards pretty much blocked him out as well. So Max Gawn's certainly got a case to be argued, and allowed Shannon Neal to run and jump and take that almost uncontested mark in the end. But I didn't think you were allowed to just charge at an umpire and start yelling at them.
Not like that.
When the dissent rule came in. But who knows?
I think the fingers went up to the eyes, didn't they? As if to say, have a proper look. Threw his arms up, turned around and really verbally abused the umpire.
Not a spectacular look either, is it, for the game?
No.
I mean, we can, whatever we think of the dissent rule and the penalty attached to it.
Well, especially if some get away with it and some don't, Corbin. You can't have it.
Gordon grabs it out of the ruck. Long kick inside the forward 50. Humphreys camped underneath it. Spills the mark. Now he's under pressure. Almost coughed it up. Handball out to Bruin, who's tackled the ball up. Centre half forward now for the D's.
So the umpire, just getting back to that, the umpire sort of just called it straight away, and that's the end of it.
Absolutely.
Because I don't know if there was a free kick there anyway.
Gawn wins a hit out. Smith, though, gets the clearance up to the wing. Bouncing footy out in front of Dangerfield, who gets himself in front of Howes. Wins the ball, gives it to Dempsey, and he's away. He's got plenty of toe. Takes 2 bounces, gets to 70 out. Hurried on the kick inside 50. Slides past his intended target. And Bowie intercepts half or back pocket. Got it away to Lever, almost a throw. Zipped it out to Tolstrup. Tolstrup, he's lost it. Polkinghorne, clever, wins it back. Close. Handball away to Atkins, who goals. How about that? Geelong's in front for the first time tonight. And Jade Polkinghorne, who had to trap the footy and then got it out to Close, which led to the goal. In just his second game, he's got his fingerprints all over that, Major. 5-1-31 Geelong, Melbourne 4-5-29. The Cats by 2, first lead change of the night. Half a dozen minutes into the second term, Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, just an update on Zach Guthrie, back from the rooms. Interestingly, during that quarter-time break when he went down to the rooms for a second time, the AFL doctor was actually called to go down, which normally means they need a bit of advice down there. I just wonder whether he needs some dental work during the week. He might have some missing teeth after that earlier clash. But the good news, probably not for his dental bill coming, but the good news, he's back out on the field.
This is running true to last night's game. Adelaide dominating, and they're just slowly but surely, and Geelong is smart enough to work their way back in games like this.
Suddenly under siege, and they're winning it out of the centre. Dangerfield, Whitney handball up to Edwards, and the running ruckman bombed it long. No one could mark it at the top of the goal square. It was McDonald back there who fumbled it, and now a stoppage. Tolstrup in a little wrestle there with Graham Myers. Still got it locked inside 50 here, Geelong. All one-way traffic in this second term. Gone easily. Down to Howes. Wasn't a great kick. Puts his teammate under pressure in young Cross. And then the kick out of the defensive 50 up towards the wing. Petty played for a push in the back. Umpire wasn't falling for it. Jack Henry in a one-on-one is able to gather and go back to Guthrie, who goes sideways to O'Sullivan.
I'm glad you said that, Cal. I reckon Petty did put that on. Too much mayo on that. You hold your ground or you move.
O'Sullivan on the wing up towards Gawn. He had position A, but slapped down by Blitzarves, made a contest of it, and then Blitzarves, good second effort with a tackle on the D's player Howes. So a ball up. 55 out from the Cats goal.
Cats in front narrowly, first time tonight. Gawn pumped it down to Cozzy Pickett, and his hand pass picked off. Taken by Edwards, who's ragdolled in the tackle by Sparrow. Will have another stoppage.
And that move has been made. You've seen Tom McDonald go to Shannon Neal now.
Yeah, had to. Had to. Neal was thinking...
It's a quarter too late.
Yeah, get it into me.
Gawn wins the hit out. The ball sits up here, though, for Blitzarves of the Cats. Somehow got booted the ball, turns it over. Hand pass from Howes, over his head, found Cross against the boundary line, and Humphreys bangs bodies, takes him out of play. Boundary throw in between wing and half forward for Geelong.
What Geelong have done, they've closed the game up. Melbourne now haven't got the space. And the reason why Melbourne was so dominant earlier, they had massive space, didn't capitalise, 4-4, didn't capitalise, but now, and they don't mind a hard ball, Melbourne, but they can't move.
Dangerfield handballing to Atkins, but he's going nowhere. It has become a real slugfest now. Hard ball to win. Polkinghorne was able to gather it, and then he was tackled to the turf.
And to back up what Mick's saying, look at the bodies they've thrown around it. So Atkins, Warple, Dangerfield. Blitzarves in the ruck, Mullen. So they've gone what you'd call their heavy setup, their big, strong bodies around the ball.
Cozzy Pickett went for a fresh air. Mr. Atkins picked it up, but Langford's there. Good smother and gather, and then kicks down the line to a one-on-one. Van Rooyen it is with the double grabber.
Well done.
Outmarks O'Sullivan. He wheels around. He goes long. Fritsch is there in position A. Couldn't take the mark. He wins the free kick against Guthrie. Oh, it's another ticky touch with one, but it's going to be paid, and Fritsch will line up for his second.
That, you've got to be able to contest the football. Yes, his arm went across his chest, but it didn't hold him back. No. All rules are going to be the same around the ground. Can't be just in front of goal.
Bailey Fritsch, 22-9 coming in tonight. He's already kicked one, so he's got 23-9. He's only 25 metres out, 45-degree angle, and he hits the post. Goodness. So they've gone into their shells suddenly. This contest has really been flipped on its head at quarter time, and the Cats lead it by 1 after Melbourne led by 10 at the first change.
T's 1 goal, 6 last 7 scoring shots. As Geelong bring it out of defence, Bruins kick up to Guthrie. Hand pass back to Bruin. Got a handball down the wing for O'Sullivan. He feeds it to Mullen. Mullen's handball inside, turned over. Petty gives it to Cozzy Pickett. They're sweating on him straight away. Handball away to Tolstrup. Kicks wide for Harvey Langford, who marks and plays on. Sends it down to half forward. Ball slides past his intended target. Fritsch is there at half forward to collect. Tabs it into the pocket, and Laurie hugs it to his chest. Left forward pocket.
That's the way to just get the momentum back your way if you're Melbourne. So Geelong trying to get through, giving that extra handball, but Melbourne, they kept their nerve, they kept the pressure coming up, and eventually turned it over. And once they turned it over, they were on everywhere.
Laurie's going to hook it across the body and pops it through. Turns the lead around. Dee's back on top. And finally, one through the major opening. Now through a wayward few minutes either side of quarter time. Melbourne by 5 points, 5-6. Geelong 5-1. We're a dozen minutes now into the second term. This is Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
And Melbourne, just in the last minute, Nick, the contested ball has just crept up again into their favour. It was pretty even. Geelong with their nose in front a little bit to start this second term. Right. Now 19-15.
Yep.
So that's probably been the last 3 minutes of play. There's been a number of ground balls for the D's. Winning that, turning it into play like that where they get that good mark inside forward 50. That's their game. They must build it on that.
And tackles 8-14 this quarter. I don't know if they recorded them in the first quarter. 8-14, though, that's pretty significant.
Gawn wins it straight down to Cozzy. Good pressure from behind by Mullen. Dribbles though to Chandler from 50. He goes long and he's offline.
Gee, that was threatening out of the middle, Cal.
Oh, when he just bangs it 10 metres towards Cozzy and says, one-on-one, O'Shea, Mullen and Cozzy, good luck. D's by 6.
Humphreys brings it into Guthrie. Sounds like a gruesome night already for him. He's going to get a 50 here as Cross run in the protected zone. In the end, the advantage is taken by Stewart. He's on the run. Took 3 bounces down the southern wing. Kicks inside 50. Polkinghorn lands on his chest. The young man marks at right half forward.
Well, he's in the right spot. This is what I love about this kid. He's not intimidated by the occasion, the ground. He just gets in the right spots.
So, Mick, here at this contest, so Max Gawn was just momentarily taking the Shannon Neal matchup. So now McDonald's gone back to him. So they're the one he's worried about. They've identified.
Yep.
Neal's on fire. He's got the advantage whenever he plays on Cook. We're just going to shut him down and not let him get a run at the footy.
After 2 years in the VFL, got his debut last week. Jay Polkinghorn on the back of 2 goals, 3 on debut. He's kicked a rocket there. It's gone a long way, but he's missed everything. Out on the full. He's got his own connection in this game, Kel, with his childhood neighbour.
Yes, they grew up both. Cade Chandler on the opposition. Grew up on the Eyre Peninsula. Their farms were right next to each other, only 13 k's away in Curra, I believe it's called.
How's that? So regional South Australia?
Yeah, well, right near the border, close to the border of WA.
Oh, that side, Kel.
Yeah.
No, that far.
So grew up next to each other, and then next door neighbours in regional South Australia. Now they're here at the G on a Friday night. Amazing.
But that's like the moon.
Exactly.
That's how far it is.
Exactly. Talked about the definition of off the beaten track. And they were next door neighbours, and here they are. Chandler playing against him. All right, it's held up on the outer side, so it'll be a ball up in the air. We are 14 minutes into the second term. It is Melbourne by 6 points.
Maxi Gawn's just popped that one about 8 rows back.
And so it'll be a free kick to Bailey Smith.
He was just wrestled the Mark Blitzarves out of the ruck, and you can tell Gawny's just sensing this. He's like, I need to stamp my authority on this game. Threw it on the boot, but unfortunately for him, just went a bit wayward.
He hits up Ollie Henry. Fitzgerald running with Bailey Smith at the moment, in towards Gawn, and it's knuckled over by the Demons defenders. So the first quarter open, free-flowing. The D's in complete control. Probably should have led by more than 10 at the first change. And now they've clogged it up, the Cats. They've hit back inside 50. And it's the Cats' chance to score. Mullen picks it up, delivers beautifully to Close. Directly in front, 40 metres out. And he'll have a set shot at goal. In fact, it was Manor rather than Mullen.
It was, Cal, and it was a superb kick.
So clever.
He didn't have much room to work in. He had to turn his opponent around and then hit up Brad Close amongst a sea of Demons defenders. Great kick.
So Close directly in front. To draw it level halfway through the second term. He celebrates before the Sherrin even crosses the goal line. And then he turns, he doesn't even high-five or touch a teammate, he sprints to the bench. So at the 15-minute mark of the second term, we are all level. Melbourne led by as much as 14 in the first. Cats led by as much as 11 in the second. And we are all tied up. Although the crowd, we've got to say, is it feels a little muted. It's not a massive crowd. Probably around, how many would we say about here tonight?
No, I couldn't tell you. It seems like there's as many Geelong as there are Melbourne, put it that way.
40, is that too many?
Hodgie, what's the latest on the crowd down there? It feels very quiet.
Yeah, I mean, Lingy would know the Geelong supporters better than us. I'm not sure there were too many confident Cat supporters willing to travel up the highway to come tonight. So, yeah, the Demons were hoping for 48,000. It is well below that.
Gawn grabs it out of the ruck, then darts away with it. Long kick inside 50. Petty, the target, spills it. Bounces off his chest. Jack Henry just whacks it away for Geelong. Into the path of Bruin. He's got to move it hurriedly. Does so. And now Humphreys can't quite collect. Inadvertently soccers it out of play. Lasso free. It's going Melbourne's way. And Joel Fitzgerald, who's one of 12 mid-season picks to have made an impact already.
Nice.
Gives it to Fridge. That is a dart. Like a heat-guided missile onto the chest of Petty, who marks in the right forward pocket. Exactly where he wanted to kick it.
Yeah, he did. It's a difficult kick, though, this. Right footer, unless he's fair, he's going to go right foot.
You were praising Fritsch earlier, who spent time on the wing this year. He actually played in defence last week when Turner got hurt late in the game.
Yeah, well, that'd be new to him.
I was about to say, he's tried everything this year, Bailey Fritsch.
Well, he's improved. Yeah. There's no question about that.
Had a great year. Signed a new deal earlier this month. So here's Petty's effort right in front of the Melbourne race. Tough kick. Not for him.
Wow.
Straight through it goes. And Melbourne put their nose back in front. And what has been a seesawing second term. A second for Petty. 6-7 to 6-1. 18 minutes gone in the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. A one-goal lead for the Demons.
So here's a little chance for Mitch Edwards for Geelong to just get a bit of a reprieve. So Max Gawn's come to the bench. He took that last ball out of the centre clearance so easily. We were saying before, Mick, that Shannon Neal was feeling it with his matchup down the Cats' end of the ground. Max Gawn's thought to himself, I got this kid. And he's starting to completely take over the game. Now he needs his little rest, so it's Van Rooyen who goes up. Edwards needs to compete strongly here while Gawn's having a bit of time on the pine.
Yeah, well, Van Rooyen will jump, but his direction might be a little bit wayward because his first effort is going to be his jumping. There it is.
Yeah, he's out-jumped by Edwards there, and then Edwards toe pokes it, hacks it out of the air to centre half forward. Wiltshire couldn't control it. Manor overruns it. It bobbles around before Bowie controls it. Fitzgerald gave it back to Bowie. He wasn't looking. He loses his balance. Good effort in there by McDonald. And now it comes out towards Manor. Manor, his eyes light up. It's an open goal square. This will bounce through for a goal. What an opportunistic goal. It bobbled around at centre half forward before it flicked out to the side. And the small number 7 pounced and booted it from outside 50. Kept it low and it skidded through. And we're all tied up again. Geelong 7-1 43. Melbourne 6-7 43. 20 minutes gone in the second turn.
He's not only an opportunist, man. If he sees the goals and he can see 20 players in front of him, if he can see the goal square and it's free, it's a smart play.
He'll back his skill in, won't he?
He backs his skill. Not only backs his skill, he backs his depth of kicking. So there's no sin in that.
Mick, they needed to win a contest or two, Geelong across the half forward. So Grime Eyes hasn't touched the footy yet in this game. 0 disposals. Ollie Wiltshire, the other small high half forward, has only had the 2 disposals. So they've been really well held.
Ball square again, back in the middle. No clean takeaway in the end. Smith got a hand pass out but went straight to Fitzgerald. Melbourne with it. Handball to Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen long kick towards Petty and Jack Henry. Jack Henry spoils. The ball lands underneath Jefferson in all of that, who's locked up by Stewart, and the ball up. Half forward for the D's. Clear night, albeit a cold one. Temperature dropping to single digits during game time. Had some scattered showers, but they were before the start of play. From the ball up. Half forward for the D's. Picked off, though, by the Cats. Stewart, handball to Bruin. His hand pass out of play. Off hands and a boundary throw-in. Half forward for Melbourne. There was a late change coming in too, so Sam Baconi missed with illness and Ollie Henry took his place. And since we've started, the D's have played from in front most of the game, but a seesawing second term sees it all square.
Van Rooyen grabs it out of the ruck. Bailey Smith knocks it out of his hands. Plenty of players involved, piling on top. Van Rooyen handballs off to Laurie, centres the kick. This is Latrell Pickett still inside the square, sees the lead. It needed to be pinpoint to Chandler. Brilliant spoil from behind from O'Connor. Spills the way down here of Howes it was, who handballs off to Laurie, and Laurie on the outside of the boot, just a bit of a snap, flying shot. On the outside of the right boot, 20 metres out directly in front, misses to the left. Melbourne by 1.
Guthrie into Manor. Marks in the back pocket. He sat out the last quarter last week, linking in the game we did with that hamstring concern, but he's okay as he tests it out, goes on a jog, sells a dummy to Cross, and then kicks to half-back for O'Connor.
It's amazing that same game, Corbs. Brian Myers with about 25 touches and 3 goals was, I think, got the 2 votes for the night. Has not touched it.
Amazing. Possessionless in the opening quarter, and now the first 21.5 minutes of the second term, still hasn't seen it. Oh, that's a dangerous kick. Bruin trying to link up with Clark off the back flank. Clark does well. Got it to Guthrie. Drilled in the tackle by Jefferson, but it's high. And Guthrie with a bailout free kick, back edge of the centre square. 1 point lead for Melbourne. Short kick to Manor, middle of the ground. Manor chips it down to half forward. Here he is right on cue. Myers with his first possession of the night. Swings it out to right half forward for Jack Henry. 55 metres out, lays it up, top of the goal square, whistle. Ball hits the deck, comes down Geelong's way. Ollie Wiltshire hooks it through for a goal.
There was immediate reaction, though, Corbs, of a touch here. This will be reviewed.
And the Cats are back in front on the back of that major. Wiltshire celebrates it.
Tom McDonald's convinced it's touched his upper arm.
Yeah, and even Wiltshire's face, I reckon he's thinking this is coming back.
Okay, 22.5 minutes gone in the second. If the goal stands, it's a 5-point lead for Geelong. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Meanwhile, over in Perth, it's quarter time in the Derby, and it's a 1-point lead for West Coast. So the Eagles lead the Dockers there by a point at quarter time.
I don't reckon put this one in your book, Corb, so you don't have to bring the white out back out. I reckon this will be recalled.
He went straight away, didn't he, Tom McDonald? Pointing to his hands. Signalling touch as the goal umpire does.
Yeah, umpire's stopped here. He's not going to ball it up. I'd be shocked if this is not.
Yep. There we go. So the flags are crossed. And this is touched. Good pick-up, Lingy. Right on the spot. So no goal for Ollie Wiltshire. It still counts as a behind, of course, which means the game is tied again. Third different occasion this quarter that we've had scores level. So it is Melbourne who are going to lead the game. It's Melbourne who are 6-8-44. They were leading the game. Obviously, the behind means Geelong progressed to be 7-2-44. And we're all square, Kel. 24 minutes gone in the second term, 44 points apiece.
6 to the D's and 7 to the Cats. It's very 6-7 for that new generation, although my daughter tells me now that that's very for the old people to say.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say that.
No, you can't. Uncool. It was a good mark taken by Guthrie in the centre of the ground as the Demons were going forward. So he's kicked it into the bullseye where Warple takes it in front of Cozzy Pickett. He flares it wide to Bruin. And now by himself is Clark, marking at half forward. They're pushing and they're probing here, the Cats. He keeps it low on the bounce. It goes the way of O'Connor. On the left, it was an awkward-looking kick and it falls short, and McDonald takes the mark in front of Blitzarves. He's got the runner Bowie looping round behind him. He gives it, accepts the handball, and then he kicks out wide, but he's given it straight to the opposition. And O'Sullivan it is, that then quickly goes inside 50. Latrell Pickett does well, hustling. Wiltshire handballs back to Atkins. It comes back here to O'Sullivan. His second kick inside 50 is a high one towards Neil. Umpire's blown his whistle and it's a free kick going to Neil against McDonald.
Yeah,
one-on-one contest.
Yeah, big lock of his arm, wasn't it?
Yeah, got his arm.
Tom McDonald's trying to argue, well, he was trying to fend me off with that one arm, which is good forward craft. That's what they're taught to do. But if you lock that arm away, the umpire's going to use that as a cue. They are looking for any excuse to pay them tonight, Mick, up in that forward line.
23-year-old has been a huge presence up forward. His career high is 5 goals. He's lining up for his 4th before half-time. Directly in front and he's on. Goal number 4 for Neil, and the Cats are in front now by 6 points. And a real arm wrestle unfolding here at the MCG. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. 8-2-50. Accuracy important. Melbourne 6-8-44. A 6-point lead with 5 minutes to play before half-time.
Nick, I had to chuckle a little bit just before in the build-up to that free kick to Shannon Neal. Connor O'Sullivan got the ball here and it was play on. And for a moment there, I reckon he thought, I'm going to take on this guy and step in because he kind of had him committed. And then he looked and he saw not one picket, but 2 pickets and thought, I'm just kicking the hell out of this ball.
That's exactly right.
I don't want any
and they got
piece
to
of
him
it.
quick, didn't they? Interestingly enough, Melbourne, the first quarter, 113 to 84. This quarter, Geelong, nearly 20 possessions in front. And that's the difference.
Gawn hooks it down behind. Cozzy Pickett. Hand pass away to Sparrow. Kicks to half forward. Oh, Stewart back with the flight. Trademark, courageous mark.
Great mark.
And Tom Stewart, the 5-time All-Australian, swings it wide to Connor O'Sullivan, who's getting more licence and more freedom down back. Long kick up to half forward. Gawn tries to kill it. Can't. Kept alive by Close. Handball to Dangerfield. Hand pass forward to Polkinghorn. Polkinghorn settles on the run. Behind. Wrong side of the post from the left forward pocket. Geelong by 7 points. It's their biggest lead tonight. 3 different lead changes in the second term. A 7-point lead for the Cats.
Just watching Dangerfield, I reckon
You reckon he's done something?
Well, it just looks like it's his adductor.
Strong mark.
Really holding his groin adductor area.
Rivers got the kick in a one-on-one. It was a wonderful mark by Cross, and they're still going now through Langdon. Oh, his kick's been smothered by Stewart, who's going to keep it in play. Collect the Sharon, send it back inboard. Target was Manor, went over his head. D's with the numbers. McDonald fires it out to Jack Steele, who kicks down the line, and Sharp couldn't take the mark. It was brilliant pressure from behind by Jack Henry. Now here's a chance for Bailey Smith, racking up the possessions. Drew the defender, handballed over the top to Manor, who's getting involved, and look at that from maybe goal assist. Great vision, hits up Blitzarves inside 50, and now he'll have a set shot from just inside the arc on a 45-ish degree angle. Quick update, Hodgie downstairs.
You can see down in the goal square, the physio has finally been able to get out to Patrick Dangerfield. He could see what Mick Malthouse could see. They've had a very brief discussion. I wouldn't be surprised if Dangerfield comes to the bench after this kick.
They've just slaughtered them, really, Geelong this quarter. Melbourne have slaughtered the ball, and Geelong have capitalised.
So to get it out to a 13-point lead, Blitzarve sends it on its way and hangs that one out to the right. 4 minutes in the midfield tonight for Blitzarves with Sam de Koning. A late withdrawal because of illness. Ollie Henry comes in for him, and it's the Cats by 8 points after the D's led by 10 at quarter time.
Blitzarves now 1 goal, 5 for the year.
Has never been a strong suit of his, unfortunately. Does a lot very, very well, Mark Blitzarves. Not that part of the game.
Oh, Lever kicks it into man on the mark, trying to come out of the defensive 50. Manor wins it for Geelong. Hand pass down to the 50. Picked up by Ollie Henry. Is his pocket picked? Nice work from Rivers. Won it back from Melbourne in the tackle. Got it out somehow. To House, to Langdon, to Sharp, all by hand. Hurried hand pass meant for Fritsch. Look at the white jumpers just swarm. Atkins wins it, kicks wide, and finds Ollie Wiltshire against the boundary line.
And that's what's happening too, Corby. They're just taking it off them.
Wiltshire back inside the forward 50. Ollie Henry, clean leap at it. Ball spills down to Close. A free kick for a Sharp. It's coming back to the Cats. And they're going to get a shot at goal. And Tom Stewart, meanwhile, is with the trainers out on that southern wing, the number 1 rated player on the ground.
I think Ollie Henry can count himself very fortunate to get the free kick there. He didn't really want a piece of that mark.
He didn't, but Melbourne have panicked though.
Yeah,
they're really panicking around that tall play. That's why Gawn is spending so much time back there to help out.
West Coast, the first goal of the second term, lead the Dockers by 7 in the Derby.
I think Stewart's hurt himself as well.
Yeah, so Danger's coming off, and so too Stewart.
And Ollie Henry goals. So the Cats pull further in front. And what a turnaround in this game. After Melbourne kicked 4 of the first 6 goals and played from in front the entire first term, it's been Geelong's game after quarter time. Half-hour mark, second quarter, 9-4-58 Geelong. They lead Melbourne 6-8-44. It's a 14-point lead for Geelong. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Yeah, so Tom Stewart, it's a left shoulder. It's a left shoulder that's already heavily strapped. He was coming to the bench but has now gone back onto the ground. Dangerfield is the other one. So he's been speaking to both doctors, and now, as we speak, he is heading down to the rooms. It looked like a groin.
Yeah.
So he's clearly uncomfortable. We spoke earlier in the first term. I reckon he's had a troublesome calf for the last couple of years. It was heavily strapped. He had a lot of work on it. He was sore with that. So, yeah, but this looks like a fresh injury from that incident in the half-forward flank a few moments ago.
Oh, that's that rule. That is the most... Well, it's the second worst rule in history.
Yeah, so the last 3 goals have gone to the Cats, and it was a ball up, and Max Gawn's jumped over the centre line.
Oh, my God.
So free kick to Edwards, and he rockets it almost towards the top of the goal square where Blitzarves is there. He's tackled, was just tossed aside like a rag doll. And a ball up. 25 out from the Cats' goal. It was a Gawn knuckle, went about 10-15 metres, still inside 50 here for the Cats. Picked up by Wiltshire. Handballed it straight to Bowie of the opposition. Gawn's involved, all by hands to Fitzgerald and now Chandler. And out wide, Langford marks. Got it at half-back. Kicked the last 3, the Cats. Sets up for Pickett. Latrell it was. He flew. Couldn't take it, but there waiting was Fritsch. He handballs to Gawn, who handballs wider still to Petty, who can handball now to Latrell. He's running in the pocket. He cuts back inboard. He didn't want to have the all-or-nothing shot from the boundary, and then Van Rooyen drops it cold, and they've made a meal of that, the Demons. Cats are going to torch them on the turnover here. Myers is involved, gets the kick up towards Edwards, tries to get the handball back as he wheels round behind him, but he can't. Edwards goes long down the line, packs there, Polkinghorne with the arms up behind, couldn't take it. McDonald, it was a risky handball under pressure. Fitzgerald, it's been picked off here by O'Connor, and he storms through, explodes, and he's able to hit up Clark on the chest directly in front. He's going to have a set shot. Wiltshire it is. Wiltshire will have a set shot directly in front after the half-time siren to make it a 20-point lead at the main change. The biggest lead of the night. After Melbourne led by 10 at quarter time.
Melbourne were desperate for that siren to go because they were all at sea. This is going to hurt if you can nail it.
They've got all the momentum. This would be a savage blow to the D's. They led by 10 at quarter time. It's deflating. Wiltshire slams it through. And all his teammates go and gather and celebrate. And the shoulders of the Demons slump because it's now a 20-point lead to the Cats. 10-4-64, Melbourne 6-8-44. 4 to Shannon Neal, singles to Polkinghorne, Atkins, Manor and Wiltshire. And for the D's, Petty with 2, Cozzy Pickett, Tolstrup, Fritsch and Laurie. They've well and truly turned this contest on its head with a massive momentum swing, similar to what we saw on Thursday night footy last night, Corbin, between the Crows and the Pies.
They led by 16 points, Melbourne, time on in that opening quarter. So when you put it into that context, a 6-goal turnaround in this game. So 16 down to 20 up Geelong at the half. 10-4, they lead Melbourne 6-8. Melbourne, by the way, they were 3 goals straight to start the night and 4 goals 2. So you think about it from that point on, they've kicked 2 goals 6 from their last 8 scoring shots, the Demons, and now find themselves playing catch-up at the half, and their undefeated record here at the MCG, or streak, whatever you want to call it, in 2026 is in jeopardy at the half. They're 20 points down against an undermanned Geelong team. Meanwhile, over in Perth, the Eagles by a point, as they were at quarter time, so 1 goal each early in the second term. There was a call available of that game being streamed through ABC Listen. We've got an update coming up too from the Commonwealth Games, where it is the first day of competition, so we'll get to that in a few moments, but some brief thoughts from Cameron Lang and Mick Moldhouse before then, and the latest from the ABC newsroom. 20-point lead for your Cats, Lingy, at the half.
Mick, for a moment in time in that first quarter, we quickly talked some numbers, some stats, and Melbourne it was almost plus 20 in uncontested marks to that point, and we were raving, rightly so, about the Melbourne ball movement, slicing, dicing, just constant movement, really dynamic. That quarter, Mick, if we just want to look at the uncontested marks, Geelong 26 to only 10 to Melbourne, so they never ever got control back of that football and were able to get that dynamic
at
ball
any
moving.
Stage. Geelong just they dug the trench and they said, this is where you're going to play it. In close, hard football. You have to earn your marks, you have to earn your kicks, and you're not going to have a great space to run it. And that's the mark of a very, very good football side that can flip what looked like being their I guess in many respects they were going to get smashed in this open ground. Well, we're not going to go with them out there. What we're going to do, we're going to bring the ball back into here and you get to play our game. Now, this is the test for Stephen King and his team to go, righto, well, we can get back in the game if we play our game, but Geelong are going to keep putting the trench there. We have to meet them halfway. They're a contested side. Yeah. So, but it's no use going all the way because Geelong has got too many heavy players, big players, good players, and they'll kick goals. So somewhere in the middle, there's got to be a middle ground where we can still match that, but still get the ball out. Because when they got the ball out, there should have been a goal kick that's up to the end. There was someone hand passed into the head of a Geelong player and away it went. And that last goal come because of that.
Well, Melbourne still had 6 shots at goal, 2 goals for, and then the one you're describing, they didn't even get a shot at goal, so that should have been another one. So perhaps they could have had 7 shots at goal. You talk about, so Patrick Dangerfield's in a little bit of doubt. You picked it up really early. Tim Hodges has been all over it, so just worry about that adductor, groin sort of area. So that's one big body. He's nowhere near the old Dangerfield. He can't play midfield for entire games, but he's still a big body they could throw in there for a couple of minutes. Max Gawn is probably the one matchup out there for Melbourne who's saying, I can dominate this game. I can completely take over, and he's doing that. Tom Sparrow, we know he's hard and tough in the contest. He needs to probably jump and go, I'm going to take on Warple and Atkins and maybe it's Dangerfield and say, you know what, we're not just going to get smashed around that contest work there. And then once we do win the ball, we have to have a little bit more composure and be able to find some control of the footy and find some of that dynamic ball movement. Because you're right, Mick, in the end, Geelong had the dynamic ball movement in that quarter, and they looked like every time they went inside forward 50, they were going to score.
But I'll flip this one to you, Lingy, being your midfielder. We raved about, and I still reckon he's a very good bloke and a good player, not a great player, Jack Steele.
Yes.
13.
Yes, had a monster first quarter.
3.
Yep.
And you know what? The game, this Geelong game suits him. But even by coming into the trenches, he couldn't get his hands on the football to give maybe the Picketts and these sort of players the opportunity to get the ball, because there's no one in Melbourne at the moment that is able to extract the football and get the ball outside. And Geelong, the bigger bodies, they keep it inside until they want to release it, and then they're making Melbourne chase.
And the one player, and sometimes he's the unsung hero of the Geelong midfield when it's normally filled with Bailey Smith or Max Holmes. Tom Atkins, 16 disposals to half-time. He's had 4 clearances, 9 contested possessions, but he's also had 5 score involvements and kicked a goal himself. So we don't often rave about him, but he's had a massive first half.
That's such a great call out. I find Tom Atkins, and particularly as a broadcaster, he does a lot of the in and under work that often we miss as a caller. But that was noticeable in that quarter. He thought, how well is this guy playing?
Yeah.
It's excellent. More from Mick and Lingy coming up. We're going to get that Commonwealth Games update in just a moment. Geelong by 20 points at half-time. They've kicked the last 4 goals in the game after Melbourne led by as many as 16 in the opening quarter. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Second half only moments away. But first, the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Melanie Scott. The European Union says US allegations of shortcomings in the bloc's forced labour controls are untrue. A 12.5% tariff on goods from 60 trading partners, including Australia, is being imposed by the Trump administration over allegations of lax enforcement of forced labour bans. The bloc says it honoured commitments under a transatlantic trade agreement reached last year and will seek to ensure the US fully complies with its own commitments. EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaya Kallas says the new tariffs come as a shock.
If you compare our labor laws to the ones of United States, I mean, people have paid vacations, we have very good conditions, labor conditions for our employees, so it's not really grounded.
The European Central Bank president is warning of higher inflation as the price of oil surges past $100 a barrel. Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi fighters claim to have attacked shipping in the Red Sea in violation of a maritime blockade. Christine Lagarde has warned of an intensifying energy shock, but reassures that interest rates would remain steady amid swings in oil prices.
We remain well positioned to navigate the uncertainty caused by the conflict. We will follow a data-dependent and meeting-by-meeting approach to determining the appropriate monetary policy stance.
Federal police have released the description of an alleged child abuse victim of a former Sydney daycare worker in a bid to identify him. Rhiannon Solomon-Marin reports.
The boy is pictured in Bluey-branded underwear and appears to have a distinctive mole or freckle on his body. Police say the image was taken sometime between March 2020 and July 2025 and was found on a device seized while they were investigating childcare worker Hamish Tate. Mr Tate is currently in custody, accused of more than 300 offences allegedly committed against more than 130 children. The AFP has been releasing images and descriptions of children's clothing as they continue trying to track down alleged victims.
Police have also renewed their appeal for anyone who recognises a two-tone T-shirt pictured on a child at a Putney daycare centre in Sydney's northwest in 2018 to come forward. More than 18,000 calls for help have been made to the Kids Helpline in New South Wales so far this year. The Kids Helpline says the number of calls nationwide have reached nearly 60,000 in the same period. Tracy Adams, who is the CEO of Helpline's operator Your Town, says around 26% more crisis interventions have been made compared to the same time last year.
We know that the whole cost of living environment is impacting young people, and we're seeing concern for their families also have an impact. So for our young people, they are generally worried about their future, and our youth services need to be well prepared.
A 43-year-old man has been charged with multiple offences after allegedly threatening police with a chainsaw and ramming several vehicles in Melbourne's southeast. Danushi Dias reports.
Police allege the man crashed into a parked car in Malvern East last Saturday afternoon, then took the registration plates off his vehicle before driving erratically around the neighbourhood. He then allegedly rammed two vehicles. One of them had a 12-year-old boy inside. Police say he also chased a woman and a child and threatened a 40-year-old man, forcing them to flee. When police arrived, the accused was allegedly armed with a chainsaw and threatened officers before barricading himself inside his home. He was later arrested and charged. The 43-year-old has been released on bail until he faces court in September, charged with a string of offences, including conduct endangering life.
Medical experts are urging people taking Ozempic-style drugs to watch for changes to their vision. The Therapeutic Goods Administration has issued a safety warning for GLP-1 medicines, which include Ozempic, used to treat type 2 diabetes and obesity. It says the drugs have been linked to a rare eye disorder which can cause permanent vision loss. Optometrist and researcher Dr. Flora Hughes says the condition affects blood flow to the optic nerve.
GLP-1 agonist drugs have been transformative for a lot of people around the world for diabetes and weight loss. But what happens in Nion is you actually have a temporary disruption to blood flow, specifically to the optic nerve at the back of the eye. The optic nerve is really important for clear vision, so without it, it can cause permanent vision loss.
You're up to date with the latest from ABC News. More news is available anytime on ABC Listen.
Some invitations are just too good to refuse, like conversations in the kitchen with our most prominent politicians. Surprises are plenty.
New Kitchen Cabinet with Annabelle Craft, streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Bowie intercepts, back pocket, got it away to leave, almost a throw, zipped it out to Tolstrup, he's lost it, Polkinghorn, clever, wins it back, close, Campbell away to Adkins, who goals? How about that, Geelong's in front.
Bowie controls it, Fitzgerald gave it back to Bowie, he wasn't looking, he loses his balance, good effort in there by McDonald, and now it comes out towards Manor, His eyes light up. It's an open goal square. This will bounce through for a goal. Wiltshire handballs back to Atkins. It comes back here to O'Sullivan. His second kick inside 50 is a high one towards Neil. Umpire's blown his whistle and it's a free kick going to Neil against McDonald. Career highs 5 goals. He's lining up for his 4th before half-time. Directly in front and he's on.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
From Des in Ascot Vale off the SMS. Great work. Keep it going. I'm officially in heaven. I've been able to sync up the TV broadcast with a great ABC call. It doesn't get any better than this on a Friday night. Appreciate that, Des, and all your contributions. 0437 774 774. As you heard there in the highlights, the Cats taking over this game. They kicked 4 goals to zip time on in that second quarter, and as a result, with the last 4 in the game, they lead by 20 points, which is a game-high margin. It's Geelong who are on top. 10-4-64. They lead Melbourne 6-8-44. Meanwhile, over in Perth, the Fremantle Dockers, the Eagles are taking it up to them. This is a game where the Dockers are the home team, Derby number 63, or the nominal home team, so their fans are in the crowd. And Fremantle are now in front, having trailed at quarter time, so the Dockers lead it by a goal. So 6-point lead at the moment for Freo, 4-8 over the West Coast Eagles, 4-2 with 7 minutes to play in the second term. We've got our Commonwealth Games update. Zane Bojack standing by. Now, Commonwealth Games headquarters. Day 1 of competition, Zane. It all begins. First of 10 days of competition for our Team Australia.
Absolutely, Corby. 14 gold medals up for grabs today. Overcast conditions and a balmy 17 degrees, as you would expect over in Scotland. And look, I know you love your basketball. 3x3 action at the Scottish event campus. Australia opened the men's campaign, defeating New Zealand 21-15 in the opening pool clash. It's first to 21, or the highest score after 10 minutes. But Perth's Jonah Antonio found nothing but net outside the arc, secured the victory with 3 minutes left as the Aussie men aimed to turn Birmingham silver into Glasgow gold. They're next on court just after 2 o'clock in the morning against Nigeria. Our women Kangaroos, now that's an Indigenous nickname for a kangaroo and the team's nickname as well. They saw the Aussies battle Kenya as they seek to turn Birmingham bronze into Glasgow gold. They were ruthless. They defeated Kenya 21-5 with more than 4 minutes left. In the lawn bowls, we've got a men's singles champion called Aaron Wilson. He's chasing a 3rd consecutive Commonwealth Games gold medal. He's nicknamed Disco, and he is dancing because he's playing on an indoor carpet for the first time at this Scottish event campus. He scored a comfortable 2-0 victory over his Namibian opponent, Waylon Wenzel, and is undefeated after 2 matches after winning on day 0. Yesterday, women's pair Dawn Heyman and Kelsey Cottrell were also in action. They defeated Zambia. Today, they're in trouble, Corby. They lost the first set to their Guernsey opponents 10-1. They're now 2-0 behind in the second. At the Tollcross International Swimming Centre, where so many Aussie eyes are, the first Aussie in the pool was 20-year-old Queenslander Amelia Webber, who finished second to New Zealander and world number 4 Erica Fairweather in the 400-metre freestyle. In the next heat, Lani Pallister finished just in front of fellow Aussie Jenna Forrester, but slightly slower than Fairweather. There's no semi-finals. The top 8 going straight into the final at 4:07. The Aussies easily qualifying in 2nd, 3rd and 4th respectively. We've won this event 14 times, and one of the hot favourites, Lani Pallister, chatted to Channel 7's Annabelle Williams alongside teammate Jenna Forrester.
Yeah, it was good. I think I just wanted to get in and blow one out of the way a little bit. The pool's incredible. It's so bright and there's so many people here, so it'll be an exciting final tonight with the girls.
It's certainly an amazing atmosphere in here for heat sessions. Jenna, I mean, having the 3 of you, you're all training partners and friends. Are you that way until you stand behind the blocks and then you're the fiercest rivals, or is it comforting having your teammates?
Yeah, I feel like it's actually really comforting. Before we walked out, Lani was like, oh, I can actually hold your hand if you want. So no, we're all really good friends, and it's just amazing to stand up behind the blocks and we just know that we've all got each other's backs.
Lani Pallister and also Jenna Forrester, care of Channel 7. Now, Forrester backed up to swim the 200-metre backstroke straight after. She won her heat, qualified alongside WA's Iona Anderson. 23-year-old Queenslander Hannah Fredericks was the surprise. She qualified fastest in 2 minutes 9.8. It's an open race because Kaylee McEwen, who's the Olympic champ, she withdrew before the Games with glandular fever. In the men's 200 metres individual medley, 21-year-old Victorian Will Petrick has qualified fastest in his Games debut. Fellow Aussie Brendan Smith will also swim Swim for gold. In the women's 100-metre freestyle S13, Jenna Jones was the fastest qualifier. 14-year-old Mia Hogan was fourth, and Birmingham bronze medalist Kiralee Hayes was sixth. In the men's 50-metre backstroke, Queenslander Isaac Cooper and Victoria's Henry Allen qualified for the semis and sixth and seventh fastest. And our star-studded 4x100-metre freestyle relay team, they're about half an hour away, Corby. They'll be hitting the pool, including Meg Harris, Molly O'Callaghan, looking to defend the event. They haven't lost at international level since 2014, and the men will be anchored by Kyle Chalmers, looking to replicate their success in Singapore at last year's World Championships. It's been a good day. You're ready for the Aussies. Back to you at the G.
Thanks, Zane. Appreciate all of that. Can't wait for what is going to be a fascinating 10 days in front of us. I saw the Gina Reinhardt story too, that there's bonuses for medal winners across the meet at the Commonwealth Games. $20,000 for a gold medal, $15,000 for a silver, $10,000 for a bronze, and $30,000 if you break a world record as part of that meet as well. So some big dollars on offer for our swim team if they're able to collect a bunch of those medals. And as Zane said, the first of them up for grabs in early hours tomorrow morning. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, the legendary Cat in Cameron Ling, and the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse. The Dockers have it out by 12 points, by the way, over the West Coast Eagles with about 3 minutes to go before the half there. We will get you there for the concluding stages of Derby 63. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Well, we just heard from the Cats officially, so you can watch Patrick Dangerfield, who's out there speaking with the physio after running out with the team. He's with Sean Higgins as well. So the club is monitoring what they're saying is a hip and a groin after the slip on the half-forward flank just late in that second term. They're going to give him a few minutes to try and see how it looks, and whether they persist with it, we'll find out together in the next few minutes. So this is a live story of how long that they actually persist and keep Patrick Dangerfield, their captain, out there, who is clearly struggling. That groin is not right. He's also got the hip complaint as well. So that's going to be a big watch in this second half for, I guess, Geelong's biggest star now that Jeremy Cameron and Max Holmes are already out of this team.
A couple for you, Mick and Lingy. Off the SMS, Dom in Faulkner says, does Stephen King need to move Harrison Petty back to defence to help out?
Well, you've got to kick goals. It's 20 points now. That's come at a rush. So it's looking very much like last night. The only difference is that Melbourne, you'd think, have got a bit more fight, but they're still going to kick goals, though, Corby. So
yep.
I'd be reluctant.
And what about this for a comparison, Lingy? Michael from South Australia, not a big Geelong fan, but that number 7 reminds me of a player I remember as a tough centreman in Paul Couch.
Oh, yes.
The comparison.
One of the very best.
Sean Manor.
Very similar.
Different foot kicking, but certainly know how to find the ball.
Last 4 goals went the way of the Cats, and they lead it by 20 points. We're underway in the second half. Pickett was shoved off in the centre. Steele takes on a few and gets a handball away. It went to Laurie. His kicks ricocheted back to Bruin. Handballs over his head was clever. Heard the voice of Bailey Smith. He gets a kick away and a big leap from behind. It was a spoil from blitz halves on Howes. Going to ground was McDonald. A shove in there, and it'll be a free kick against Rivers, it is rather. Against Rivers, and Close will take it. So he's got it at half forward. They're kicking the Cats to the city end in this third term. He bangs it into the pocket up towards where Gawn was, waiting at the back. Tolstrup, Chandler, got crunched, got rid of it just in time. Bowie, and then Jack Steele, who kicks it out into space on the wing. Foot race. Stewart gets there. The give and go. He uses Clark, and then he gets it back and he delivers beautifully to Manor on the end of a long lead. Too far out to score. He steps back inside Tolstrup, then he delivers beautifully to Neil. Oh, wow. What a manoeuvre by Sean Manor. And Neil's going to line up for his 5th goal of the night. He's got that match up against Tom McDonald.
Yeah, they had the ground set really well, Geelong. So Tom Stewart was the first back to that one, covered it quite comfortably, hit up Manor. And just a bit of creative brilliance from Sean Manor. The fake, and that allowed a leading lane to open up for Shannon Neal. Nice pass, and his set shot goal kicking has been superb so far.
This is his 5th kick.
Yes, for his 5th goal, and it's just missing. Just faded to the right late. So 4-1 for the evening for Manor, rather for Neil. And his PB is 5.
He's done that 3 times. Season best also 5 back in round 1 against the Dockers. There's a free kick for Jai Clark, who was ripped down in the marking contest.
Neil v Pickett was the second was the matchup then.
And Clark dabs it back inside 50 again. Neil the intended target. Why wouldn't he be? And Rivers jumps in front of him and takes the intercept mark.
He should have actually, Neil, accepted just a long one to him v Pickett. He said he went to search for a different opponent.
Oh, Rivers dangerous kick to the wing. Somehow got it through to Langdon. Handball away to Sharp. Short kick finds Van Rooyen. Dragged down in the marking contest and a free kick. Bronx cheer from the Melbourne fans. A hand pass towards the boundary line to the runner, Ed Langdon. Goes long inside 50. Petty gets a leap at it. No mark. Signs to his hand. Guthrie cleans it up. Handball to Smith. And Smith a hurried kick to the wing for Shannon Neal. Spills it. Has to regather. Does so. Got it back to O'Sullivan.
O'Sullivan gives it to Atkins. Gives it to Bailey Smith, who ran into Jack Steele and still got him. It was a show of strength between Bailey Smith and Jack Steele. And Jack Steele just a little more muscly. He wins the free kick for holding.
It had to be Steele, otherwise the tackle was going to get broken.
Tolstrup's kick's gone straight to Blitzhalves. He was trying to get it over Blitz's head to Laurie, but he couldn't get it. So Blitzhalves short kick to Bruin, who gives it off to the run of Smith. Started well in this third term, Bailey Smith, although that kick is astray and goes straight down the throat of Lever. Opportunity goes missing for the Cats. It was the D's that started really well in this first quarter, got the first 2. And then it was the Cats that hit back with the first 2 in the second. Who's going to start well in this third term? It's the Cats building through handballs, spilling an absolute sitter there was Wiltshire, gave it back to Close. His kick was smothered. Clark gives it to Wiltshire, back to Clark, over the head of Close. They're fumbling because of the pressure. Tolstrup on the hands and knees, fires it out to Sparrow, to Tom McDonald, throws it on the boot, goes straight down the centre of the ground. Petty was the target, but he was one out with 2 defenders, and it was Jack Henry that gets it wide. Off to Guthrie, off to the runner, Bailey Smith again.
Smith long inside the forward pocket. Polkinghorn the target. Lever kills it. Punches it out of play, boundary throwing.
Well, Geelong have got two players behind the ball. Their pressure on their forward line is immense when Melbourne's second or third possession is rushed and it just keeps coming back.
It's the third quarter, though, of bad kicking inside the forward 50 from both teams.
Both sides, but I think it's more...
Ruckshire down, spills to Brian Myers, who hooks it over his head, goalward, but misses near side of behind. One more for the Cats. They lead by 22, so their game-high lead keeps growing 5 minutes into the third. Meanwhile, it's half-time in the Derby, and it's Fremantle who lead it by 5 points or 5 behinds. It's 5-10 to 5-2, an 8-point lead for Fremantle at the half.
Bowie brings it back into play on the city end. He gets it to Howes, and then he gets it back, and he gives it to Rivers, still in the D50. Rivers is going to kick sideways, try and release some run here. McDonald had to get on his bike and did well. Marks in front of Close, the little give to Pickett. Cozzy Pickett kicks, and marking uncontested is Sparrow. Now they go the horseshoe and flare up wide. Tolstrup's got some space in front of the great Southern stand. He takes a couple of bounces and he delivers up towards Frisch. Good use of the body, couldn't take the mark, snaps the goal. First goal of the second half goes to Bailey Fritsch, who's booted his second. And that was more like the Melbourne we saw in the opening term, free-flowing, just picking them to pieces with their foot skills. And they get it back to 16 points. Cats lead 10-6-66. Melbourne 7-8-50.
Well, it's an interesting goal because it might look okay, but it was hard work to get the ball in that position. And I think Fritsch was... he was in the right spot. There's a bit of a push, but nonetheless, I don't know it had the same first quarter flow. What it did do, it broke up the packs that Geelong have been so good at forming and getting a player in behind the ball, whereas Melbourne have sacrificed that man behind the ball and haven't been able to break through that player behind the ball.
Back in the middle of the ground, Chandler got a hand pass out to Gawn. Feeds a handball bank to Fitzgerald. His hand pass misses Steele, his intended target. Now he's under pressure. Dempsey tackled in all of that by Warpool. Coughs up the footy. Dempsey wins it. Gets it going forward to Smith. Short kick to Polkinghorn, who marks a left half forward. And the Cats just praying on the turnover there.
Might be...
And that's exactly right. Good ball.
Yeah, just on his range here. He's going back for a set shot. I reckon he was trying to dish it off pretty quickly if somebody had it presented. Now he's got to go back, steady himself, kick right through this ball, and hopefully someone on the line will be shepherding it through.
So 2 goals, 3 last week, 1 goal, 1 tonight. Kicked a goal with his first kick in AFL footy last week. Low trajectory drop, punts on target, lands short. There's a whistle, and a free kick is going to go Melbourne's way, a defensive goal square. So Tom McDonald was infringed in that marking contest, and he's going to get up last line of defence for the Demons. 16-point lead for the Cats, 7 gone in the third.
And this is the learning thing of Melbourne against Geelong now, have covered the ground. So now they have to mark the ball to be able to clear the ball.
Demons have got it at ground level. Fitzgerald mops up to Howes. Kicks out wide. Jefferson on the long lead. Good pressure from behind from Guthrie. Ball trickles over. It'll be a boundary throw in. Now, Cozzy Pickett kicked the first goal of the game. Held to 7 disposals in that first half. He's had 1 touch in this third. He's got O'Shea Mullen for company. So 8 disposals, early stages of the third term. Cats lead it by 16 points. Ball back in play on the outer wing. Tolstra just blazes away, and Clark should be able to mop that up for the Cats. He spins and kicks backwards to Jack Henry, who will kick all the way, retreats back to almost the defensive goal square. Humphreys uncontested, and they do the horseshoe and work their way out of trouble. Bruin trying to open it up. He kicks down to the wing. Nice leap from Blitzer, slips through his hands. It's Cats everywhere here. O'Connor with the kick. He gives it out wide. Polkinghorne towards Neil. Good spoil came from McDonald, and now Lever fakes one way and then skies the ball. Van Rooyen caught behind, and how good was that mark from Connor O'Sullivan?
The first adjustment that Melbourne have to do is have a 6-man forward line. Geelong are just chewing him up with the loose play. And here it is again. They can pick and choose what they do with it, bring the ball forward, take the ball back, sit and use up time, and now got the ball on the wing again.
Northern wing to southern wing. Changing lanes out to Guthrie.
And they can come back if they want, So Jack Henry's set up.
Yeah. And they can do what they like here, Lingy. It's Geelong have got the box seat. They're the ones in control of the ball. Melbourne can only take the ball off them if they square off particularly with their back line.
Back to Guthrie on the wing. Long kick down to Dempsey. Got separation from Langford. Turns him inside out. Dempsey kicks for the goal square. Kneels down there. Juggled effort. No mark. And Lever darts away with it. And a hand pass to Ed Langdon. Cats by 16 points. 10 gone third term. Langdon kicks to a 2-on-1 on the wing. Floating across. Humphreys again able to pick it off.
And there it is again.
Nick's all over this.
Yep. He kicks to O'Connor.
And this is where you've got a new coach, admittedly, but he's got to make an adjustment. Can't just keep doing the same
thing.
To
the goal square, Dempsey with the lead. Spoil from behind, spills the way of Steele, fires out the handball. Langford's involved. Handball's out in front of Chandler, mops it up beautifully. Takes off. It's a wobbler of a kick. Does it get to Petty? It does. Over the hand it was of Guthrie. Petty then on the outer side. Kicks up in front of Cross. Cross couldn't take it going back with the flight, but he's able to gather, spin and deliver to Laurie on the chest. So they're going coast to coast, and guess who might be on the end of it? Pickett marks in the right forward pocket at the punt road end. Just keep your eyes on him. You never know what he's going to do here, Cozzy. Bailey Smith's the man on the mark. He's arguing with the umpire as to where the spot is. The umpire's pulled him all the way across to the boundary line, which will take Pickett outside the boundary line in the right forward pocket.
Max Gawn drifting down open side here. I don't reckon Geelong's seen him yet now. Blitzarves has been called back.
We know he's got magic in his boot, Cozzy, to drag it back to a 10-point game. He goes the outside banana, and it's hit the point post.
Too far out, not the right choice. The kick to Cozzy Pickett, with all due respects, the player who had the ball was in a far better position, so you've got to take responsibility, the D's.
O'Sullivan exiting defensive 50, long to the wing. Cross did really well. Cook rather left his man, spoils down to Langdon. Langdon's kick a turnover. Humphreys takes the intercept mark.
Who's that bloke that said I got it wrong with Langdon?
Keeping receipts. It was Georgie off the SMS. As Mullen goes back to Humphreys. Long kick out to left half back for Jack Henry. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Patrick Dangerfield on for his first run of this third term. So we are, 11 and a half minutes in. and they have swung him onto the ground.
Smith with a handball receive and then goes long down to half forward. McDonald puts his fist through it. Dees win it back. String of handballs. Bowie to Langford to Fitzgerald. Away to Steele. Swings it out wide. Back to Bowie. He's a good user. Kicks inside the pocket. Pickett running back downhill. Cozzy clever. Tries to whack it away to Van Rooyen. Oh, Humphrey's got it. Pickett stepped his toe on the line. Didn't get boot to ball and it rolls through for a behind. How did the Demons not kick a goal there? It's a 15-point lead for the Cats, and it's not looking like Melbourne's night.
And the hands go straight up to the face for Stephen King in the coach's box. What was he trying to do, Cozzy Pickett?
Oh, good mark. That's a great mark.
And it's been taken by Petty.
To go back in the pack, two players coming over to spoil the ball, that is a very, very good mark.
So it was the exiting kick from the Cats, picked off by Petty. He goes into the pocket, and that's a good mark as well. But strong and tough by Langford.
Yeah, but what's happening, Geelong, if you're going to mark the ball, they're making you kick as a right footer on the left footer's flank. So
getting Langford there is a good thing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Now, if he kicks this, it'll be straight out of his bag of tricks.
Yep, the left footer, the 20-year-old from Mount Martha, who's having a brilliant season. Can he draw them closer? That's a better-looking strike. Cozzy couldn't, Langford could. And it's back to 9 points. The D's are coming. 10-6-66 Geelong, 8-9-57. And Langford with his first for the night.
So just looking at a couple of quick stats, Mick, in this third quarter. So Geelong have had the ball inside forward 10 times.
Yeah.
To Melbourne's 5.
Yeah.
But the ball use inside forward 50 for the Cats is getting turned over pretty quickly. Either bombed away and Melbourne are cleaning it up, or the short kicks aren't working. And when there's that turnover, that's the opportunity for Melbourne to go with a bit of speed through and just catching Geelong out a little bit. You're right, Geelong have forced them wide to have their shots. But smart there, isolating Langford against Jai Clark, a taller player on his left foot side.
Yep.
Got the mark and finished beautifully.
So a couple of goals in a row for the Demons. Blitzarm's trying to get it going forward for the Cats. They had it out earlier in the term by 22 points. Picked up by the D's at centre-half back. Hand pass away to Rivers. Long kick to the wing, and there's Langford and Dempsey wins this one-on-one. Geelong back the other way. Short to Warple. Warple dabs his kick down to Myers, who marks it left half forward. Slow start, working his way into the game, and that's a dart onto the chest of Ollie Henry, who hits up and marks it left half forward.
So unfortunately right now for young Lucas Cook, Geelong have identified he's the weak one. Yeah, so I love my NFL, Mick. The opposition offensive team know, they go, there's one defender and we are going to pick on whichever receiver is matched up against him, we're going to throw it to him. Geelong are doing similar. They are kicking it to Cook's opponent every chance they possibly get.
I just watched his movements then, and he lost his play behind two teammates and then just trailed his man in by 8 to 10 metres. Really bad.
So Ollie Henry with the finishing touches, pops it through. Straight through for another, and the Cats answer back to give them a little more comfort. And the play deserved a goal at the end of it. 11-6-72, Melbourne 8-9-57. 15 minutes gone in the third term. It's a 15-point break for Geelong.
So when we talk about good forward lines that work really well together and can isolate, so that's what we're talking about, aren't we, Nick? So Shannon Neal, Patrick Dangerfield, I reckon Sean Manor might be up there right now. All of them knowing, okay, it's not my turn to lead here. I know who the matchup is, who we want to be able to be one-on-one with a deep ball or to have a leading lane available to them.
Yep. And the isolation and the identification are key to it. Yep. If you've got smart players in front, good luck. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to pick on the young kid, but reality was they may be forced to have to change with Petty.
Blitzarves dominates in the ruck against Van Rooyen, gets the handball to Warple. Warple's kick is repelled inside 50 before Manor picks it up, gives it to Neal. He went with the handball, then he said, no, I'm going to go for goal. He missed. 4-2 for the night. He did have 4 straight. 2 behinds in this third term. Margin is 16. D's leader. A Cats leader, rather.
And you're right, it's not about picking on. We're not trying to pick on.
No.
But opposition teams.
This is what it's all about.
Will pick on the young defender until he can prove that we can no longer pick on him. That's footy.
Oh, Clark got a huge sit in that pack from the Bowie exiting kick-out, spills the mark, and a pack forms underneath him. The other thing for Lucas Cook is great. The ball's coming his way. It's a chance to redeem himself.
Correct.
He's going to get plenty more looks at it tonight. Second gamer. He's playing for the Woodville West Torrens Eagles. The first half of the season, picked up in the mid-season draft, pick 11. Second game tonight for Lucas Cook, and so far he's been on the wrong end of it. He stands Ollie Henry at the moment. We've got repeat stoppages here. High half forward for the Cats. They lead the game by 15 points. Blitz halves. It clear of the stoppage to Smith. Kicks onto the lead and finds Neal. And Shannon Neal is having a night out. Marks against the boundary line, 35 from home.
Nice hit out. Was that blitz halves in the ruck?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, just read that he had Bailey Smith running that boundary side, get it past the initial congestion into a little bit of space and ran onto it well.
Your second ruck is so important to get it right.
He kicked one goal in his last 2 games. He's having a night out here. Shannon Neal from the boundary line. The drop punt fades left. In the end, it's punched over the line for a boundary throw-in.
So all of that passage of play while Max Gawn was waiting on the bench. But he's on now.
What's this? The umpire's holding the play up for him to get there. That's not what it's all about.
So Gawn, and then Edwards has responded by running onto the ground.
Honestly, they've had to run 80 metres.
And they finally got there. Gawn. It was a dangerous punch. Langdon was there, though. Oh, this is strike. Jack Still was tackled. Put the ball away just in time. Langdon handball back to Rivers. Good smother.
Good strength from Steele there. He was absolutely gone.
Yeah.
And if he didn't have that strength to fight through and somehow get a handball, that was a shot at goal.
Absolutely.
Smother by Myers means that we are still deep inside 50 here for the Cats. Gawn and Edwards. Gawn hit the head of Rivers, and then Bowie got there. Quick hurried kick from Sparrow. Good tackle by Jefferson. Ball spills clear. Gee, it's tough and hard in there at the moment. And it'll be a ball up. Right on 50 here. Gawn again tries to get there. Sparrow tackled by Atkins. Atkins has had a wonderful second half. Again, the 2 ruck go at it. Both miss it. It's swatted away to the advantage of Manor. Sits for him beautifully. He can close and miss.
He doesn't miss many of those.
Remember, was it the Easter Monday clash, Lingy, where he had a shocker and he spoke about it?
Yeah.
Since then, he's been in sparkling form.
Nudging 17 Geelong's way. D's work it out of defence. Turnover. Exiting kick from Rivers. Picked off. Lawson Humphreys whacks it back the other way. Misses.
Yeah, they can't get through the D's, where it was before they had space and then run, and then one of the Pickett's.
1 goal 5 though for the Cats. They're not making them pay, Mick.
3-goal lead for Geelong as we tick into time on in the third.
Oh, there's a bad injury on the far side of the ground. Sorry, Corbs, I've just seen it.
I think he just landed on his back, did he?
I think it's Latrell Pickett.
Latrell.
He's down at the moment when the trainer's coming to him, southern wing.
I just thought he landed on his back. I didn't really see any significant injury.
Oh, lands on his knees. And then in the end he gets up, sort of rolls over holding his head. So hopefully he didn't get clipped on the way through, but he's in conversation with the doc and the trainers at the moment.
Yeah, he did. Lawson Humphrey has marked the ball.
Elbow in the back of the head. But mind you, look, he's not too bad from that. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's
elbow into the side of the head.
Yeah, but it's not. Yeah, okay.
He's going to walk from the ground slowly and come across the other side of the ground. He's got the 2 trainers with him.
His style of jocks too, I'd say.
He's walking off. He's got the baggy shorts with also the tight long sleeve jumper, which, as you said, that shows off the briefs on the way through.
Sagging, the kids call it, Cobbs.
Sagging, is that the
Shorts
name
are down, they're sagging.
There you go. I'm too far removed, unfortunately.
We've moved on from 6'7" to sagging.
The 3 lads, Lingy, they all call it sagging.
Yeah, okay.
21 minutes gone in the third, an 18-point lead for Geelong. They are surging in this third quarter, and yet, as Lingy said, haven't been able to put it on the board. So 1 goal 5 to 2 goals 1. Game on here at the G. Cats by 18.
Bowie straight down the centre he goes. No one could take it in the air. Stewart, Warple, his kick was smothered. Bruin does well. Lost Cozzy in the air and then keeps it cool and delivers to Brad Close.
Yeah, just controlling the ball, controlling the real tough stuff, Geelong.
He sees something all by himself. It was Manor. Oh, it slipped through. Mullen it was, rather. Slips through his hands. He's a small player, O'Shane Mullen, the Irishman. He was hiding in the pocket. He was all by himself, but he couldn't take the mark. And in the meantime, a free kick goes the way of Lucas Cook. Henry is standing
Let me
mark.
tell you, Kel, he wasn't necessarily hiding. His man just didn't want to go with him.
Cook, long down the line, O'Connor knocks it out of play, boundary throw-in.
You know, his man is.
Pickett.
Well, you've got to defend as much as you attack, and you can't just wander around the 50-metre defensive line and think that they're not going to kick it tonight.
It's how I managed to kick all my goals, Mick. They give you plenty of room down there.
Don't talk about that. I don't want to hear about it.
Cats have lost one game all year, leading at three-quarter time. It was a fortnight ago against the Giants. D's have a bit to do, down 18. Sparrow from the stoppage, kicks across the centre square. Dempsey there to break it up, though. Geelong win it back. Yep. Gives it away to Connor O'Sullivan. Sweeping handball to Warple. Middle of the G, full 360 turn. Handball back to O'Sullivan. His hand pass knocked down. Loose ball, middle of the ground. Picked up by Sharp. D's back the other way. Handball to Fitzgerald. Handball to Langdon. Feeds it forward for Sharp. D's going inside 50. Deep down there is Chandler, one-on-one with Stewart. Ball hits the deck. Stewart paddles it away towards Humphreys. The two Cats collide. D's win the footy. Fritsch gathers. Fritsch goals. Fritsch has got 3. And the D's have cut the deficit back to 2 straight kicks. 23 and a half gone in the third. And a critical goal in the context of the game. 11-9 to 9-9. It's a 12-point spread Geelong's way. Time on in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin doesn't look great for Latrell Pickett from the Demons. He came off, I think he was more interested than the doctors to look at the vision to find out what the hell actually happened to my head. He saw the vision and then the doctor said, you're coming down to the room. So he's having a HIA as we speak downstairs.
Yeah, I know when you cop whack behind the ear, it can get your balance for a start off. It doesn't necessarily concuss you, but it does throw your balance, or can throw your balance out. Geelong mucked it up more than anything else in that.
James Warple just cooked Connor O'Sullivan, didn't he?
3 goals to 1 for the D's in this all-important third term, and the margin is 12 points. Secondary ball up in the centre. Max slaps it down. Bruin on all fours, handballs over his head. Wiltshire grabs the Sherrin rather, and Bowie grabs him.
I'll suggest to Max, you're punching it forward, and Geelong are working it out now, so you start palming the ball a bit better.
Sparrow with a little kick. It was ineffective. I tell you what, the handball was pretty effective by Edwards. When it comes to getting some territory, Cross was there to get it. His handball, great pick up from Dangerfield, who's under an injury cloud with a dodgy leg injury, as Clark sends it long. Neil, the leaper in the pack. He skittled the pack. They all fell over except for Wiltshire on his left. It won't carry the distance. Lever did everything right, but in the end it popped off his chest. And instead of taking the relieving defensive mark, it is going to be a stoppage as the Cats press closer. They're 20 metres out from goal with the ball up.
Gone, reaching over the top, palms it down, but straight to Sparrow is tackled immediately by Warple. 12-point lead for Geelong. 26 minutes gone. Final third term from the ball up. Comes down to Wiltshire. Kick smothered. Knocked on by Sparrow. Now at half forward for Geelong. O'Connor grabs it. Fitzgerald got him and a ball up. Early in the third over in Perth. The Dockers by 9 points. Leading the West Coast Eagles. Derby 63. From the ball up here. Wiltshire kicks the full forward and intercepted. Lever. Fullback. Takes the mark for the Demons. Tries out the other flank. Right half back. Finds Rivers, plays on immediately, runs into Stewart. Hurried kick down the wing. Ball leaping up Sharp, can't complete the mark. Humphreys does very well. Tackled though by Fritsch. He's got a problem now. The ump forgiving and says ball up.
Yeah, very lucky, given the rules the way they are.
Free kick count tonight, Melbourne 11, Geelong 10, so only 21 free kicks total through nearly 3 quarters.
No D's ruck. Stewart, hurried kick by the Demons, and it's Jack Henry, that is able to mark uncontested, goes backwards. Guthrie. Now they're going the corridor. Humphreys all by foot. Bruin He just pulls the kick late and wedges it over the top to Polkinghorne. Too far out to score. Cozzy Pickett, the man on the mark, stabs the pass to a leading close. Went over his head. Levers there to repel. Over to Sparrow. Just throws it on his boot rather casually to no one. So the foot race is on. Who's going to get there first? It's O'Sullivan. Cats with the numbers. Gave it back to Guthrie and he goes long down the line. Bruin set himself. Couldn't quite pull it in.
He did well.
Hustle from Chandler.
The last kick inside 50 from the Cats was a sign of a kid in his second game, wasn't it? Tried to pick up the smallest player in Geelong's forward line amongst three defenders. They needed to get it in long and deep, but that's just inexperience. He'll learn that.
For the boundary throw in. Gordon knocks it away. It's straight to Atkins. Atkins fights with the tackle. Got it to Warple. Brushed his kick down to half forward. Puts it out on the full.
Well, they need something from Warple, Mick.
Well, they do, but also Melbourne need to arrest this forward line, Liggy. You can't keep going with an extra player, especially with the calibre of what they've got. If it's not Henry, it's going to be Stewart.
Langford, contest kick on the wing. Humphreys rises up, spoils away for the Cats, down to Warple. It's another look at it. Down to half forward with the kick. Onto the chest of Polkinghorne. That's much better. And Warple turns and trots off the ground, happy with his work.
And 50, wow, they're going to be gifted one here. What's this for? It's for Harvey Langford on the boundary side, protected area. It had no impact on the play whatsoever.
It kills the game.
Oh, that is frustrating.
It just kills the game.
So just to, Polkinghorne takes the mark. Langford, he didn't have an opponent anywhere near him. Did run in the protected area, but it was boundary side with zero impact on the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Andrew Stevens, grand final umpire, makes the call.
Oh, he's right to do it, but it's not in the spirit of the game.
It shouldn't be the rule for that.
It shouldn't be a rule. No. Shouldn't be a rule.
What a gift. Polkinghorne puts it up into the second deck, and Geelong's 2-goal lead becomes 3. On the stroke of three-quarter time, 29 minutes into the third, 12-9 leads 9-9. 18 points the buffer. Polkinghorne's got a couple. It's an 18-point lead for the Cats late in the third.
Mick, I like the protected area one when it's a deliberate run through and it's corridor side and they're trying to take that kick inside. Right. So I like it for that. But an umpire's got to have some wiggle room to say, hey, he's just running boundary side. He's kind of trying to chase an opponent
he was
around.
Chasing opponent. He was chasing opponent.
And there is no impact on the movement.
If you flip it and he doesn't pay it, does one person go, they should have paid that 50?
We wouldn't be one person in the world.
Wouldn't have batted an eyelid.
Not even
Geelong fans wouldn't have felt that they'd been robbed of one. Or
Cats have got a buffer. Gorn rises high, straight down the throat of Jack Steele. Gets the hands clear, gives it to Sparrow. Breaks the tackle with Smith. Handballs it off to Gorn. Gets it back. Little low kick, got a shove in the back, free kick.
If it's a push in the back, it'll probably go back to where he kicked from, Cal, because it was for a push, not a late hit.
So a bit of confusion, but Sparrow will take it. He's still inside the centre square. Crowd getting frustrated, and he spears the pass to Gorn, who's marked at centre half forward now. Gorn is a better chance from here, Mick, I reckon, than directly in front in the goal square.
I'll tell you where he'll miss it. You miss it to the left. You know why? The siren will go and they'll look at the rule.
Oh, there's 20 seconds before three-quarter time, Max.
He's got to go in and kick the ball without interfering. And it's the same kick that you would kick behind the line, but the umpires get all this. Have a look at this run.
Cats by 18 points. He's on the... Oh, no, and in and under. He's got it on the top of the boot. And it went higher than it did go further. And that is a disappointing result for the skipper of the D's. And it's going to be the Cats by 18 points at three-quarter time. 12-9-81 to Melbourne 9-9-63. After Melbourne led by 10 at quarter time. The Cats led by 20 at half time. And it's 18 at three-quarter time. The biggest margin for Geelong was 28 in that term, after the D's got out to a 15-point lead early. Shannon Neal's been the star. He's kicked 4 goals, two behinds in that third term. 2 each to Ollie Henry and Polkinghorne, singles to Atkins, Manor, Close and Wiltshire. And for the D's, Fritsch has 3, Petty has 2, and Cozzy, Tolstrup, Laurie and Langford have gold. Let's get down to Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Cal, you can see right in front of me, Zach Guthrie, something has happened to him. He waved to the doctor. The doctor came out to him, and he's gone straight down to the rooms. So that's the third time he's been down to the rooms tonight. The opening term went down twice with a mouth or dental issue. So there's something up with Zach Guthrie. And just a word on Patrick Dangerfield. He's out there, but he's on about half rat power right now with that groin issue that, I don't know, Mick and Lingy, would you persist with him out there? Like, there's only 4 games left until finals. Could he do more damage and he didn't really get near it in that term?
Well, if he's got an adductor, yes, you can do more damage. There's no question you can do more damage. It's like any muscle. If you've got a partial strain, it could go fully. So, but I would suspect that Geelong's medical staff, who are clearly one of the best, would not allow him to go there if they thought for one moment that it's going to cost him more weeks.
I reckon
that'd be my view.
Yeah, I reckon watching the replay of the incident, I reckon it's more a hip impingement that he's feeling through the adductor and he's very jammed up. I don't think it would be
if it's an adductor,
soft tissue injury.
Borgs off the SMS. Goals in red time have really hurt the D's all season, as well as inaccuracy. Loving the call. Appreciate that, Borgs. It's been a little theme for them tonight when you look at the red time goals that they've conceded. 1, 2, 3, 4 so far tonight, and they've only kicked one of their own. So that's pretty good, pretty sharp analysis from Borgs off the SMS. The Cats by 18 points. It is three-quarter time here at the MCG. Back with the thoughts of Nick and Lingy in just a moment. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
I'm Maureen McGillicuddy.
And I'm Edith Vale.
And we host another cuppa.
Will we natter away with some of Australia's biggest names?
Pop the kettle on with Granny Bingo.
Woke garbage. Exactly.
Search Another Cuppa podcast on ABC Listen.
Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Hits him hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot.
12 months, 20 Test matches. New Zealand at home over summer. The 3 most iconic overseas tours. The 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG. And it all begins August 13 with Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
The instant kick from the Cats, picked off by Petty. He goes into the pocket, and that's a good mark as well. Strong and tough by Langford. Can he draw them closer? That's the better looking strike. Because he couldn't, Langford could.
D's going inside 50. Deep down there is Chandler, one-on-one with Stewart. Ball hits the deck. Stewart paddles it away towards Humphreys. The 2 Cats collide. D's win the footy. Fritsch gathers. Fritsch goals. Fritsch has got 3. Warple, it's another look at it. Down to half forward with the kick. Onto the chest of Polkinghorn. That's much better. And Warple turns and trots off the ground, happy with his work.
It's 50. Wow, they're going to be gifted one here. What's this for? Oh, it's for Harvey Langford on the boundary side, protected area. It had no impact on the play whatsoever.
It kills the game.
What a gift. Polkinghorn puts it up into the second deck. And Geelong's 2-goal lead becomes 3.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
It's a big moment in the game, so instead of leading by 12, Geelong lead by 18 through 3 quarters. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, a dual-side doubleheader over in Perth, and the Dockers are kicking away from the West Coast Eagles, so their lead is out to 28 points there as we are in the early stages of the third term. Fremantle over the top of the Eagles. There is a call available streamed through ABC Listen. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse through 3 quarters here. Geelong by 3 goals.
Mick, potentially this game is all done and dusted.
Yes.
If Geelong had capitalised in that third quarter. So they had 19 inside 50s to 7.
19 to 7. It's quite remarkable, isn't it?
Geelong kicked 2 goals 5, though, from their 19 inside 50s. Now, you were onto this really early. The fact that Melbourne had numbers behind the ball and were allowing Geelong to set up with a spare. And you were calling for it to... And it's a bold decision. Balance it out. Have 6 forwards ahead of the play and not let Geelong play with a Tom Stewart or whoever it might be, just roaming. Zach Guthrie,
Henry,
Connor O'Sullivan, all of them do it. And it allowed Geelong to play the majority of that quarter in their forward half of the ground. Now, Melbourne, you could say, did quite well to then kick 3 goals themselves, 3-2. But if it continues that way, you'd think it's probably too hard.
It's inevitable.
Yeah.
When things are inevitable, then it's surely, what do you just say, we'll run it the next 30 minutes and we're 3 goals down and we end up 4 or 5 goals down, but we're not too bad. No, you've got to make an inroad in the first 5 minutes. Say you kick a goal in the first 5 minutes, Lingy, by having 6v6 and force the issue where Geelong can't, the ball comes to ground. Because I've always said, I don't think Geelong are a great side on the ground of the back line. They rely heavily on spoiling, marking, using the spare man. But on the ground, they are as vulnerable as any side. So put the vulnerability there. Close up the game on them.
The D's, what can they do in this final turn with a bit to prove? Gone the service, straight down to Cozzy Pickett. Has a bounce, fumbles, has to toe-poke it further inside 50. Chandler collects, gives it back to Cozzy. Handball forward finds Sharp. Sharp goes all the way back out by hand to Gawn. Kicks inside 50 and Ed Langdon. Lowdown takes the mark at right half forward. And here you go, Mick. A chance for Ed to make up on his kicking woes earlier. Gets a look at the sticks. Right half forward from 40 out. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Just a quick one. Not good news for the Demons. Latrell Pickett has failed that HIA. He's out of this game and out of the trip to the Gold Coast next week with that concussion. So the Demons are man down for this final turn.
He's a big kick. Geelong are a really good final quarter team. They've lost only 4 final turns this year. This to make it a 2-score game. Ed Langdon trots in. Right-footed drop punt. Sails goalward. He's got it there. It's a goal. And it's a dream start for the Demons into Q4. It's a 12-point game again. Geelong 12-9-81. Melbourne 10-9-69. It wasn't pretty and clean the whole way through, but it was Gawn and Cozzy out of the middle. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse on ABC Sport.
It was brilliant out of the middle initially. The hit into the path of Cozzy Pickett. You think they might try and use that a few times this quarter. Cozzy lost the handle a little bit, but they followed up really well. And a nice pass inside forward 50 ended up in the lap of Ed Langdon. And Mick, I know he kicked the goal, but I'm not sure he proved you completely wrong. He only just got it in and only just made the distance.
Yeah, well, who made it was Gawn and Pickett.
Yeah,
so, there's nothing wrong. Don't get me wrong about Ed Langdon. I love the way he goes about it, but I just don't like the way he kicks.
Pickett's trying to get busy in the centre after he's been well held so far by Mullen. He exploded out of that last centre bounce. Here he goes again, although Gawn doesn't hit it in his direction. Instead, he goes towards Fritsch. He did get boot to ball. He was tackled, but it spills the way of Manor, who goes back to Stewart. Standing start. Puts it towards the broadcast wing. Cook. In his second game, who's had some moments he'd probably rather forget. He eventually gets the kick towards Chandler. Up towards Petty. Strong set of hands. Can go quickly. Does it get there in time? It does. Laurie takes the mark and he was collected late by Edwards across the head. Sharp says, I'm going straight to the goal square. That was 50 every day of the week. The umpire says, no way, go back.
Oh, I don't
over your mark.
It wasn't 50 metres. At the same time he was marking, he was trying to spoil it.
It took him high in his head.
Yeah. Well, who cares?
Slapped him over his head.
Yeah, but the ball
arrived at the same time. That's what Mick's saying. So it's and you're right. If he'd spilt the mark, it would have been a free kick paid. Absolutely.
Well, he was in the play too. He was right in the play, Lingy.
And it was an open hand.
Okay. To get them right back in this, Sharps kicked some big goals so far this season. Not that time. That is a bad miss.
That was a bad miss.
So already this quarter, Mick, we're seeing Max Gawn's the man. And I know that's stating the obvious, but he's dominating the middle. He's feeling it against the kid in Mitch Edwards. And we saw Rowan Marshall towel up the Cats last week. Well, Gawn's appearing like he's going to be the one who might decide this game.
The Cats by 11, and the two number 11s come together as Gawn tackles Edwards. Ball comes out, Cats keep it. Over the back flank, Manor to Smith. Long kick. Smith moves it by hand to Clark. Handball away to O'Sullivan. Runs up to the wing. Goes back by hand to Jai Clark. Second game across the back flank. Turns and kicks down to half forward. Myers overruns it. Ball off the deck. Langford tries to soccer it away from Dempsey. Clever Bruin in all of that. Got it to Myers. Handball back to Bailey Smith. Floats a kick to full forward. Ball's across the goal mouth. And nice work by Howes. Knocks it away from Dangerfield. Wins it. Kicks inboard. And there's Max again, who marks it left half back. Geelong by 11 points. The D's with a bit of momentum early doors, final term.
Can they get some real run about them like they did in the first term when they led it by 10 points? I'm not sure what Max was thinking then. He kicked all the way back to the other side of the ground to Lever. He kicks up towards Pickett. And it was Pickett and Bailey Smith, and Bailey Smith knocked it over the boundary line. So it'll be tossed back in.
Yeah, Max Gawn with that kick. In front of him, there were one-on-ones.
Right.
When he went left, he had only 1v1, so dangerous kick that.
Right under the Shane Warne stand. Blitzarves is into the ruck up against Gawn. And then there's a tussle when the Sherrin spills away of Manor and Tolstrup.
So they've rolled Edwards deep forward because they just needed to get him a rest. Gawn was all over him.
And not only that, Melbourne look like they've got 6 forwards.
Yes.
Jack Steele's got it. He's tackled by Blitzarves, bringing a bit of energy to these stoppages. The blitz.
Close enough to... Yeah, I think they have got 6 forwards. Yeah. He was fair, yep.
A tussle again. This time, Max gets it down, straight down to Bailey Smith. It's a high ball. It's knocked down by Cook. It's picked up by Chandler. He goes the quick give to Tom McDonald. Kicks out wide. Tracking back is Jack Henry. He gets there first. He's corralled by Van Rooyen. Gets a tackle on. Affects the kick just slightly. Up towards Wiltshire. And a one-on-one with Langdon does well. Kept his feet and kept running. Gave the handball to Fritsch. And fumbles it because it was a little off balance. Comes in. Chandler helps out. Kicks to a one-on-one. Crossing across in front. Floating was Connor O'Sullivan. And Jefferson was held out of it and he had no chance then.
O'Sullivan goes back to Bruin. Because he's got to stand the mark, and the switch is on out the right half back for Smith. Smith's got a player breaking for him on the wing, spots him. Nice mark taken there by Mullen. He turns and plays on immediately. Sparrow gives chase. Mullen kicks a dart down to half forward. Blitzarves clever, hooks it down behind. Cats with the numbers. Manor got it out to Dangerfield. Handball to Dempsey. Hooks a kick to full forward for Geelong. Close trying to trap it. It'll sit up for Neal. Hand pass for Wiltshire. Ollie gets beat to ball. Ollie goals! Big time goal in the context of the game. Wiltshire's got his second, and the Cats have a bit more breathing room. Back to 17 points. Early stages, final term. 7 gone in the last. 13-9 to 10-10. And Ollie Wiltshire with a calming goal for Cats fans.
He's a goal kicker.
Yeah.
He's, there's a lot of things about him, and he's always present. He's just around. You can't take your eye off him if you're a half back because he'll certainly know you, and he's a smart player.
Yeah, he's got that speed, hasn't he, Mick, where he can stay busy enough hunting a ground ball, but also close if he needs to put pressure on. That was an important finish, that one.
There's a massive 4 points in the context of the season for both these teams. So
huge.
They're either separated tonight by 1 game or they're separated by 3 games. So that's what Melbourne's playing for. Remembering there's only 4 left after this in the home and away season for the D's and the Cats. Cats by 17 at the moment.
D's playing for a spot in the top 4. Gawn goes against Edwards and the D's are winning it out of the centre. Sparrow's got it, has a bounce, delivers a high ball almost to Guthrie. Petty comes in hard. Big ball to be won here. Chandler tackled by a couple of Cats. It'll be another stoppage. Started free-flowing in that opening term. Melbourne dictating play. Since then, the Cats have been able to make it tight and tense. They've closed things up. Edwards reaches up over the top to Humphreys. He just hacks that kick. It spills the way McDonald. He knocks it back in. Fritsch was clever down to Tolstrup. Hasn't got a left foot. Was zigzagging backwards. Handball then to Bowie. Skies the ball up towards Petty. Tough one for him to mark. They're all standing still looking at the Sherrin. And as soon as it hit the deck, it was stacks on. Cats lead it by 17. And it'll be a ball up 30 metres out from the D's goal. Gawn takes it out of the ruck. Stolen away, though, by Edwards. Back to Petty, who throws it on his boot. Oh, that's the best snap you'll see. He's got 3. Harrison Petty back in the side after a minor hamstring complaint last week, and so important to their structure. And they will not be denied. Back to 11 points, the D's. 11-10-76. They trail the Cats 13-9-87.
It was just a rushed handball by, again, it was the young ruckman, Mitch Edwards. Just tried to handball wildly, and you've got to know in that situation there that often your defenders will certainly be goal side, so you can go defensive with a handball because you'll have support there, which leaves the opposition on their defensive side. So if you just throw a wild handball out there, then chances are it'll end up in the lap of the Demons, and it did to Petty, and finish with a goal.
And no one was in the goal square either. That was unusual that you don't have a player in the goal square because they generally just sit themselves there.
Gawn wins the hit out. Geelong win the clearance, though, as Blitzup's got it to Smith. Hurried kick forward. There's more intervention here.
It's a throw here, Corbs.
So it's coming back to the D's, and Pickett's going to get it middle of the ground. But this is the next goal the D's haven't been able to get after half-time. So 11 points at present. Haven't been within single digits since late in the second term. Pickett, that's Cozzy. Short kick away to Fitzgerald. Handball away to Bowie. Long inside 50. O'Sullivan.
He's been superb tonight.
Leaps up and rips it down on the shoulders of Langford. Kicks it straight to Fritsch. Fritsch to poke it back over his head to fall forward. Jefferson arriving late. Spills the mark. Jack Henry got it in the goal mouth. Handball goes back to Clark. Clark kicks to half-back. Guthrie's up, calms it down. Marks it right half-back for Geelong. Cats by 11 points. 11-minute mark of the final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Still plenty of time in this fourth term. He goes back to Clark and then to Bailey Smith. Marking in front of Cozzy Pickett. Myers. Slow start to this game, working his way into it. He's important, particularly in these final frantic moments. And down the line to Dempsey. Just gets it in, sneaks that kick in. Dempsey marks uncontested. Gawn's the man on the mark. He's got it at half forward. He decides to poke it to a loose man all by himself, Mullen. Handball to Myers. Here's where he's dangerous. And he hits up Ollie Henry on the chest.
He was smart by Mullen to know he had Myers there. That's the one you want kicking it inside forward 50.
Yeah, because he can change the angles. One of the very few players that can change the angles so dramatically. It's not a 15th degree. He can change it nearly 90 degree. And if you lead at him, he's got the ability to see you as well.
To keep them at arm's distance. The Cats currently lead it by 11. He's kicked 2 for the night. The late inclusion for Sam de Koning sends it on its way. He's got it. And they continue to have the answers, the Cats. The margin now 17 points. 14-9-93. Melbourne 11-10-76. Still 12 minutes to play, but Geelong continue to just keep them at bay.
Yeah, just good enough. But Jefferson dropped the mark. He reached for a ball he probably could have taken. I don't know whether he was worried about the goalpost. He's brave, so it's not as if he wasn't. No suggestion there that he took his eyes off the football, but he takes that mark. He's 5 metres out. He kicks the goal. Little shifts like that. It's just sliding doors at the right moment. But Geelong have that experience and the better players to be able to use that ball, just like that one there.
Danger back on and into the middle.
They've had that goal all night, the Cats, to keep the D's at bay after taking the lead before half-time. Sparrow out of the middle. Long kick forward, and Stewart's there to jump in front of Laurie, take the intercept mark.
The centre clearances have been a real strength for Melbourne, but they just couldn't get the advantage they needed there.
Kick to the wing, it's coming back. Rivers intercepts. Rivers puts it inside 50. Not a great kick. He was felled after getting rid of it. And it's going to be a downfield free for the D's, and that is a bailout option on the back of the kick.
Yeah, but that's another goal that James Warple's going to owe his teammates, because that was just unnecessary. He coughed up one in the third quarter as Rivers kicked it. Just stepped into him.
Oh, yeah. Silly.
So now Jefferson from right half forward and right on the 50. Moves in, gives it a whack, trying to bring it back. Did a bit late, but too late into the post. 16 points, Geelong's lead, 14 gone final term. Teaser got it all to do to keep their perfect record at the G intact.
Lawson Humphreys to Myers. And then Myers stabs the pass to Dempsey. Taking it around the southern wing of the MCG to Manor. All short, sharp kicks. Working along the boundary. Manor's had a good game. He's going to go backwards and retreat all the way to Humphreys, where we started this, in the defensive goal square. And now the switch is on to Tom Stewart. Leads ignored. That was from O'Connor. Stewart opts to go longer. Up towards Jack Henry, but Trent Rivers rises high up above and takes it cleanly in the air. Can they pounce here for a much-needed goal? Setting himself was McDonald. Off hands it goes. It was Van Rooyen, rather. Laurie, interesting kick. He was trying to chip it to Sparrow, but Tom Stewart worked his way in front and took the intercepting mark.
Oh, Stewart, I was about to say, he nearly coughed it straight up to Ed Langdon then, but got to Warple.
But there's a difference between the two kicks. That one by the Melbourne player missed the target, and Myers finds the target. The subtle differences between why you're a top side and have been for a long time.
Cats by 16 as Dempsey goes long to the wing. Neal flies for it, no mark. Spills down to Laurie. Handball to Bowie. Coughs it up by hand. Close wins it back. Handball to Bledsoe. Tumbles a kick down the wing. Bouncing footy. Polkinghorne meets it. Gives a handball to Ollie Henry. Hand pass inside to Watkins. Short kick to centre half forward. Dangerfield. Marks right on the 50.
With his hip, though, the way it is, he won't want to have a shot, I reckon.
Plays on, passes inside the attacking arc over the head of O'Connor. Turnover, picked up by Fritsch, back pocket. Got to get it out of defence for Melbourne. High kick finds Laurie, who marks on the back flank. Geelong by 16, halfway through the last.
Wants to go, made it hard for Van Rooyen. Was it a free kick over the shoulder? Umpires said no. D's fans thought it was. Coming back inside 50 for the Cats, and the mark's been taken. O'Connor's got it. And the D's fans are livid, and the D's players are throwing their arms up in the air as well.
Yeah, Polkinghorne
just said free kick.
Yeah, got his body between him and Lever, but...
No, but the free kick down here in front of us.
This one in front of us.
Oh, yes, it was.
Yes. Absolute free kick.
Against Van Rooyen, should have had the free.
Hasn't got much Van Rooyen, has he? Early days was, but nothing since.
So he's either hot or he's cold, Mick Van Rooyen. But how's the Irishman Mark O'Connor lining up for his 4th goal this season? Oh, he splits the middle. And he celebrates with a clenched fist. And the margin's out to 22. And that makes it tough for the D's from here. 15-9-99, the Cats. Fighting back from 15 points down early days. They lead Melbourne 11-11-77, and there's 8.5 to play.
So just watching what Melbourne will do now. So Pickett comes onto the ground. Gawn's in the middle. Edwards comes on for the Cats as their ruckman after a little bit of a spell. So it's pretty obvious to say they're going to want to get Pickett on the fly. And even if the hit's not to him first, let him keep flying through. And maybe a handball might get onto him, or he might get the crumb at that half forward. But
well, it's got to happen.
Got to go, big attack from him.
They need 2 quick goals just to maybe put some doubt in the game, but one more will just about kill the game.
Equal game high lead, 22 points Geelong's way. Gawn grabs it out of the middle. Hand pass out in front of Steele. Sockers it down to the 50. Sharp tries to paddle it up to himself. Wouldn't sit. In the other direction, Stewart attacks it. Breaks away from Langford's would-be tackle. Mowed down by Jefferson.
Oh, they say he got the handball. Wow.
Oh, they'll be wild at that. Right in front of the members. The Cats take the advantage. Smith away to Manor. Back to Smith. He's handballed out of bounds. They are fuming, the Melbourne fans, up on their feet.
And they've got every right to be, Corbs.
They got possession back now. Rivers to Cozzy Pickett. Kicks down the wing, turns it over. O'Connor had it, lost it. Spills to Fritsch. Handball away to Petty. Handball to Jefferson, centre half forward. Oh, no, he's got a player out in Langford. He didn't see him. Jefferson had a shot at goal and missed. It's a 21-point lead for the Cats, and he's unravelling for the D's.
Oh, he had to have seen him. There's no question. That's a footballer who has tried to kick a goal when he's had a player by himself in the goal square. That's really... It's unhealthy, actually, because it doesn't do the team any good when that happens.
Fans down here, that's like a kettle. It's bubbling, it's boiling. Here they come again, the D's. Handball from Sharp. Goes to Petty. Fends off a would-be tackler. Throws it on his left. And Petty says we've still got time.
He's hurt himself.
He's hurt himself with the snap, but he's kicked 4 majors. And he's giving them a little bit of life, Harrison Petty. It's a 15-point bowl game with 7 minutes to go. Melbourne 12-12-84. Geelong 15-9-99. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Then, Kel, Jacob Van Rooyen is down in the rooms. Latrell Pickett's out of this game. And Harry Petty is, he can't even stand up at the moment. So both the doctor and the physio have both been to him.
I can tell you what it is, Hodgie. It's just a place where you don't want to cop one. I reckon that's all it was. Oh, he might have got in the back more.
Oh, he's got it in the back.
You reckon? Oh, I thought it was the, nasty one below the belt.
No.
The unmentionable.
Yes.
No, it's got it in the back of the ribs. I reckon when you have a look at that tape, he's already got something wrapped around his chest, so he's probably got rib problems anyway.
Gawn pumps it down. Fitzgerald, high kick inside 50. O'Sullivan punches it away. O'Connor, deft touch to the advantage of Atkins. Handball to Bruin. Mowed down by Sharp. Got a hand pass away. Play on. Mullen. Like Kevin Bartlett, just a handball out in front of for himself to chase. Went and got it, and then he was held without it. It's a free kick. Oh, no, the free kick's going against him. He took the jumper of Tolstrup, so free kick for the D at half-back. Gee, the crowd's involved now. 20-minute mark, final turn. 15-point lead for the Cats.
First time crowd's been involved all night.
Tolstrup goes short to McDonald. McDonald looks corridor for Max Gawn, who's given everything in this final term again. Handball trying to set up Tolstrup, not the right option. Handball back to Max, intercepted by Ollie Henry. Hand pass inside the arc for the Cats. Neal's got support. Wiltshire slips over, gets up, kicks the goal anyway. Ollie Wiltshire with some match-winning moments in the final term. Ollie's got 3, and the Cats are back out beyond 20. 21 gone final term, 21-point lead for Geelong, 16-9 to 12-12. And Ollie Wiltshire with a big final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, you feel for the champ, Mick. Max Gawn there. He was trying something, but it just went pear-shaped. And
why did he give it when he had the chance, Liggy?
He would feel awful.
He got it. There's someone right there. He looks at it. He doesn't give it. Then he does give it when Geelong have got 2 players around him. He's played I know he's great. But he's turned that right over.
Hodgie, Van Rooyen back on.
Back from the rooms and straight back on. That's how desperate they are, Kel.
Okay, and there's a free kick in the ruck, and Gawn again furious.
Yeah, that was just a great ruck contest.
Oh, and so it's Edwards, the youngster, he's got a booming kick on him. He rockets it almost to the top of the goal square from the centre circle. Cook gets the exiting kick, just dumps it. Fritsch couldn't quite take the mark. Stewart's there to Guthrie, and then Bailey Smith doesn't go the distance. Had to play on. Moves it over to O'Shea Mullen, who delivers beautifully to Neal. And Neal's going to line up for his 5th goal of the night.
Yeah, and well done. Well structured by Geelong. It's quick movement that will catch anyone out, and that was just movement, and it was precise.
Yeah, create the turnover first with Stewart, and then the moment you get that opportunity, just a little bit off the line and quick, as you called, Mick.
So Shannon Neal, 2 goals in the first quarter, 2 goals in the second, 2 behinds in the third. He's kicked 4-2 for the night. He only needs to kick at 40 metres, slightish angle. He's a monster of a man, and that is a monster of a goal. He equals his career best with a handful of goals, and in the blink of an eye, it's 27 points. And the Cats have responded in the most impressive fashion. 17-9-111 to Melbourne 12-12-84. And the crowd's been posted at 49,292. And a lot of those Cats fans are streaming up the aisles now, ready to jump in their cars and head down the highway.
Max is either in a good discussion with the umpire or just giving it to him. It's the rule, Max. This is a ridiculous rule. Greg Swan brought it in late. He's got to change it because it penalises the ruckman who is rucking the ball. He penalises these players. He's done it again.
Gawn just whacks it forward. The restart as Bruin goes in on his knees, scoops it up for Geelong and had time to find the right option off his knees. Got it to Atkins, kicks the spiral inside the attacking arc, bounces out to Ollie Henry. He scoops it up, turns, snaps, bounces it through for another. It's time to party for Geelong. And they're going to end the D's run at the G. 3 quick goals to kill off the contest. Geelong moved to 18-9-117. Melbourne 12-12-84. And the D's fans turn and walk into the aisle. It is a 33-point buffer for the Cats. 24 gone final term. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Max is still arguing. And I hope that a player like Max Gawn, I know it's probably not the appropriate, we should talk about this tomorrow, but I hope he could take this to the league. This is the most another silly rule where you are penalising a ruckman who's jumping into the football.
He's furious.
Well, so he should be, because his whole craft is gone.
This time he's a little confused about leaping, and it's the Cats that are going to win the clearance. Bailey Smith feeds it out to Myers, who stabs it to Wiltshire, and he's been able to collect it. It looked like it might have bounced off his chest, but quick reflexes, and Wiltshire's going to be lining up for his 4th goal. He'll need to boot it from outside 50.
Yeah, and quickly Mark Blitzarf's just got over to him and said, take your 30. Probably outside his range, I would say, but take your 30 seconds, because obviously time is on the Cats' side and they can get a rest, they can set up the ground.
The 23-year-old from Barwon heads. Let's rip. And it is offline, though. Has it been? No, it wasn't marked over the line. He missed everything. It's out of bounds on the fall. But Shannon Neal took the mark, tried to claim it, but it was over the line. It'll be a free kick to Jake Lever.
Lever. It's an ugly exit out of defensive 50. Sat on the head of Rivers. Scored away by Dempsey illegally. Says over the shoulder. So D's race away with it. Sparrow heads out to the wing. Langford the target. He's caught behind O'Connor, who whacks it free. Back into the corridor. Cats scoop it up. Bruin got it to Myers. Heads down to the 50, and Tolstrup courageously leaps into the hole. Back with the flight, takes the mark. Up to the wing for Langford. Handball away for Lever. Kicks into the outer corridor for Steele, who marks. Handball to Big Max on the run. Gawn collects. Kicks for Petty, who marks right forward pocket. And it's all a bit obligatory from here, with the margin at 33, 27 gone in the last.
Lining up for goal number 5.
Yeah, it is number 5. Yeah,
he's worked hard.
He has.
He's 3 in this quarter.
And those 3 goals, either side of 6 at the other end for Geelong. They've kicked 6 of the last 8. Petty to add to his tally. He's got 5. He's going to be in a losing cause as the margin trimmed to 27.
I'm sorry, but Tanner Bruin's pointing at the goalpost. I'm certain I saw that move.
Yeah, I thought it hit the goalpost as well.
All right, hold the phone on the fifer for Harrison Petty.
Don't write it in, Cook.
I won't.
Don't ruin your neat homework.
Just on your Cats, by the way, I mean, it's a credit to them. They've been so good for so long that as a result, you very rarely get the chance to be the plucky underdog, backs against the wall type win, because everybody expects you to be winning or a chance to win.
Yep.
Tonight, with no Holmes and no Cameron, they lose to Coney before the bounce. This is a proper good win against a team that never loses here.
Yeah, outstanding.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. Just looking at, it's going to come back. You and I, Kelsey, both our eyesight's good tonight.
Finally, we're in sync.
And you're 2 from 2 tonight, saving me the whiteout in the book. So that's, I think he's all over it. So behind, Petty's still got 4 for now. It's a 32-point lead for Geelong on the back of that mess. So Cats by 32. Final attendance, by the way, posted at 49,292.
There must be a lot up behind us that we can't see.
There's got to be a lot there.
The members.
28 gone, final term, Cats by 32.
We'll have to have better eyesight than a goal umpire, because how could he miss it from there? If you guys picked it from here,
Tanner Bruin was straight onto it.
We're 100 metres away.
3 minutes to play in the ball game. Cats have got it in possession. Bruin with a long kick in, rising high, poking horn. Couldn't clunk it. Clever by O'Connor. Just taps it out to Atkins. He's been important. This is a come from behind victory. It'll be for Geelong. He kicks it over the head of Shannon Neal, and then the umpire blows his whistle. Says it's coming back. There's confusion against Neal.
Oh.
Free kick to Tom McDonald. Okay.
That is a weird free kick.
So McDonald will take it. He's got it at half back. trail by 32 points, the D's. After they led by 10 at quarter time, it's slapped on down to Petty. Oh, Fritsch is on the down behind play, and he looks like he's in pain.
He caught one in the ribs, I reckon.
It was good play by Fritsch.
So the umpires, one said let's stop the play, the other one said play on, and Langdon just wheeled around and did he snap a goal?
He did.
Yep. So Langdon, with his second goal, he kicked both of them in this last quarter. Too little, too late. The story is Bailey Fritsch, who's down, hunched over in the hands of trainers. We'll just have a look here. It was knee on knee, I think.
I think you'll find it's a hit to the rib cage.
Oh, okay.
Bang. Jai Clark.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And he's built like proverbial too.
Yeah, and Bailey's not.
No. Well, when you're totally exposed, you arm up like that. That's a brave thing by Fritsch, and a very good thing he did.
So he's been able to trudge off and head to the bench with the sting well and truly out of this game, although his ribs would be stinging right now. 2 minutes to play. Cats by 26 points.
Back in the middle, the Cats go darting away with it as Dempsey just runs straight past Gawn. Hand pass to Blitzarves, collects, gives a handball back to Dempsey. Oh, Dempsey just got it out towards Atkins, all okay. Hand pass to Smith, kicks across the 50. She missed the target in Bruin. Bruin goes back and gets it, and he's under pressure. He's caught, and the ball up right on the 50. She gets a lot of it, Bailey Smith. He's had 18 kicks tonight, but it's...
Yeah, I'm not going to give away my votes. I wouldn't have him in the votes.
No, but the point I was more emphasising is he can miss a target.
Yeah.
All the good things he does. There's a couple of that 15-metre option that didn't quite find its target. Up to the middle of the ground. Comes away the D's. Cross got it away to Langford. Hand pass to Jefferson. His handball out wide finds Howe. So D's streaming forward again. Langdon's going to come in and take the mark here. It could handball over the top. Kicks it himself. So Langdon goals. And Ed Langdon now has 3, all of them in his final term. He kicks back-to-back goals. And the margin's 20 points. There's 90 seconds to go. The Cats are going to win this game. 31 played final term.
It happened last week, if you remember, Corbs.
Yeah.
Geelong versus St Kilda. They had a comfortable win and it was all taken care of. And the Saints, I think, piled on 3 late.
The last 3 and 4 of the last 5, St Kilda.
Yeah, and we're seeing that now where Geelong can't quite get control. They'd love to just take a mark and go into some short kicking and just wind the clock right down. Melbourne are, of course, rolling the dice forward and just piling on a couple of goals very late.
Dangerfield on the bench. Suffering a suspected abductor injury. Geelong by 20 points. Back in the centre, Jack Steele gives it to Sparrow by foot. He dashes away and delivers almost to Cozzy Pickett. Bailey Smith got a hand in there. Pickett eventually was able to grab it, but his kick's gone straight to Connor O'Sullivan in that defensive goal square. So it hasn't been Cozzy's night. Kicked the first goal for Melbourne. Hasn't done much since then.
O'Sullivan goes long up to the wing. Ball spills to Bowie. Runs into Dempsey. Tackled. Dempsey did well to pick his pocket. Bowie tackled. Dragged out of it by Warple. Advantage applied as Laurie just has a kick down to half forward. And here's Van Rooyen. Spears the kick inside 50. Turnover. And Jack Henry takes the intercept mark. Max is on the deck.
There'll be a lot of mids right now just saying, just please get some kick marking going.
Short kick to Guthrie. Guthrie out of defence to Warple. Gee, it sets up a cracker next Thursday night. Geelong, Collingwood. Both teams coming off wins. Kick down the wing for Dempsey. Hand pass over the top to Myers. He moves it all the way on to Polkinghorn, who's got it as he's tackled, goes to ground. Hand pass back to Myers. Does a full 360. Hand pass back to Polkinghorn. Hurried kick inside the forward 50. Unkind bounce for Manor. And McDonald's going to be there to intercept. He gives a hand pass away to Howes. And Howes kicks for Gawn at centre-half back.
Gawn plays on. Kicks wide to Cross, who was one of 4 inclusions for the D's tonight. But the Cats win, minus a couple of their superstars in Cameron and Holmes, and they snap the D's unbeaten run at the G and leap into 8.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from
from 15 points down in the first quarter. They trailed by 10 at quarter time and then led by 20 at half, 18 at three-quarter time and prevailed by 20 points. They are still a force to be reckoned with 4 games to play before finals. Shannon Newell, 5 goals for the 4th time in his career.
So stand up and fight, remember our tradition. Stand up and fight, it's always our ambition. Throughout the game to fight with all our might, because we're the mighty blue and white. And when the ball is bounced to the final bell, stand up and fight like hell.
Top 6 ambitions well and truly on for the Cats, a 20-point win. And as Kel said, the MCG perfect record of the Ds is over. The G tonight is all about Geelong, 18-9 to 14-13, a 20-point win in front of nearly 50,000 at the G. Cameron Ling, the Geelong legend, alongside the coaching icon Mick Malthouse. The Cats, just whenever you think about writing them off, they do it again tonight, just their 3rd win in their last 8 games.
Mick, quick stats check. Pretty much even contested possessions. Basically even in clearances. Uncontested marks, though, and it's the thing we were raving about in the first quarter about Melbourne, 105 to 69. So Melbourne, beyond the first quarter, just couldn't get their game style that they were after going at all, where that dynamic ball movement, changing the angles, was worrying the Cats a little bit. And Geelong were able to get the game settled in the way they wanted it played. Yep. You spoke about it a lot. They got their backline structure set up pretty well.
Yep. And
27 shots at goal from Geelong. What's a 27 to Melbourne, actually? I just noticed that one. Yeah, so you know what? Melbourne didn't do a lot wrong, but it felt like Geelong had it on their terms clearly for longer.
Much longer. And I'll say again, if you don't keep Geelong, you can beat Geelong, and we've seen it not often. Geelong don't lose a lot of games, but you can beat them with a 5-man forward line, so long as you win the trenches. The moment that turns around and you're not winning that, and then you're under pressure and you're haphazard kick the ball in the forward line, their 6th player, their 6th defender will mark it, block, be there for the hand pass, make 2 on 1, and then bring the ball back, and then your rear guard trying to fight the way out of it. It's only in the last quarter, and even then Geelong still kicked 6 goals, but nonetheless Melbourne were able to have 9 shots on goal.
Yeah.
Now we know the last couple they may have been just gimmies, but they were able to get the ball in there and have it 1-on-1. Now, Stewart still took his marks, but he had to earn the marks. Guthrie, Dempsey got back there and helped out, but his man was going down there with him. So
I might be giving away my votes here a little bit. I thought Connor O'Sullivan was their best defender, and so Connor O'Sullivan has 21 disposals, but takes 5 intercept marks back there, and I thought
only been 20 for the day.
Yeah, they were crucial ones as well. So you're right. They round up Stewart a little bit. Maybe they try and make sure Zach Guthrie's not the one coming off. But it felt to me tonight like Connor O'Sullivan was the best down there.
Yeah, well, in my way, marginally in front of Stewart. I thought Stewart was fantastic.
Yep.
He's contested. Have a look. The contested possessions 11, and his contested marks were two.
Yep.
Well, two was the order of the day.
Yeah,
so it's not as if there's many, but what many tackles? He had 2 tackles, got the ball inside 50 3 times. I thought that, and they're the players that. I thought Fritsch played okay. Van Ruin didn't, and Petty did. So,
50-point lead for the Dockers, by the way. They've completely blown that out against the Eagles in Derby 63. We'll get you there for the concluding stages in the post-game coming up shortly, but the Dockers are going to win that game over in the West. Here it's Geelong, too good by 20 points over Melbourne. They control the second half, led by 20 points at halftime. They go on to win the game. So a few lessons for Melbourne to come out of this. We'll have a short post-game, obviously, as a result of us going to the Derby, but how do the Ds pull it apart? What happened tonight against an undermanned Geelong team, a big test, return to primetime footy? Just didn't happen for them.
Yeah, I think Melbourne learn out of this that you got to understand when you're playing against a really good experienced team who will constantly just manoeuvre their structure and the personnel within their structure to get the game on their terms. You have to fight to keep the game looking the way you want it to look. So Mick was onto it. And this will be a learning experience for Stephen King when he tried thinking, okay, let's free someone up behind the ball, so let's get some rebound 50s and some run from there. In fact, all it did was allow Geelong to get it totally on their terms. Intercept, change angle, possess the ball. Another 19 inside 50s in the third quarter happened from that. So Stephen King will probably work through, okay, when we want to free up someone behind the ball, we need to do something else with it. And perhaps against certain teams who are as well structured as Geelong, we can't do that. We've got to have 6 forwards ahead of the footy because it's not necessarily going to work. It could work, and it would work against another type of team.
Maybe when they've got that energy early, because the game will settle in. You can't run at that pace all the time, Lingy. Yep. I don't care what... We've seen so many starts this year of sides have big blowout, a big goes, but then they can't sustain that game structure.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And lots of learning from them. I think when Geelong went heavy in the middle, and I mean that by just their big, strong bodies, and Dangerfield eventually, unfortunately, hampered by an injury, but he was one of them. Atkins was superb. Yeah. They went Warple, who didn't have a great game, but he's a big body through there. Yep. Bailey Smith, even though he's more the runner, still has a big, strong body. And so they hammer away in there and wrestle the contest back into their favour. So lots of things for a younger Melbourne team to say, oh, okay, this is what they do when it's shifted a bit to the opposition. Oh, then they try this, then they try this, and eventually the game looked exactly like Geelong wanted it to look.
Yeah. And after half-time, the scores were 8-5 each.
Yeah.
But again, Melbourne kicked the last couple that were a little bit gimmies, but it shows you that second quarter where we thought Melbourne controlled the first quarter so well, Geelong got right on top and just smacked them with their game style.
So Collingwood on the short week, so that's next Thursday here at the MCG. The Pies obviously coming back from Adelaide. And then it's Essendon at Kardinia Park, North Melbourne and Richmond to finish. So 3 very winnable games for Geelong on the run home with the...
Not the last... When I say easy, not Collingwood, but the last 3 games.
They should bank those.
Well, absolutely.
And the top 6, obviously, all important in the new wildcard setup. Cats by 20 points. Let's head down to Tim Hodges with the winners.
Corbin, Patrick Dangerfield leads his triumphant Cats into the rooms. It's hard not to think ahead to next Thursday how big that game is going to be against Collingwood. The rooms are packed. Sean Manor and Tom Stewart will be the last Cats in. We'll speak to Mark Blixsavs after the song. Tanner Bruin will be the last Cat into arm in arm. And for the 11th time this year, the Cats will belt this one out. Quite belted out as much as I thought they would have, to be perfectly honest. A huge win for Geelong. I'll send it back to you, Corbin, and I'll sing out when I have Mark Blixsavs with us.
They're up to 8th on the table tonight, the Cats, so they go to 11-8 on the year. They find themselves half a game behind Collingwood in 7th. And as it stands currently, 1 game outside of the top 6. And, of course, all the advantages that comes with that, finishing top 6 at the end of the home and away season. You avoid that dreaded wildcard placing, of course, if you finish 7, 8, 9, 10 under the new system. Meanwhile, over in Perth, Freo in control. They lead it by 58 points, rather, over the West Coast Eagles late in the piece. For our audience on News Radio, we bid you farewell. The Cats too good here by 20 points. And a quick chat in the rooms. The votes from Lingy, then we're off to Perth. Let's kick it back down to Tim Hodges in the Geelong rooms.
Corbin, Mark Blixsavs has been good enough to join us. What a spectacular and important win that was for your footy club.
Yeah, very much needed. Great game. They started really well and we adjusted a bit at quarter time. And good hard battle. They just didn't go away and they're playing some really good attacking free footy. So I thought we were able to slingshot pretty well and... I thought we played pretty well. I'm looking at Scratcher Neil right now, but his dukes were amazing. I thought we kicked it pretty well to him, and he made the most of it, which was really handy.
What about the drive down to Melbourne today? Without Jeremy Cameron in this team, without Max Holmes, you pull up, you walk in the rooms and you find out Sam de Koning's crook as a dog and won't be playing. Like, was your confidence shaken a little bit heading into this game, knowing how important it was?
Yeah, no, I mean, they're sorely missed players, but I feel like we work hard during the week, and we have a system where no one's bigger than the club, and we're going to be able to not replace those players, but we're going to have players come in and play a really pivotal role and do it really well. We've got really good depth that know how to play the way we want to play as a football club, and you're always going to games confident, and that's the coaches and that's Scotty's doing. We always have that belief that we're going to win every game we play, regardless of the team we put out there.
It's great to have Mark with us on ABC Sport. He's got the cans on. I'll send you upstairs to Mick Malthouse and your old mate Cameron Ling.
Blitz, congratulations on the win. I want to hone in straight on one of the roles you had to play on the big champ, Maxi Gawn. That just looked like an exhausting task between yourself, Mitch Edwards, and also throw in Shannon Neal. Even had to do it a couple of times. What was the tactic? How did you try and wear him down?
Just hang on to him as much as you can. We sort of just, we know he's an unbelievable player, so we just got to limit his strengths as much as possible and try and work our strengths as much as possible. So, he's very influential, but I thought the players around the ruck stoppages negated him pretty well with the way they played as midfielders, and he's always going to get his hands to the ball and be dangerous, but if you can limit his down the line marks, if you can limit him kicking goals, whatever it might be, and try and get a hand in every now and then, we can just try and wear them down as a team, and that's what we try and do. So, he still was very influential, but I thought we did okay on him to get the win.
It was an excellent win, Mark. Short and sweet from us tonight. Rest up. We'll see you back here on Thursday night.
Awesome, guys. Thank you.
Mark Blitzarves in the winners' rooms, Geelong by 20 points. Thanks to Anthony Furchi on socials, to Craig Davis back in the studio, to Tim Hodges downstairs, to Stuart Hollywood-Baker, to Kelly Underwood, myself, Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse, and Cameron Ling, the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
I gave a vote to Tanner Bruin. I thought he was excellent off half-back, had 27 disposals. Great ball use. 93% kicking efficiency, which was terrific. 2 votes. You wanted Stewart, I went O'Sullivan. So I went Connor O'Sullivan. Give the young bloke a bit of a run, Mick. Tom Stewart's had plenty of votes. And I went 3 votes to the key forward who dominated and I know he loved the match-up early, but he still had to mark it, he still had to kick it, and he kicked the 5 goals, spread right across the whole game, and that last one in the last quarter, a very important one. So 3 to the spearhead.
Love it. The Cats by 20 points. We're back on AFL Saturday, of course, from 12 noon tomorrow. You can catch Mick Malthouse there. Cameron Ling from 12 noon on Sunday. Geelong by 20 points. They keep their top 6 ambitions alive. It's all Fremantle in the Derby. We're inside the final 5 minutes. The Dockers have cracked the ton over in Perth, so they lead this game as it stands at the moment wide. It's out to 64 points in favour of the purple. We can pick it up with a few minutes to go. You'll get all the wash up from over in the west. 15-15, 105 Fremantle. They lead the West Coast Eagles 6-4-41. Signing off from the G, the Cats by 20 points here. Good night from the MCG.
Williams won it down, gathered, rode the bump, threw it onto the boot, and with the left from just outside the goal square, got it to tumble through. Mason Cox puts his name on the list of goal kickers. He's now played 12, won 12 as a Docker.
Luke Jackson changed his number. That's pretty good as well.
Looked a bit Jackson-esque, didn't it?
15-15, 105 the Dockers, 6-5-41 the Eagles, 22 gone in the last. Fremantle for the 12th time this season have gone past the 100-point mark.
I love that he's grasping onto his position in the side for dear life.
That crowd number again, Clint, so 56-616, which would go past the Freo West Coast Derby of round 20, 2024 as their highest ever home crowd. As the Eagles go forward, bouncing ball inside 50, gets down the back to Ryan, who's tackled, taken a ground. Chapman won it, free kick going the way of the Dockers. They take the advantage through Wagner. Long kick towards the wing, flying over the top. McCarthy couldn't take the mark. Frederick at ground level, handball forward to the Dockers. Good tackle by Franco on Brayshaw, who refused to give up the challenge despite the 64-point margin.
Just one to beat now in terms of crowds for Fremantle. Their record crowd for their games was an elimination final against the Bulldogs in 2022, 58,982.
Down on the ground at the moment here is
that a knee?
Franco.
Sure.
I'm not
Cramping.
sure. It seems like cramp, but the knee...
Buckled.
Let's have a look. Oh, Franco, he was tackling on Brayshaw. He kind of grabs behind the right knee, and now he's got a couple of trainers out there assessing him. They're calling for a stretcher, are they? Doctor has the arms out. I think they're calling for a stretcher for Ollie Franco here. Akash Fodadak, what can you see downstairs?
The physio is trying to stabilise his knee by the look of it, so I think you're right. It might be knee. Initially, I thought cramp as well, but when the trainer went over to try and sort of stretch out the cramp, the doctors waved the trainer away.
Dislocated his kneecap, and you saw Shea. We saw a vision, and Shea Bolton's reaction from a metre away. He turned around and mouthed, "What the something?" as he looked at it with a fair bit of disgust. So this is a horrible scene for the mid-season recruit Ollie Franco here, who's been really impressive since being picked up from South Australia, the son, of course, of former Port Adelaide champion Josh Franco, who's part of the ABC Sport team. But it was a great tackle on Brayshaw, and there are only minutes left. He refused to give up on the game when they're down by near on 11 goals, and the stretcher and the medical cart are now coming onto the field. His reaction wasn't one of much theatrics or like any screaming. He was looked like a cramp, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
And then I guess as the dust settled a little bit, it started to become apparent that it was a bit more serious. So it looks like a right knee.
The way he grabbed his leg, it was almost like, oh, can someone help me stretch out my calf or my hammy here? But then
replay again, Cara. So he tackles Brayshaw. Watch the right knee here as it digs, kind of slides across his own ankle.
It's gone across the boot of Brayshaw as it's landed.
It's his own ankle.
It's his own
ankle. It's his own, you're right. I beg your pardon.
And then does it dig into the turf? Because I don't think, is it the ankle or the knee? I'm sure it's the knee.
I think it's almost, you see the kneecap move as it hits his own boot. It's almost like it's pushed the kneecap out of the way. Was it Darren Creswell who once had to put his own kneecap back in?
But is it the ankle that he lands on? Is that what they're looking at? Because I thought he grabbed his knee.
He did grab his knee.
He has. He's dislocated his left knee. You can see it there from the replay.
It's not a common injury, you see.
So is it a dislocated kneecap, or is the knee twisted?
Well, it is a right knee. He's on the stretcher. He's been put on the medical car. He's got the green whistle, so
must be out then.
It's clearly a pretty bad injury. It looks to be the knee, but he did get his other ankle caught under it. I think it's his right knee, as he said, Clint, may have just slid across the boot, dug into the turf, and
knocked it out of place.
Hopped out.
And there's also, I think, in the way the physios are reacting and they're holding
they've wrapped up
bandage to the knee, it's like there might be a cut in it as well.
A bit of protrusion.
Yeah, it looked like a huge gash on the front of the knee. So this is Ollie Franco, the mid-season recruit for the Eagles, who's being taken from the field on the stretcher on the back of the medical cart with the West Coast medical staff, and in the dying stages of this derby. That is the end of his tonight. We hope the outcome is as good as it can possibly be, and the Fremantle fans down this section on the northern side gave him a bit of a clap as he came through the boundary and put the rivalry aside for a few moments. So devastating blow as a few of the Fremantle fans get to their feet and give him a clap. He goes down the race. They'll restart the game very, very shortly. The Dockers lead by 64 points. We've now travelled 27.5 minutes in this final term. Mitch Turner alongside Clint Wilden.
Jackson palmed it down, but here's Harley Reid for the Eagles, gathering it. Hand pass to McCarthy to Dersma, just in the centre square. Swept the hand pass forward to Bo Allen. Got a hand pass again on to Kelly. This is better from West Coast. Where's this been most of the night? Hands it on to Dersma again. Took a couple of bounces towards right half forward, kicking the direction of Bailey Williams. Couldn't mark it full forward. Behind Erasmus to Dudley. And then on to Luke Ryan for the Dockers. Kicked beyond defensive 50. Mason Cox couldn't mark. Brought it to ground. Herbert mops up. Has it for West Coast. Gave it to Hoff and then back to Herbert. Left half forward. On in turn to Yo. 50 out from goal. Sends it towards the teeth of goal. Coming out O'Driscoll. Couldn't mark it. Spilled away from him. Jack Williams tries to keep it in. Lost his footing right up against
the boundary line at left full forward. It's gone across the line for a throw-in. City end of the ground. That's the way they're travelling, the Eagles, in this quarter. It's been all about the Dockers in the second half, though. 15-15, 105 to 6-5, 41 the Eagles, 28 gone in the last.
Ball spun back into play. Bailey Williams knocks it down to the front. Comes to Jordan Clark. Off to Johnson, who's tackled by Jack Williams. There'll be a ball up 10 metres away from the Eagles' attacking goal. They've kicked us one goal in the second half. After a really promising start, they led at quarter time. Up in the air, Jackson taps it down off the hands of McVie, coming through Murdoch. Sharter for West Coast. Handball to Harvey Johnston, who goes backwards to Herbert. Clever little kick around the corner into the pocket. Off the outside of the boot finds Dersma, who will go back and take the shot. The game had pretty much lost its sting by the point of that injury, but it's now incredibly flat from Dockers and Eagles fans here.
Just a horrible finish to a game. Nobody wants to see that.
It looked like a gash on the knee, and being told by some other people as well, who had a close look at home on the replay, like we did on the screen, so he said there is a genuine gash on the knee. Dersma's set shot. Starts left, stays left. The Eagles remain goalless in this final quarter. They've scored just 2 behinds, and they've kicked just 1 goal for since half-time. Margin's now 63 points, 6-6-42 the Eagles, 15-15, 105 the Dockers, as they bring the ball back into play where Jackson marks defensive edge of the centre square.
Holds the ball up for Fremantle. Goes on a little bit of a trundle and kicks around Bailey Williams towards left half forward. Voss had 2 to beat, ended up with the football in his grasp. Brayshaw was calling for it for a short pass over the top. That's ignored. Moss is too far out to score himself, but he'll put it towards the top of the goal square. Going up, Amos couldn't mark it. Spills down. Mason Cox couldn't, could he? Dudley scoops it up, breaks one, kicks around the body over the shoulder, only as far though as Bazzo, who hand passes it straight towards the boundary line, but fortunately there are a couple of Eagles near him, so no issue with deliberate. It's going to be a throw-in. Just for a second, I thought Mason Cox, he couldn't kick a second the same way, could he? Not to be. Spun in again, deep into attack for Fremantle. Bailey Williams front position, pumped it down. Jackson continued on, threw it on the boot, goals! Almost leapt into the crowd. Luke Jackson thought, just better get my name on the list of goal kickers, and that's exactly what he's done for Fremantle tonight. What a performance by the Dockers in this second half. They have romped away with this game. Their lead is now out to 69 points at the 32-minute mark of the last. 16-15, 111. The Eagles are 6-6-42. If you want an idea of the dominance, they picked 14 of the last 16 goals, Freo.
Well, they really clicked into gear, didn't they?
Well, Williams got that hit out. And Jackson roved it himself and finished nicely. Just got boot to ball as well on the left to sneak it home.
The Eagles gave everything they had tonight, and unfortunately where they are in their rebuild, they don't have enough. So Jackson rises high one last time in the middle, taps it down to Johnson, lost it back to Jackson, little handball off to Erasmus, stood up in the tackle, gave it back to Johnson, disposal 29 for him. He's pushed late as he kicks. And there'll be a downfield free kick. It'll be Patrick Voss. Man on the mark, Liam Duggan stands with his toes on the paint of 50. I think Patrick Voss says, you know what, it's a derby. It's Friday night. I'll have a ping from outside 50.
Probably been told just to soak up the last little bit of the game.
Get out of it.
Save a little bit of legs on everyone's behalf.
Patrick Voss will kick from outside 50. Stuttering approach. He sinks the slipper into the ball all the way to the line, and he misses to the left-hand side. 16-16, 112. Fremantle 6-6-42. The Eagles. The margin a clean 70 points, 33 and a bit minutes gone in the final 2.
Eagles look to bring it beyond their defensive 50. McCarthy to Kelly, out to Duggan at right half back. Will come down the commentary wing Shanahan tapped it down to Dersma. Hand pass not great for Yo. Couldn't take it. Got bumped over by Clark. Here come the Eagles through the middle. Kelly wrapped up by Frederick. It's been a stunning second half from Fremantle. They're going to win a 5th straight derby. And the Dockers claim their 17th win of 2026. Derby 63 belongs to Fremantle. We are the free old darkness. Free old, way to go. Give them real hearts and them down below. Oh, free old, give them the old lead home. We are the free old darkness. With the rollers, with the rockers. With the mighty free old darkness. We're gonna roll them and we'll rock them. We're gonna send them to the bottom. And if they get up, we'll do it again. The darkness stop at nothing, nothing. Way to go. Hit 'em real hard, send 'em down below. Oh, free, oh, give 'em the old beat home. We are the free old darkness. Free, oh, way to go. Hit 'em real hard, send 'em down below. Oh, free, oh, give 'em the old beat home. We are the free old darkness. Fremantle by 70 points over their arch rivals. 16-16, 112. To West Coast 6-6-42. They kicked 11 goals to 1 after half-time. The Dockers trailed by a point at quarter-time, led by 8 at the half, by 32 at three-quarter-time, and then rocked away to win overall by 70. For Fremantle, Jai Amos kicked 5, 2 to Nathan O'Driscoll, and singles to Jackson, Bolton, Reid, Cox, Voss, Frederick, Tracy, Switkowski and Dudley. For the Eagles, Jack Williams kicked 2, and then Waterman, Cole, Davis and Murdoch, the other goal kickers. Fremantle, their biggest ever home and away game crowd. Biggest ever derby crowd, biggest ever home and away crowd. Fremantle, they continue to roll on. Top of the ladder, winning tonight in front of 56,616. And for the 12th time in 2026, they put 100 plus on the scoreboard. West Coast avoid their lowest score of the season. That was 35 points, 6-6-42 they ended up with. But again, when it mattered, Fremantle were able to perform, particularly in that third quarter. There's no better third quarter team in the comp. Tonight they won their 15th third term. They're the premiership quarter, as they call it. And they stay well on top of the AFL ladder. 17 wins from their 19 games. And congratulations to Justin Longmuir, victorious in his 150th game as Fremantle coach. He's now 9-3 in terms of derbies won and lost. 146 their percentage, so they've given that a 4-point percentage boost, the Dockers. And they now sit with 68 points. Games to come, of course, for Sydney, Hawthorn and Brisbane behind them. We'll get the thoughts of our experts in just a moment. But what a performance it was. Herbert with 36 disposals for the Eagles. He led all comers on the ground. Johnson with 29 for Fremantle. Cara Antonio, Sharad Willingham, quick thoughts before we head downstairs and hear the presentations.
Well, yeah, it was a second half dominance, wasn't it, Shaz, from the Dockers? 11 goals to 1 goal, really, in that second half of footy. And as we mentioned throughout the call, they just find a way to win, don't they? When teams press, they just absorb the pressure and are able to be a bit more classy and finish.
That's the thing. I think that their ability to withstand the onslaught from opposition sides and then gather themselves, whether it takes for the main break for that to happen. It's a sign that, like I've said for a couple of months now, Clint, that their maturity and ability to be able to recognise patterns in the game, what needs to be done, and just their obvious belief in what the coaches have told them to do. It's awesome. It's really impressive, and they're just slick.
Goes on the podium too of Fremantle's biggest ever wins over West Coast. 70 points, their third biggest win. Let's head downstairs for the official presentations. The Dockers 16-16, 112 to West Coast 6-6-42.
A record crowd for the Fremantle Dockers as well. Stunning scenes. Before we present the Western Derby Trophy to the winning team, we're now going to award the Glendenning Allen Medal. The voters for tonight from ABC Radio, Sharad Wellingham, AFL.com.au's Nathan Schmuck, and Fox Footy's Kath Lochnan. We also welcome Ben Allen tonight to present the Glendenning Allen Medal for Western Derby 63. The winner of the 2026 Glendenning Allen Medal for Western Derby 63 from the Fremantle Dockers, with 8 of a possible 9 votes, his first and possibly the first of many, Murphy Reid.
Murphy Reid makes his way across to receive the medal. 26 disposals tonight at 88% disposal efficiency. 1 goal, 1. Also 4 marks, 6 inside 50s.
Yeah, firstly, thanks to the Eagles boys. You guys played unreal tonight. Came in with a plan and thought you executed that for most of the night. Well done to our boys. We'll keep going for the rest of the season. And thanks to all the fans for coming out. Cheers.
We would now like to invite Ben Allen back once again to present the Derby Trophy tonight to the Fremantle Dockers and the captain, Alex Pearce.
Yeah, firstly, thanks to the West Coast boys. It's always a tough fight, and we wish you all the best for the rest of the year. Our boys battled through and played some good footy. But, yeah, mainly thanks to all the fans for turning out. Such a huge support, and you've been right behind us all year. Keep coming out. We love you all. Thanks.
Good on you, Moose. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks to the West Coast Eagles and your fans. Congratulations to the Fremantle Dockers once again. And everybody here tonight, get home safe.
So we'll be heading down into both the Dockers and the Eagles rooms. Mitch Turner heading the West Coast side of things. A cash photo is there ready for the Dockers song. They continue to dominate. They've won 10 of the past 11 games against West Coast. What was once a highly anticipated local rivalry now is becoming purely purple. It was just blue and gold for so much of the start of these two teams' existence together in the competition, but Fremantle now 5 straight, as I said, 10 of 11 in recent games. They move to be within 3 of equaling West Coast record in derbies. They've now won 30, West Coast still 33, but of course they got away to such an incredible start. The West Coast Eagles when Fremantle were the new team, the new boys in the competition, which now seems a long, long time ago. And they're just starting to gather up before there's a few more official presentations and a few more interviews with the television stations downstairs, and we'll take you down into the Dockers room. So just repeating the 2 games tonight. Geelong by 20 points over Melbourne at the MCG, and here in the West, Fremantle by 70 points in front of a record crowd for a home and away game hosted by Fremantle. 56,616. 16-16, 112. West Coast 6-6-42. Multiple goal kickers. Jai Amos booted 5. Nathan O'Driscoll with 2. And for West Coast, Jack Williams getting 2 goals. Concerns, of course, for Ollie Franco. Looked like a dislocated kneecap, but certainly a nasty gash to the knee after he landed. And his right knee actually fell across his own boot as he tried to effect a tackle. We'll see if we can get an update for you on that as well. But Derby 63 belongs to the Dockers. And they just, no matter how they sort of roll through the first half, and it was another inaccurate performance. 5-11 at one stage, early stages of the third term. So went into half-time at 5-10. And while they finished 16-16, they just had the ability to just take the game in the blink of an eye away from opposition sides, and we saw that happen again tonight. Cara, Sharon?
Yeah, they did. And, I mean, again, we spoke pre-game. We thought that West Coast would bring the heat and the pressure, which they did. It was just the question, I suppose, could they sustain that consistently for 4 quarters, and they just couldn't. And that, I suppose, what separates the best with the rest. You know, top team versus bottom, 4 team. It's you'd go in there. I'd be interested to see what Minnie has to say to the West Coast boys and about some positives that they can take out of their performance, because there was definitely some. I thought their intent was great and their execution in front of goal when they had their opportunities earlier in the game was great. It was just the second half. They couldn't get it in their forward half of the ground and keep it in there for long enough to create any form of stoppage or opportunity to even have a look at the goals. So, yeah, there's definitely some positives to take out of there. But then on the flip side, Fremantle were challenged in the first half and were able to respond really strongly, particularly in that third quarter, and then took that momentum into the last, and just their ability to hit the scoreboard consistently and consecutively very quickly, for me, is what's impressed me. And as you've mentioned, Shaz, and I mentioned it earlier in the year, just their maturity as a group to be able to make changes on field, and the momentum shifts, being able to drive that as a playing group has been what's been the difference between last year and this year, for sure, for mine.
Very impressive outfit. And, you know, my notes here, I've just got the third and fourth, you know, it was first, second, third, fourth unanswered goal in the third quarter that really just broke West Coast. Didn't give them a chance, as you said. They had, you know, relatively, it was 11-10 inside 50s for the third quarter in favour of Fremantle, but it was going in and coming straight back out. There wouldn't have been many stoppages in the forward half for West Coast, because, you know, it was in and out. I don't think that West Coast will go away from that game utterly disappointed, because they showed a fair bit.
Let's head down into the Dockers rooms. Carrying the trophy in is Luke Ryan. Akash Photodars down there for us, Akash.
Thanks, Clint. Yeah, they've just made their way into the rooms here to a big cheer from all the Freo faithful who are in the rooms and ready to celebrate with the team as they just circle up now, getting ready to sing the song. As you mentioned, Luke Ryan coming in with the trophy. They'll be very, very happy with a dominant 70-point win over the crosstown rivals. Song sung with the Derby trophy in the middle of the circle. And we should have 50-gamer Nathan O'Driscoll join us shortly.
Good on you, Akash. Downstairs to you again in a second. Can I get you to talk about... Well, firstly, we better find out your votes. Sharon Willingham, now you're allowed to.
1, M. Johnson.
Yep.
2, J. Amos.
Yep.
And 3, M. Reid.
Very good. Now I can ask you the question I was going to ask, because I would have been embarrassed if I'd pumped it up. Murphy Reid, if he doesn't get an All-Australian this year...
He has to.
Well, you would think so, but he just must. And as we discussed the other day on the local show over here,